right. Hi, everybody. Welcome to session number 2 and night number 2 of the Banner Brackets Mock Selection Committee for 2025. I'm Tim Kruger. I guess we'll go through an introduction. We may have a bunch of new people here today since it's a Friday. I'm Tim Kruger from Bracketville. I'll be kind of facilitating things tonight. Rocco Miller is with us from Bracketeer. He'll be joining us live here in a little bit. He is monitoring the voting, so he'll be able to vote as we move along. Let's just go through the group. Let's start right there with Kerry Miller.
Hey, Kerry Miller, trying to compose a tweet. Right for Bleacher Report, and haven't started drinking yet. Still recovering from last night.
Well, I appreciate you being together with Graham, but I feel like more comfortable now that you're sitting there with the whiteboard right by you.
I know it is better this way.
All right, Shelby.
Hi, I'm Shelby Bass from bracketwag.com, formerly USA Today. Ready to talk brackets again.
All right, Graham.
Hey, Graham Doran. You can find me, Graham Doran Bracketology, on Twitter. Excited to continue with the mock committee.
Mr. Dave.
Dave Amon, founder of Bracketville, and excited to be part of this tournament or this mock selection again in March Madness, and ready to go for another night. So thanks for tuning in.
It is kind of a tournament. It's kind of a competition, but please, no wagering. Okay. Just a couple things as we kick off here. First of all, thanks everybody on YouTube. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. It helps us out a ton. Make sure and tell all your friends and neighbors who are interested, especially for all you fans out there who are in like the 4, 5, 6 range, 3 range right now. We're going to be seeding those teams right now, so that might be of interest to you. Bubble teams, we're going to get to you later, so hang in there with us. We'll get to that. And then just want to, I'm going to try to do something tonight too, because I know we have a lot of very experienced bracketologists and people who are familiar with everything that goes on with the committee and so forth. But we also probably have some new people that are just interested in the process and interested in seeing how their team is. So we're going to try and like dumb things down a little bit at different points of the evening to kind of explain what we're doing. We have 6 committee members. The committee in the NCAA has 12. So we basically have half as many, so 2 for each one. And that's how our voting kind of goes too. But we follow all the rules and procedures of the NCAA committee, and you'll see the process. We pick 8, we discuss them, we rank them, we kick 4 back out, we add it to the 4 held over from last night, and then we have another 8, and then we'll rank those, and then the top 4 will get seated as they are ranked, and the other 4 will go into the holding for the next go around. And you just keep going around and around and around and around until you get everybody seated and everybody the field full, and then we just go through a scrubbing process, which will happen on Sunday, and then we'll do the bracketing. Just do want to mention one point. I know we brought it up, and I don't know if we fully explained it, but I just want people to understand as we get, it's probably not going to come into play today or even tomorrow, but certainly Sunday. And that is BYU, if you're unfamiliar. BYU cannot play on Sunday. So they have to be in a region and a pod that plays on Thursday and Saturday. That doesn't affect when they get in the field. It doesn't affect their seeding. It just comes down to when you have to do the bracket. So just wanted we talked a lot about that yesterday. I'm not sure we fully explained it. The other thing I just want to talk a little bit about before we get started is, there are a lot of things on the, there used to just be like who the teams played basically. And I think they had Ken Palm on there and KPI and Sagarin rating, and that was about it. And now we've got way more metrics to choose from. And plus, besides what's on the team sheets, there's other things people can look at as well. Last night, we talked about the new one this year, the WOB, and how there's 2 different ones really, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of different things to look at, and yet we can't lose sight of the fact, and these guys don't lose sight of the fact that we have to, look, who did they beat? There's still the old action. That's probably the one thing that's carried on for years and years and years with the selection committee is who'd you play, where did you play them, and how did you do? And that's, who did you play? So that's kind of your strength of schedule. Where did you play them? How did you do on the road and neutral? We talk a lot about road wins and neutral wins and so forth. And then how did you do? That's where record comes in. That's where a lot of the other metrics come in, predicted metrics. It comes into results base as well. So I think we still do it. And as you'll see through, if you stick with us tonight, you'll see, a lot of different opinions and so on and so forth. And that's just the way the committee is. They all have different opinions. They're all from different walks of life. You've got some power conference members in there. You've got some mid-major members in there that may, maybe they're in the Northeast. I know, I think it's the athletic director from Manhattan's there. Well, let's face it, they can pretty much bust everywhere they go play in that conference, okay, if they wanted to. So they're probably not as sensitive to Mark Coyle, Minnesota, when he starts talking about Oregon and UCLA having to fly across the country to play games and fly back and so forth. So there's a lot of different varied opinions in that room, and we have varied opinions here, and you'll hear them all night long, and I'm sure you heard them last night. But it all comes down to voting, and it's very diplomatic the way we do it, and democratic, and so it all works out. And sometimes
close yet.
Sometimes you hear the voting, you hear the discussion, and you're pretty sure how it's going to go, and then the vote comes up, and you're surprised. All right. Well, let me. Anybody else got anything to start out with?
Nope.
I'll ask a question that I don't know if we've ever addressed before. Do you think that, like, when we're having these discussions, we're all like, oh, well, I've got Wisconsin at 11, so and so at 13, whatever. Do you think they come in with like their own seed list, or are they more just open to the discussion? Like I've never really put much thought into that.
I know some of the committee members do come in with their own specific seed list in order, ready to go, and others come in a little bit more open-minded. So I think it really just depends on the committee member.
Yeah. I know when Bruce Rasmussen was the chair of the committee, he would text with me quite often, and because he said, I want you to send me your bracket like every week or whenever you do it. I just want to get a feel for what's out there. But I know he did like 2-3 a week himself, just so I think they just want to get, I think it's probably a good idea that they do it just to get a sense of the whole process,
Yeah.
And how difficult it is sometimes to make decisions, and then obviously into the bracketing part of it too. Sometimes that's difficult as well. That's a great point though, Carrie. Yeah, it would be interesting to be in the room and see who does what.
Whether they have an official list or not, it's hard to say, but I think if they're charged to watch all these games all year and track from start to finish,
right,
it would make sense that they would have some reference point at least with groupings of where they think teams are, because it helps them in the selection process. As you saw, if you watched last night, one of the first things we did was select a group of 8 teams out of another group to begin discussing. And if you don't have some idea ahead of time of where you have your teams, it's going to be very hard for you to just start picking teams to who you're gonna look at.
Yeah, I mean, I have no doubt they come in having done plenty of research. I was just because like the way the Field of 68 does it, right? They just basically send in, and obviously there's a time crunch there, right? They're just trying to do it for a quick show, but they just send them in and average the seeds, and curious if it more or less turns out that way in the end, or I mean, I come into this thing just open my, like, I don't even have my seed list in front of me. I'll change from one vote to the next entirely. I'm the wild card of the group.
Yeah, I had to break that tie last night. I think I put in our chat today. I had to break that tie, and then I realized when I did my bracket after we were done, I was just finishing up the bracket. I actually had St. John's ahead of Kentucky, but they were all within one spot of each other. But in the vote, I went with Kentucky because I listened to some of you guys and said, that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think that's a big part of this process is, and what makes bracketology really hard. It would be a lot easier if we knew who the strong voices were in the room and what their thoughts are on teams. We don't know who's going to be making the best argument in the room. So we very well may know the strengths and weaknesses of each profile. We just don't know who's the advocate in that room and what they're going to say.
Well,
I've
correct me if
heard
I'm-
that the committee chairs try and take a step back and let the group go. Okay, that I fully believe that. However, North Carolina, in this particular case, you can't tell me while they're sitting around having dinner that the conversation in North Carolina doesn't come up and Bubba goes, yeah, let me tell you about, like, I just, it's just human nature, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Isn't this year now we have 7 mid-major folks on the committee this year and 5 power conference folks, which is not a dramatic difference from what it's been in the past, but it is a difference. It was split 6 and 6 in previous years. And whether that makes a difference, I think is up in the air, right? Those
yeah,
mid-major guys know the challenge with scheduling. They know the challenge with, they know what, when a team walks in there with a 300 plus non-conference strength of schedule, they know exactly what they're trying to achieve. And it's trying to schedule teams like theirs, potentially, who are the bottom of D1, just trying to beat up on them, and how they'll vote. Will they be more sympathetic to that or will they not? It'll be very interesting to see. I don't think that's a massive wild card, but I think it is something to consider
yeah.
this year.
And I think you're right, Anthony. And I think on the flip side of that, like I would bet that I know Mark Hoyle, I think he was at Cincinnati, so he's more in the lower, this is before they got in the Big 12 and so forth. And I'm sure a lot of these ADs that are in the power were in smaller conferences, vice versa. We've got Stu Jackson for the WCC. Many years he was in the Big East. So, I think there's probably a pretty good mix of people that have experience in both. Now, there might be some that just came at the ranks of a mid-major and just have no idea too. So, yeah, it'd be nice to know. All right. I have sent you guys the list. We are choosing 8 more out of the teams in the field. So they're on their voting ballot. That would be the Baylor, BYU, Clemson, Creighton, and so forth, that list. So you guys should have that vote. So pick 8 and the top 8 we'll put in teams to vote and we'll talk about them and move forward. By the way, everybody watching, make sure you go down and use that chat feature to ask any and all questions about anything you have, anything at all. We'll be happy to answer it.
I think that's my cue to go to the chat. Tony Schneider, familiar with that name, asks, why do you guys hate Iowa? But serious question, which part of the bracket is typically the toughest? And this year, which part is toughest? I think we're
can
there
answer.
right now.
I'll give you mine. I usually rip through the 1 through 4 or 5. Not uncommon to be perfect with that in the payment scale, and I get to 6 through 9, 10, and it's where I lose all my points
So
every year.
for me, it's usually I get through the first 7 lines. And the first 7 lines I feel good about. And it's once I get to like 8 and 9, that's where I start being like, oh man, I'm not sure who to go here. I'm finding this year my confusion is starting at the very end of the 5 line, but especially the 6 and the 7 lines, I think are more mixed up for me personally than they usually are. And Tony, the reason I hate your team, as I've explained before, is they start with a state that has a vowel at the beginning and a vowel at the end. So that's just not natural, and that's why I hate them.
Whoa, how old is that?
Graham, maybe you'll
So
change
you
your
hate-
tune. Tony was
you
so
hate
gracious
Arizona?
and donated another $68 to
Alabama?
our cause.
Oklahoma
so
too, Graham. Are you not a fan of Oklahoma?
Yeah, you hate a lot of states. That's like a
Yeah.
5th of the country.
Oklahoma actually didn't occur to me until now. So yeah, good point, Anthony.
I would agree with Graham though. I think typically I get in that kind of 9, 10 to the bubble range and just feel like I'm could be completely off by a seed line with everybody.
Yeah.
And it usually feels like the top of the bracket's a little bit more smooth sailing. Whereas I would even say, I think it starts for me kind of on that 5 to 8 range this year is just diabolical. at
The
this point.
same.
Yeah, it's really. I think there's an argument for some teams that have slid down to the 8 line for me that they could be mid sixes, high sixes if if the committee goes a different way in what they
Mhm.
lean on. And so I think it'll be very interesting. And I mentioned earlier that the factor about the committee, the makeup of the committee, I think is interesting, and even adding the third metric on both sides. We haven't seen that before, and that's a whole, could be depending on how they go about that. We'll learn a lot this year. So I don't hate Iowa, Tony. I just wish they would win some more quad one games. That's all.
You mean any quad one games?
Or
Sorry,
any quad,
gotta
any
stop.
quad one games.
Gotta
That's
stop.
Man,
That's
Graham,
true.
what did he do to you?
Graham really hates vowels. That's what we're learning tonight.
I guess so.
He's a big consonant guy.
I mean,
I did,
I would just add, I think it varies by year. I mean, some years,
Yep.
like getting the order on the 3-4 or the 4-5, because there's a lot of those that are very close. And then I think generally like that, where that cutoff is, the 7-8, a lot of times gets to be tricky. And where those cutoffs are. If, when you're team 24 is a 6 seed and team 25 is a 7, but you get them flipped by one spot where, if you got 19 and 20 backwards, you're still on the same seed line. You get 24 and 25 backwards, you're off a seed line. So I think those breaks are always where the challenge is. But as a general rule, the bottom of the bracket's always going to be more difficult because the resumes sometimes they're just so close, and which factor you're going to pick out of those is who's a 9 and versus a 10, or a 10 versus the top of the 11 is maybe a little less clear.
and I think we probably timed it. I don't know for sure. Maybe everybody's different, but I know for myself, I don't think I do, but I'm sure I do. Is your natural inclination is to start at the top and you spend more time talking about them. TV talks more about those teams. You see them on TV way more. And you're just more familiar with those than some of the ones in the middle, I think. Just my guess.
I mentioned this the other day in regard to the SEC, right? We all know Alabama, Auburn, Florida, Tennessee front to back. We know the 5 teams on the bubble. I feel like we never talk about Ole Miss or Mississippi State. They're just like taken for granted as 7 seeds. They're somewhere in that area. So I'm with you right there for sure.
Yeah, I agree with you. All right, we've got the votes in. We don't have a tie, so that's always good news. We have Michigan. We have Clemson. We have UCLA. We have the aforementioned Ole Miss,
There you go, Carrie.
Missouri, BYU, St. Mary's, and finally, Quack Attack from out west, the Oregon Ducks.
We should have talked about Memphis before we had this vote.
All righty. So let the discussion begin. Just so you know, we're eventually gonna go in and rank these, and then the top 4 will join Iowa State, Purdue, and Arizona and Maryland. They will be our next group we will add together, and then the top 4 of those will be our 4 seats.
Well, we talked a little bit about, a fair amount about Clemson last night before we wrapped up for the evening. I think Michigan, for me, has become one of the teams that's a little bit harder to seed right now because early on I wasn't quite sold on them, but then the resume kind of looked better and the metrics got better. And then through this recent streak, their metrics have fallen back off a little bit. And so when I look at Michigan's revenue or resume, there's a lot to like there. And there was a time where this looked like they might be a 3 seed, definitely 3-4. And there's nothing, when you look at their resume, there's nothing on there that sticks out and go, oh, that's bad. Their best non-conference win is Xavier. So, that's maybe a little bit, of a ding on them. And then they just have a lot of wins against the lower end of each of the brackets. So I don't know. Michigan's been hard for me recently. Their whole picture probably looks a little bit better than the way they played recently. And so I think that's one of the challenges the committee members always have is, if you watch Michigan the last two nights, the last two games, they don't look anything like a 4 seed. But then when you go back and they do have a win at Wisconsin, they won at UCLA. They have some good road wins with the 7-2 road mark. They've been kind of hovering around that 4 or 5 line, but they got passed by Ole Miss for me for that 5 line today. So I'd be curious to see what other people think about Michigan. Their net's fallen off a little bit. Their results metrics are strong. Predictives have gone down a little bit. It's kind of there's good and then there's some mediocre in there. Nothing bad, obviously. So that's kind of my take on Michigan. They've been a real hard. I kind of see them probably not as a 4 anymore, but somewhere along that 5 to top of the 6 line, depending on how you rank some other teams.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dave. I don't see Michigan as a 4 seed anymore. And frankly, I never saw them that way. I just think their results kind of mandated it for a little bit. And I just don't think it does anymore. If you look at the Arkansas neutral court loss, the Oklahoma neutral court loss, the Minnesota loss, they lost at home, neutral court to Wake Forest. Are those bad losses? I think it's kind of in the eye of the committee members what qualifies as bad losses. They're not the typical quad 3, quad 4 losses we're talking about, but they are some ammunition. If you're thinking Michigan doesn't look like a 4 seed, to me, those results back that up. So I think it's kind of a dangerous combo for Michigan to have the efficiency metrics they have and then also have those 4 losses on top of it, because it does show maybe a little bit of weakness in the profile as well.
If it was 1 loss, that's one thing, right? It's when you get to having 4 of them. Like, I think that's why North Carolina only had, they're not part of this conversation at all, but they only have that 1 loss to Stanford. Like, you're willing to accept a mulligan if a team slips up once.
Right.
You lose 4 times to the bubble or worse. Like, that's why Drake is on the bubble with a 5-0 record against quads 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think too, Dave kind of hit on this too. I mean, they had all those neutral court opportunities against tournament-ish level teams. And then you go in conference, they did win at Wisconsin, UCLA, but I always think back to that Purdue game when they went to Mackey and just got the doors blown off. And watching the game the other night against Maryland, it was funny. I was cracking up. Stephen Bardo, I think he was the one that was on the call, and he made a comment. It's so true. It just kind of encapsulated everything I feel about when you watch Michigan recently. And he said it just looks like they're just making it more difficult for themselves to play the game of basketball out there. And it's true. Everything they were doing, it was just like they were overthinking the game. And when you watch Michigan sometimes, I really always think back to that game, Mackey. And I know Graham likes to hit on this point too. Sometimes you're just watching these big games, you say this team either they look the part or they don't. And I think that is something that I always harken back with Michigan. And they don't always look the protected seed part. And I think the resume in certain spots really matches up with that too. So I do have Michigan down the 5 line too now. It did. Graham made a good point. It almost felt obligatory to happen there earlier in the year when they had, before they had a couple of these home losses in the past, 3.5 weeks.
Well, and there for a while they were, tight, either leading the Big Ten or right up there at the top with, 2 losses. So you gave them a little bit of extra credence, I think, because at the time you're looking at them as a potential conference champion. And the committee, that is something they still value at the end of the day. It's not the end all be all. It doesn't trump a bad resume, but winning a league like that, there is a little bit of an extra nugget that's part of that beyond just the wins and losses.
Yeah, and kind of going beyond the wins and losses, and focusing even further down, like looking at Quad 2B for Michigan as well as the top of Quad 3. They beat Penn State at home by 4. They beat Iowa at home by 2. They beat Rutgers at home by 2. They got away with some games that could have made this look even worse further down the resume. So when you add it all up to me, Michigan just isn't a 4 seed quality team anymore.
Northwestern too, Graham. Northwestern home, that game against Northwestern in Ann Arbor was close. I think at Rutgers was pretty close too. Yeah, I agree with you. It's one of those teams where you watch them and that they don't quite look the part of where they would need to be.
Resume do you want me to pull up next? We've beaten Michigan to death.
How about
Oregon?
yeah,
Oregon would be fantastic, Carrie. I would love to talk about
Do it.
Oregon.
Do it.
So Dave and I think, well, I don't know, Dave. I think you may have done an update today, so I'm not sure if you changed things.
I flipped them one spot after our discussions last night.
So
Maybe
the
that's
top
good.
5 seed?
Maybe it's not. Yeah, they're the top 5. I flipped them. I had them basically 15 or 16 in Oregon and Arizona 17. And I went back and looked at it again, and I'm still on the fence between those two because I think Oregon's done so much on the resume side that they've earned a 4 seed. But their predictive metrics, their style of play, as I think Graham pointed out the other night, and maybe Rocco and Carey too, that there's times when you watch them play, they don't have that same, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, when you watch them play, they don't have that same explosiveness maybe that you typically see in some other teams at that level. And that's what makes Oregon tough, because if you look at this purely from like a results side, I mean, it's hard to look at them and say a team that beat Alabama and Texas A&M, 2 teams we already have on the 2 and the 3 line on neutral courts. Plus they just got that recent road win at Wisconsin, beat Maryland, who we're probably going to be talking about here. But then they also have that, they had a stretch there of about 5 games or so where they didn't play very well at all. They lost,
Minnesota,
Nebraska.
Nebraska.
They got blown out at home by Illinois, lost to UCLA, lost big at UCLA. So there's just this kind of stuff that why we're not talking about them at the top. But that's my take. I think Oregon's got the resume accomplishments to be a 4 seed. But I've gone back and forth on whether I think that they're actually a 4 seed. I go back and forth on it. So I appreciate clarity if some other people have it.
Yeah, I mean, I know we talked about them quite a bit yesterday. I'm curious, I mean, is this the example? Maybe Memphis is too, I'm not sure, but is this the example of this year's South Carolina? That's what I am trying to grapple with. I think Oregon has better, from what I remember of South Carolina's resume last year, Oregon definitely has a better top of the resume than South Carolina did. But just from a predictive resume gap, it seems like, and the committee went with 6 last year for South Carolina. I know the predictives were lower for South Carolina, I believe, as well, by a decent bit.
They were.
But I think they were close to 50.
They were 51 in the net.
Yeah. So, I mean, Oregon's definitely got some gap there, but I keep going back to, for me, I know I kind of beat this horse a little bit last night, but that win at Wisconsin, which again, Wisconsin's been very, very good, maybe not spectacular, but they've been very, very solid. And that to me legitimized Oregon's resume a bit more than just those 3 days in Vegas. And I know I talked about this yesterday. It's, we talked about with Oklahoma too, right? Is the whole resume just one weekend? And that's what's getting you there. And to me, winning at the Kohl Center kind of backs up. I'm going to use the word buttress again. It buttresses the rest of that resume for me. But and they've been very good away from home. mean, I think they're 10-4. I know they had that 4-game stretch basically where they lost 4 road games in a row. But they're 10-4 away from home. The resume metrics are pretty spectacular. It's hard for me not to get them to the 4 line just based on, who they beat and where they beat them. 3 protected seeds away from Eugene. But it's also about the competition around them, and it's tough. I get it that, I get the Maryland love that's there. That was the toughest one for me. It was Oregon against Maryland. What do I do there? So
I think for Oregon, the resume is really good when you look at it season as a whole. I do wonder if some of the comparisons that are going to be made last night, we talked about, what was your in-conference schedule like? How did you do against these like teams in your conference? Oregon doesn't always come up looking great in those comparisons. 11-8 in the Big Ten, and is it fair? Similarly, to how we talked Oklahoma, maybe not, but they haven't looked like a 4 seed when they're playing their Big Ten schedule. They started out the year really strong, and they faded a bit since then. I think Oregon, to me, just screams 5 seed. Really terrific resume, but I don't know that they have that little extra bit to get onto the 4 line for me. The team that actually I think is most similar to Oregon is 2022 Providence, who did get a 4 seed. The big difference
Did
to
you
me.
see me? Did you see me highlighting that on Torvik here? That's where I was going to go with
No,
it.
no, I didn't. But
Similar
that's
resume.
exactly the team that came to my mind. The big difference to me there is Providence was doing their work in the Big East and won the Big East championship. I think that was that little extra push that Providence needed to get over that hump to the 4 seed. I think without a title and being really kind of one of the more middling Big Ten teams, I'm just not sure Oregon has quite enough to get there.
It is interesting. I pulled up on the NCAA's, net rankings where you can do some filtering down for some things. When you put them side by side with Michigan, the real standout is when you look out of conference. If you were just putting those 2 teams, since we just talked about them, like, Oregon's non-conference wins above bubble was number 4 with their thing is at a 2.97, where Michigan's non-conference was a 70 and a minus 0.65. So, that I think, like, if you're looking at those, that's a thing where it shows how good Oregon was in the non-conference. And so this is where it comes down to how much does that value, where does the committee break that down between the non-conference versus the conference? Because I think, Anthony made a lot of really good points there. And Graham, that's what's always been hard for me. Their resume screams like they should be a 4, but they just don't always look like what you might expect to see out of somebody on that line.
for me too, I kind of feel like, I guess this is maybe not the best thing, but I almost feel like this debate is going to work itself out over the next week anyhow, especially if I'm just looking at, Oregon and Maryland or Oregon and Michigan or whatever it is. I kind of feel like when we get, or maybe I'm wrong, but when we get to selection Sunday, it won't be as hard of a decision. But looking at it now, it's hard. I get the argument against Oregon. I see that too. I mean, they looked pretty terrible in some of the. I mean, that Illinois game was atrocious. I mean, Illinois couldn't miss a shot either, but and they got blown. That UC when they played at Pauley looked awful. They've kind of ebbed and flowed between really good and really bad. And to your point, Graham, the traditional definition of a protected seed doesn't always feel that way, right? Visually, and I think that is a real risk with Oregon. Yeah, I don't disagree with the points that you guys made. Also, just real quick, Graham, one thing to mention, I don't know if it's fate, but that 2022 Providence team also won a true road game at the Kohl Center that year. So not saying it's destined to happen, but maybe that last 4 seed is Oregon's for the taking.
I
Good
will
thing Oregon ends with a consonant.
To Oregon's credit, I will say I look at Michigan and I don't see 4 seed at all. Oregon, I can see the 4 seed. So to me, when I'm lining these up, I think Oregon's a solid 5 seed, but they're on the higher end of that line, whereas I see Michigan as kind of just barely hanging on to that 5 line. The question for me, ultimately is, do you think Oregon is more deserving of that 4 line than a team like Clemson? And I think Clemson has been more consistent throughout the course of the year, and they have the wins over Duke and Kentucky. Obviously, they don't have a big win away from Little John. That is a scary proposition for the Tigers. But I think there's a little bit of, is it right or wrong? I don't know. But they beat Duke and Kentucky. When you just say it out loud, that sounds really good.
Mhm.
I think
So maybe-
Oregon, I mentioned this last night. Sometimes you look at a team and you're like, God, I can't figure this team out, so on and so forth. That stretch where Oregon was down, it was pure and simple. I watched every one of those games. They just couldn't throw it in the ocean. And then that, how that works with teams. Then after that happens 3 games in a row, that affects the defense. And that's kind of perfect storm with Illinois when they hit all the shots. That's not an excuse. That's not to say that's, okay, great. But that's just what happened. When they are hit, when they're shooting at a decent percentage and don't have light out, I just say sometimes when it gets so even, all right, between the two teams, who at their best was better, whether you look at the resumes or eye test or what have you. And I think in both instances here, I think Oregon was probably at its best, when they're playing at the top of the game versus Michigan. And Michigan's very good when they're at the top of the game, but Oregon's almost elite,
And this is a totally unrelated note, but are there any 2 teams that are more tailor-made for the 12-5 upset than Michigan and Oregon? Like just chef's kiss, perfect definition of the 12-5 upset, putting those teams on the 5 line. Unrelated to our work here, gents, but just needed to make that comment.
When Kansas gets a 5 seed, they'll be that team. But I wanted to
In the
dive
crown.
back into the chat so that we keep getting chat questions coming in, keep that flowing. Bram Janvrin, what is your favorite mid-major team to watch? Not necessarily your favorite resume. Who do you enjoy watching the most?
I will say I had a chance to watch and then well, this might be both, but I did have a chance to watch Drake this year in person a couple times, and they are super fun to watch. They play hard. I mean, I know they play at a very slow pace. It is about as deliberate and methodical as you can get in basketball, but they play hard. And some of those guys that don't, I know Bennett Sturts gets all the glory there, Mitch Muscari, but some of the guys that come off the bench and play like Tavion, I watched Tavion Banks in person. He was unbelievable. It was really impressive to watch them and McCollum coach. And I've really enjoyed watching them. I missed the game today, unfortunately, but I really enjoyed watching them throughout the season.
Mine, I've only got to see a little bit of a couple games, but Grand Canyon, they're really good coach. Um, they get some athletes and they have fun.
One other team I'll throw in there too is North Texas, and I think this translates over multiple years. But I also had a chance to watch. I haven't watched them in person this year. I watched them last year a couple times, and I've watched a few of their games this year. And there is no team. I shouldn't say no team. You could probably count on one hand the number of teams who defend more aggressively than North Texas. It is really impressive to watch them play on the defensive side of the ball. Not always the prettiest offensive game. So if you're into the run and gun, Alabama-esque type games, I would not necessarily recommend watching the Mean Green, but otherwise really, really fun to watch.
As soon as you said North Texas, I was like, you've got a type, Anthony. Drake in North Texas. You love
Yeah,
55
that's a
possession
slow,
games.
slow pace of basketball.
I would say beyond the obvious. I mean, obviously, I think, BCU's really come on at the end of the year, but of course they're A10. I don't know that we really call them, mid-major, but I think Arkansas State, is a team that if they can get in, that could be like that 12 seed or the high 13 seed that you really don't want opposite you. Because yes, they're a little bit inconsistent, but when they're firing, I mean, this is a team that won at Memphis and they won at UAB. They beat Akron, and they lost at Alabama by less than 10 points. So, I mean, I wouldn't want to be the 5 seed or the 4 seed that sees Arkansas State, if they get in, as my 12-5 or my 4-13, because I think they would be the best, maybe not the best 12, but if they're end up at the top of that 13 line, they're probably going to be the best of the 13s. So I would say Arkansas State. I got to see them play a couple times this year. They can be pretty dynamic.
Well, and think about the lineage of recent Sun Belt upsets, right? So you had
Yeah.
James Madison over Wisconsin in the tournament. You had James Madison over Michigan State opening night last year, and you had App State over Auburn in Boone last year too. So I mean, the Sun Belt has been a treasure trove for big wins against Power Five, conference teams over the past couple of years.
I would say my pick for favorite team is UC San Diego. They just generate so many steals. They fire up threes like crazy. They're kind of like a poor man's 2019 Auburn, where all they want to do is create turnovers and jack it up as fast as they can. And I love that. I hope they get in, whether it's as the auto bid or as an at-large if necessary. Bram also asked, what is one home and home series that you wish would be played in non-conference next year?
I would love to
Mm.
see Duke and Kansas, and the reason why is just because I think those are traditionally the two kind of considered craziest, most interesting home atmospheres. So I think it would be interesting for that reason alone. They play all the time in the Champions Classic and Maui and things like
But it's
that. But I think it
neutral.
would just be interesting those two on the home floors.
Oh, that's a good question.
I also like Duke versus Kansas because we could do unnamed bracketology podcast episodes surrounding that, as I have JJ Redick behind me.
I would love to see two things. I would love to see Duke and St. John's renew their home and home, especially now that Patino's in the fold. I think that would be a really fun game to have back at the Garden. And I would also, I guess this wouldn't be home and home, so I'm kind of straying from the point here, but I would love to see more of what Alabama did this year. I know Roy Williams has done this in the past a few times. I forget if Nate Oates did it before previously too, but taking some of their best players and playing a true road game in North Dakota near Grant Nelson's home, obviously. And then in the return of that, I think the contract says that North Dakota plays 2 bye games in Tuscaloosa the next 2 years. So it was kind of a home and double home, if you
Yeah.
will. And I think that's a very creative way to structure it. North Dakota wins because they get paid to go play at Alabama twice and they get a home game. I think it's good for college basketball. Like that's amazing. And I think that's a huge thing, especially if they're on campus to be able to have those, which it was. So I'm not a fan of the neutral site games in non-conference.
I'll date myself here, but I was at Butler when Dean Smith brought Eric Montross back to play Butler before Butler was in the national consciousness, because he was played at Lawrence North High School in Indianapolis. And they came back, and that game was broadcast on ESPN. Dan Patrick was there doing the game. So it was kind of a big deal for different reasons. But the fact that North Carolina, who was, I don't remember what their ranking was, but they were a top 10 team easily that year when they came into Hinkle. So North Carolina coming to Indianapolis to play Butler, back in the day. And the game ended up not being close, but, this was before Butler had turned the corner. But still, it was a very interesting experience. So, I think to your point, that's really cool when they will go play, when a coach will go play somebody. And of course, Dean Smith had all the cachet in the world, North. If he went and did that and happened to lose a game, nobody's going to be screaming for Dean Smith to be walked
lose
out
his
the
job.
door.
Yeah, that's the problem. Everybody's afraid. Everybody's afraid to do that.
Yep.
I get it too. I wish it was a different way.
So another team, couple teams I'd like to look at, I think that are in this group that before we start getting voting would be people's takes on Missouri and Ole Miss. A couple of to Kerry's point earlier, couple of the SEC teams that are sort of caught in the middle, and to kind of get some deeper thoughts from everyone here on how they see those two.
Can we start with Ole Miss? Do you mind?
No,
I was just going to ask you guys, and I'm curious your take on this. Maybe I'm overthinking this a little bit, but I found it very interesting. I forget if I mentioned this last night. I just found it very interesting that at the reveal, only 2 teams were mentioned. I think in the past few years, there's been 4, or at least more than 2. I think it was 4 last year that were mentioned. And it felt important. And again, maybe I'm overthinking that, because obviously, even if you only have 2 teams mentioned, somebody would have to fill the last 2 5 seeds at that point. So I don't want to overthink and say, well, by not mentioning them, those teams are far off. But Ole Miss felt like a really interesting exclusion from that at that point, because they still had the road win at Alabama. It was actually before they took a couple of losses too, I think. And I don't know. I don't know if that's affected the way I view them now. I'm just curious everybody's take on that before we kind of jump into the Rebels a
I
little bit
didn't
further.
put too much. I didn't put too much stock in it. I just think that they got 18 teams somewhat easier than trying to get the next 10 or so, or however many others they were going to do, because they were so bunched up together. And they just said, okay, let's table this. We'll get into this when we do the real selection.
Yeah. And I think, Shelby, I think that's a good point. For me, why I think it's weighed on me is because they were specifically not mentioned. And then right after the reveal, they lost 3 in a row.
Yeah.
So I'm almost like, and again, I told you guys last night, I really try to be mindful of where they were at the reveal all the way up through Selection Sunday and try to not overreact too much. Perhaps I even underreact, but I'm really not trying to overreact. And to me, in my back of my head, I'm like, I just feel like they would have been mentioned. Their profile was quite good. And I think we were all kind of surprised they weren't mentioned at that time.
Well, I'll say I think between Ole Miss and Missouri, I have Ole Miss a little bit higher right now than Missouri. I think they're comparable, but I like the Rebels between the two. One thing that really stands out for me when I'm comparing Ole Miss and Missouri is that both of them played a poor non-conference schedule overall. But in particular, you look at Missouri, they played 8 games against the net 275 or worse.
Right.
Ole Miss was only 70th, Graham.
That bad. Yeah, exactly. So I think the gulf between those two is crazy.
Okay,
like you look at MSUP, them being 7-0 in quad 4, and you kind of jump to the conclusion that this is a similar non-conference schedule to Missouri, but it's really not. Like there is a big difference despite only one different game in quad 4 falling there. Even, looking at Queens, like we saw Queens play yesterday against Lipscomb, like, not a bad team. That is not the sort of team that Missouri was playing throughout the non-conference schedule. And then also you look at some struggles outside of Columbia. Of course, they have that gigantic win at Florida, but then you look at their just total number of wins away from Columbia, and it's a real concern. They didn't really get anything on neutral courts either. And by nothing, I mean nothing, like nothing on neutral courts. So I think for Missouri, when you look at the total picture, who do I think is a better team? I think Missouri is a better team than Ole Miss. And in fact, I feel very confident saying that. I do think the Tigers are the better team. I don't think they have the better resume. I think that goes to Ole Miss.
I mean, it's an interesting thing because it's a little bit, like Ole Miss wins on the results-based metrics, which is probably to Graham's point. Missouri has some higher numbers, particularly if you throw out the BPI on the predictives. I really took a little hard look again at Ole Miss because I've been having them kind of hovering down a little bit because they had that, didn't win in the lower half of quad 1. But then you got looking at it and I think Rocco brought this up last night. Ole Miss, I don't know if they're the only team at this level of the bracket that hasn't lost to a non-tournament team at this point. I mean, every one of their losses is to a team that I think right now we either have already voted in. Yeah. So I mean,
they're all top 50 net. Yeah, every single team.
I mean, technically their worst loss is at Memphis if you're going by the net. And then to me, the other difference that made a difference is, Missouri. Now I have Missouri slightly like one spot ahead of Ole Miss on my line, and that's largely due to the predictives. I probably need to go back. I didn't have time, to take a super deep dive into it between the overnight last night and this morning. But Ole Miss, the fact that they have not only the win at Alabama, but now they've backed it up with 2 home wins over Tennessee and Kentucky. Again, you're talking now a team that has 3 wins over teams that we have on the 2 and the 3 line. So I think that's at their best, Ole Miss is very good. At their worst, they haven't lost to a non-tournament team. So I think that, to me, I moved Ole Miss back to the very bottom of my 5 line this morning, and I actually felt really comfortable about that, about where they are. To do that means drop Michigan down. So that was, it's a tough call, but that's how I felt. I felt strong about it this morning. Maybe I won't by tomorrow. But
Speaking of tomorrow, I think these teams are going to kind of resolve this themselves this weekend. I think if Missouri grabs that win over Kentucky, that's that kind of final piece that they need to say they've really completed the picture.
Okay, come in. I would have, like, Missouri doesn't have, unless, I guess we'll see where everybody lands on Oklahoma,
Right.
but I don't think Missouri has a loss outside
They
of the
don't.
tournament field either.
Or the top 50.
Right. And I'll go back to what I said last night about Vanderbilt in terms of non-conference scheduling, right? Missouri was supposed to be 15th, 16th in the SEC. Like, I don't fault them for not playing an aggressive schedule like I would, Iowa State last year not playing an aggressive schedule. I think they were not supposed to be good. They were trying to ease their way into play, and that doesn't forgive it, but I'm more likely to accept a bad non-conference schedule from a team that wasn't even supposed to be competitive. That's just my opinion, though, and maybe nobody else in the committee feels that way.
Well, I guess the other one then I think that would be fun to discuss, I would like to get everyone's opinion, because Arizona is another one for me that it kind of splits depending on which angle you look at it from, is kind of where you fall with Arizona. So I'd love to hear some other people's takes on Arizona, because they're within the same grouping that we're going to be looking at here.
Yeah, I think
Hey, Dave.
Arizona's in trouble if they don't beat
Hey,
Kansas.
Dave,
Yeah.
can we hold off on that until we get to that vote?
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. That's fine, Tim. I'm
I mean,
sorry.
we're discussing these 8 now. So if we're done
Okay.
discussing, great, we'll do a vote. But
No, that's fine. Since that wasn't right up in front of me, I couldn't remember right off the top of my head whether Arizona was in this group or not. But if they're not, then we'll discuss them.
no, they're in the holding group right now.
Okay.
Going back
The
to what
group
Graham
is-
mentioned, though,
I got you, Tim. I got you.
I think when you look at Missouri and Ole Miss too, I mean, they both have an elite road win, right? Missouri got that. I think Missouri is the only team to win in Gainesville this year, which is going to carry a ton of weight. Ole Miss went into, I know Alabama's lost a couple times at home now, but I mean, that's not an easy place to play. That's a very good team. That's probably going to, even if they're not on the 1 line, going to be knocking on the door of that 1 seed. But if you look again, that emphasis on, for me, the hard part is the emphasis that the committee's put on the non-conference in the last few years, especially the seemingly overemphasis last year. I mean, if you look at Ole Miss, no matter what you feel about Louisville and BYU, they beat both those teams by double digits. They absolutely pounded Louisville in Louisville. That game was never really even particularly close after the tip. And Missouri scheduled a very they didn't just schedule a bad schedule. I mean, they scheduled the 2 worst teams in D1, and then 3 or 4 teams sub 300. I think 6 teams under 275. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams under 275 in the net out of 364. It's very clear what the intention was. Whether it was, Carrie, to your point, whether they expected that was what they needed to be competitive or not is I think a different story, but I just don't think that the committee is really going to look at that and be like, well, they didn't think they were going to be good, so they should have done that. I'm not sure if I believe that. And And their lone win is against Kansas, which at the time looked really nice. No offense to Kansas, Graham. All due respect to the Jayhawks, but I think that win, being at home and the fact that Kansas had kind of limped down the finish, I don't think that's a result you can necessarily stack. And also BYU has gotten so much better. That win looks much better. I don't think that's a win you can stack against BYU neutral and a blowout at Louisville. I don't think those are comparable, no matter how good you feel about Kansas in general.
I've thrown BYU and St. Mary's up here on the screen if anybody wants to discuss either of them. I believe they're both in this vote,
Yeah,
correct, Tim?
I mean, I think it's
Yes,
worth
sir.
mentioning the two at this stage, but I personally feel like neither BYU or St. Mary's
close.
deserves a 4 seed, so I kind
Yeah.
of feel like we should save our discussion on those two for later.
I agree.
Excellent.
Fine with me. I agree. Yeah.
Great
Who else is in this
discussion.
pot?
I
Anybody
think
we
there's
didn't cover?
great discussion. I just want to point out one thing though. This is awesome discussion. We tend to and I'm guiltier than anybody of this. We tend to discuss a lot at 7 o'clock, and then by 10 o'clock, we just rush through this thing. I want to make sure we spend the same amount of time on all things. Anyway, is that we covered everybody, right?
More or less. I'm pretty sure, yeah.
All right, let's vote. I'll send
do
the
it.
ballot. We're just going to rank these 8. The top 4 are going to get added to the 4 that are in the holding. And the 4 that are in the holding pen right now are Iowa State, Purdue, Arizona, Maryland. And then Dave can go crazy.
And we're waiting until Rocco hops on to discuss UC Irvine. Is that the protocol?
Yes.
No, UC Irvine's not in the discussion right now.
While we're voting, I'll throw another question from the chat. Andrew Schaefer, who I'm familiar with on old Twitter bracketology, he asked this like half an hour ago. He might be gone now. I don't know. But how much does it actually matter if a bubble team has a lot of losses, like in Ohio State or Baylor, or is it really just about quality of those losses? And that's something that comes up a lot. Like no 16 loss team has ever made the tournament. A couple of 15 loss teams got 9 seeds though. So the committee's definitely willing to consider up to 15 and no more, apparently.
Wasn't one of those Vanderbilt though, and they had 21 wins and they had the toughest schedule in the country?
Yeah.
I think there were 3 15 loss teams that got in, and they were all from the SEC. I want to say it was Vanderbilt, Texas A&M, and Florida or something like that, all in the last 6 years.
Yeah, and I remember one of those other ones. I think it was A&M maybe. They had 7 or 8 Q1 win. It was crazy.
Gary, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry. I was not paying attention.
How dare you?
I was voting. I was in the voting mode.
Yeah, I know. How much does the quantity of losses really matter? I'll kind of do my own
Overall
take
losses
on
or
this.
bad losses, like Q3,
Just
Q4.
total losses. So he was specifically pointed out Ohio State and Baylor, these teams that, if you're comparing them to an 8-loss or a 9-loss team that maybe, certainly has fewer losses, but maybe doesn't have as many good wins or whatever. How much do you actually look at the straight number of losses? Because I know last night at one point, Tim, when we were talking Clemson, you were like, they're 25-5, man. That's a big deal. At some point, the wins and losses obviously matter.
Yeah. I think on the loss side, and most of those teams are on the bubble, right? They're 10 seeds or lower if we're talking about that many losses, probably maybe 9 seed. It does matter. I think I look at the number of losses a little bit secondarily, though, just because I do feel like the committee has leaned into historically much more what Tim mentioned off the bat, right? Who did you beat and where did you beat them? The losses are important. You got to win games, but if you have the wins to support it, 13 losses is not going to be a deal. I think did somebody mention West Virginia last year or 2 years ago? They had 13 losses. I think they ended up on the 9 line at one point recently. I think they were 18-13 maybe. I have to look that up to confirm it, but this year we're going to be faced with that dilemma quite a bit. It's going to be really interesting. Ohio State, Oklahoma, Texas, Georgia's probably separated itself a little bit depending on what happens. I'm going to knock on wood for Georgia fans that they don't lose their next 2 games, because then it will matter. I don't know. I tend to lean into wins more. But maybe I'm an outlier there.
No, I don't think you are, Anthony. I think, I've always said this, bad losses don't hurt you as much as good wins help you, basically. But Dave, I'll speak for you on this one, because we've had this discussion multiple times the last 2-3 weeks. I mean, there comes a time when Ohio State's right there, Nebraska's right there, Texas, Oklahoma, they're all right there. Like, they hit that 14 mark. Well, if they're going to be an at-large, that means 15. And then I look at the resume and go, am I ready to die on a hill here for this 15-loss team with, 4 Q1 wins? I mean, those other teams, if I remember, I don't remember all 3, but I remember 2 of them had extraordinary circumstances where they got in.
Well, I always think of Alabama, and I don't remember what year it was, maybe 2017, I don't know. Colin Sexton's year at Alabama. They entered the SEC tournament. They basically had to win 2 games to even, and I think they ended up 18-14, and the committee plopped them on the 9 line, I think, if I remember correctly. And teams like that surprise you sometimes if they have a really strong strength of schedule and they've knocked off, 2 or 3 really good quad 1A wins that are notable away from home. Even with the losses piling up, the committee's shown it some sort of deference for overlooking that if you've challenged yourself. The balancing act is, how do you balance that with someone like, who we'll talk about, I don't know exactly when, maybe tonight, someone like VCU, who sort of looks the part now. The metrics say they look the part, but they don't have anything of substance, and that's a challenge that I'm sure we'll talk about a little bit later. But that team like that is definitely challenging to weigh against.
Yeah, I mean,
18,
I
14
agree with you.
team.
And I just think you got to be somewhat, I know you have 14, 15 losses, but you got to be somewhat, you can't have a 300 non-conference strength of schedule. You know what I mean? Like,
No, you got to be, if you're going to have that many losses, you got to be
yeah,
top
you got to
20
have
probably.
you got to have really good metrics and good, strength of schedule, and typically those teams do, and that's what I mean. Like, if you're going to look at somebody with a 90 strength of schedule and they've got 15 losses,
Well, that Vanderbilt team, that one year that they ended up a 9 seed, they had the best non-conference or maybe total conference strength of schedule, but they
Yeah.
also swept Florida 3 times.
3
That
times.
was the Luke Cornet team, wasn't it? I believe Luke Cornet was on that team.
Well, the only thing I would add, because Tim hit it pretty much. There's no hard and fast number other than, as Kerry mentioned, nobody over 15. But it's also the difference between the won and the loss. So in other words, it's one thing to be 20-13 or 20-14. I mean, Michigan State got in last year at 19-14, but it goes back to in the last 5 years, taking out the COVID year, there's only been 3 teams that haven't had 19 wins to get in. So, where it gets different is I remember years ago when Georgia got in at 16-14, but they had, much like Vanderbilt, they had the #1 overall strength of schedule in the country, and they had the #1 conference schedule in the country. So that's an extenuating circumstance. There's not a lot of teams that get to the 14 or 15 wins that have those kind of extraordinary circumstances. So you better have at least a margin between your win and your loss. So if you're going to have 14 losses, I'm not saying an 18-14 this year with a super situation they're not eliminated, but I'm just saying, when you start saying, well, this team ought to be a lock because they have 5 quad 1 wins and they have 18 wins, but they're coming up on 15 losses. It's rare for that to happen. So I think there is this, if you get to 19-14 and you have a good overall resume, I think they can look past the 14 losses and say, if most of them are good, okay, we can accept that. But
I think the best example
17 and 14, you don't win any conference tournament games. That's a bit on the light side for me, particularly if you had any games in quad 4, even 4 or 5 of them, you take those out, and now you're like basically an under 500 basketball team. So
the biggest example of that this year might be Baylor. They might be the perfect. I mean, they're 17-12 right now, but that includes a non-D1 game. So they're really 16-12.
Right.
They play Houston, which, if they don't win, if they win, they're probably in. But if they don't, they're 16-13 effectively at that point with a top 15 strength of schedule. They might be the poster child for that argument this year of what the committee decides to do there. Sorry, Carrie, I know you're going to answer another question.
Yeah,
No,
no, I was going
I
to
have-
actually, we got
I have-
answered from the chat, but
I have
David
results, so-
Nagel said, all right, there have been 3 teams. They were all SEC. It was Vanderbilt in 2017, Alabama in 2018, and Florida in 2019. We also had 2 14-loss teams get 9 seeds last year. So that's more or less the extreme. And I know that Ohio State is a big talking point on
That was West
for
Virginia,
now,
right? One of them last year. 18-14 West Virginia, I think.
No, it was Texas A&M and it was Michigan State. They were both 9 seeds. West Virginia.
What was I think? Maybe they had 13 losses. Maybe that's what it was.
So see, like Ohio State to the point is 17-13 right now, right? So I think to feel safe is a hard word, but I mean, I think if Ohio State with their overall schedule and metrics gets to 19 wins, I think they've got a really good shot to get in. If they lose to Indiana and they go into the Big Ten tournament at 17-14, that's a lot more questionable. And then if they lose their first game, I don't think they're getting in at 17-15. That's just not a good enough.
Their schedule wasn't strong enough to validate that. I agree.
Not with some
Final
home losses, no.
Final interjection, then Tim, give us the votes. It was West Virginia 2 years ago. Last year, West Virginia sucked, but 2 years ago, they got in with 14 losses.
Okay. Makes sense.
All right, we have a tie. I
Oh.
will throw it out to the group to vote on this if you want, or what have you.
Okay.
We have a tie I have the teams up there that made it, but I have a tie between Missouri and Ole Miss.
Oh, so you're ready to put them in alphabetically. I get it. I thought the tie was Oregon and Purdue. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Well, we did talk Missouri Ole Miss for a long time.
Yep.
So who here just let's just do voice vote. How many do we have in favor of Missouri?
I had Missouri ahead, but I'm happy to switch it. I was close.
What was the
enough
other
on
team,
them.
Tim? I'm sorry.
Ole Miss.
Missouri and Ole Miss.
It's a tough one, really.
Yeah, I mean, on my
Ole
seed
Miss.
list, they're right next to each other at 19 and 20. So
Ole Miss.
Well, let's vote. Who wants Missouri? Any takers? Does not
I'll
appear
switch
so.
and go with Ole Miss.
So let's go Ole Miss. We've been kind of pushing them a little bit in our discussion, so there they are.
Ole Miss, Missouri has 4 vowels in it, I believe, which would make Graham out on Missouri.
That's very true. Good point, Anthony. That's what I like to hear.
So I'll speak for Graham. I don't think he would vote for Missouri.
All right. So there's our new list. Iowa State, Arizona, Clemson, Maryland, Michigan, Ole Miss, Oregon, Purdue for the 4 seeds. Dave, please go ahead and discuss Arizona.
well, like I said, I'm really curious to get some feedback because, Arizona is another one of many teams. And I think that's one of the interesting challenges about this middle part of the bracket. But I think maybe one reason we all kind of have them in different places and we're struggling to figure out where to seed them because there's a lot of teams whose metrics are not aligned, right? They're heavy on one side and light on the other, or really strong on one side. And so, Arizona, results wise, is more like a 6 seed, right? But their predictive metrics suggest that they're, on the 3 to 4 line. And so I go back and I say, okay, well, let me look at this deeper. Obviously, no bad losses, good overall strength of schedule, but in the non-conference, this is where it struggles for me because if you're going to count the non-conference season, while they played a very good non-conference schedule, they didn't win any of them. I mean, their best non-conference win is Samford at 106. So then so okay, well, how does that counteract with the Big 12? Well, you know, while they have a good road record at 6-4, and listen, Rocco could tell us, I mean, going to BYU and winning is not an easy feat. So all the kudos to them. They get it Texas Tech at home, split with them. It was so I don't know. This is where I struggle with Arizona. The predictives tell me they're easily a 4 seed, but when I look down through here at their top end wins versus what they did non-conference, I keep wanting to push them down closer to that 5 line, just based on that and actually who they have beaten consistently. So that's my take. I was curious what everybody else thought.
I mean, for me with Arizona, right, exactly what you're alluding to. They were 4-5 to start the season. I mean, I don't know. I assume all of us were doing bracketology in late December, maybe at least did one. And Arizona, I didn't even have them in the field heading into Big 12 play. Like they did not deserve it. And then they started out 11-1, and it was like, oh my God! All right, Arizona turned the corner. Now they're like a 2 or a 3 seed, but now they've lost 4 of their last 7, and now it's back to, oh man, remember when they sucked at the beginning of the season? And so I'm with you. Like I think I probably had Arizona like mid 5 seed range, but not that long ago they were maybe my top 3, and they've just been slipping and slipping and slipping.
Where were they in the reveal? 15?
I
That's
gotta
a good
look.
question. I know St.
They
John's was
were
16.
no,
Oh,
Kansas
they
was
were like
15.
13 or something.
They were 12. Kansas
12?
was 15.
Yeah.
They were 12th overall
Okay. So have they done enough
to
good
drop.
versus bad to
I
drop?
mean, they're 3-3 basically if we account for that Saturday. They lost at home to Houston, home to
Right.
BYU, at Iowa State. Those are games that I guess if they're moving up, they should be expected to win. But if they're moving down, does that really move them down significantly? They won at Baylor, not a bad win. I mean, not great, but not bad. And then they beat Utah and Arizona State at home. I think the thing that I struggle with Arizona is that, right? Have the teams behind them really done enough to supplant them from that line? And then also, I don't love where they have a 40% winning percentage in quad one, which is a lot of opportunities, but 7 for 17, right? But I struggle with, is the committee going to look, and I know it's not an official metric for seating and inclusion, but are they going to look and take a team in the top 10 of the net with some very good wins? I know Gonzaga's top 10 in the net too, but they also are lacking some higher end wins, and move them outside of the protected seed lines. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, it's a
We'll
great
figure it
question,
out.
Anthony, and I think
It's
that's
a tough
part of
one.
that's the other metric if you're looking at the predictive side, which the net tends to be more that way. It obviously is high, so that's why I really struggled with where Arizona fits in that hierarchy.
I had Arizona at 15th yesterday. It feels like there is a bit of a gap between the top of the 4 line and the back. I'm sure we'll get to those other teams in a minute. I think they've done enough. They do have 7 wins away from home. I think the non-conference, to Dave's point, it's really is a real concern. They swung and missed on 5 good opportunities in the non-con against tournament teams. And if you watch the game in Wisconsin, they really didn't look very good
Hey,
at all.
Tim, could you let Graham back in?
Think about it.
All right.
He's
I've
done
done my part.
timeout.
I mean, this is another thing I probably should have looked at this a little closer, but like when you look at Arizona, they're 5-0 in quad 2, but 4 of those are home against either 3 of them are teams that won't be in the field. One's a bubble team, and then the other one is a win at Oklahoma State. So again, I mean, it all counts. They're quad 2 wins. To me, it's a balancing the high predictives and the 10 net versus a win-loss total that probably suggests more like a 5 seed than a 4, but it's
Which I think is a good conversation in general. Like I brought this up in our little text chat the other day, but like with Gonzaga, right? There's been a lot of talk of once you're like you get selected based on your resume rankings, but once you're in, you get seeded based on your predictives. So if that's I don't really buy that theory. I think people are a little overselling that. But if you're really focusing more on the predictives, yeah, Arizona should be higher. And Arizona was like 25th in net, 25th on KenPom when they were 4-5 and had done absolutely nothing good to start the season. And they've just kind of hung on to it since then.
Yeah, and Dave,
Everybody?
going back to
Hey,
your
everybody,
point,
I just want to
Yep.
say one thing. Rocco Miller, welcome.
Rocco.
Hey guys.
Dave, real quick, following up on your point about the non-con too, because I think it's a great point. The one thing that gives me a little bit of I guess solace there or hope is that they placed Arizona where they did a couple weeks ago, knowing that still. And I think that the change from then to now is right, just what other teams around them have done in comparison. But they still had, I mean, they looked at that and said, well, they beat Samford at home, and that was their best non-conference win 3.5 weeks ago too, and still decided to place them at the top of the 4 line. So that gives me some hope, I guess. It's just a matter of who are they kind of head to head against now, and is that really the sticking point? A really interesting case. Yeah, the predictives are tough on the Cats.
Hey, Rocco, we're just looking at those 8 teams you can see on the screen there, the teams to vote on to be our 4 seeds.
Rocco, what are your thoughts on the Arizona Wildcats? That's who we're discussing.
I mean, I think overall they're okay, like in terms of getting into the protected seeds, but not much higher than that because they've only won 7 of their 17 chances in quad one, and then after that they won everything else. So you like the fact that they haven't lost to anybody out of quad one, but you don't like the fact that they've gone 7 for 17. The trio of road wins are good. The BYU one is aged very well. Then they have 2 more bubble-ish level road wins with West Virginia and Baylor. But decent road marks, 6-4 in the top 2 quads away, 7-7 away from Tucson. Obviously, a really high-level performance team with Tommy Lloyd style. They have those numbers every year. But the question is how good are they? And and for me, they keep landing in the 4 seed area.
Yeah, I think they're a back end 4 seed team for me. And I do think they probably need to win at Kansas to hold that. I think they would drop
I
to
agree.
a 5 seed for me if they don't win that.
But that's a quad 4 game, isn't
Shelby, that's low. That is low.
They don't have the 12 quads like they need to record that game.
it? Oh, okay.
Just one kind of oddity with Arizona too, just looking at it now, and I didn't even notice this yesterday, but Rocco was talking about the kind of the clean slate out of quad one. They actually have 3 games right now that are within 2 spots of moving to quad 2. So that Kansas State road win is 75th. Kansas State's 75th. Oklahoma neutral is Oklahoma's 50th, and West Virginia's 49th. I don't think that dramatically changes how we view this team. It's just interesting when we're looking at a clean, no losses outside of quad 1, and then potentially they could wake up tomorrow with 3 losses in quad 2. And again, not anything dramatic from a shift standpoint of how we would evaluate them, but just a little bit of a different quad split potentially in an overnight.
Yeah, I think if you look at the Q1 and 2 blended record of 12-10 and then 16-10 in the meaningful games, that will cover it no matter what.
Yeah.
And then I think on the quad 1A they have 4 now, but obviously a couple of those could come and go. So you don't want to harp on it too much. You just want to look at the actual teams they played. That's always my advice there. And obviously tournament level teams stand out. They have 6 of those. the three on the road that I mentioned. So, it's clean enough, especially with the way they perform. That I call it the danger. People call it quality metrics, predictive metrics. I call it the danger metric because they're dangerous if they're in the top 10 or 11, which is basically where they're averaging out. So that's going to certainly not hurt their seed. And yeah, we'll see. And I think I sort of agree with Graham. Like if they lose at Kansas, they'll be right there to slip. But I think somebody still has to make a statement and jump them.
They're a non-Arizona team from this group that we want to look at. So far, we've discussed one of the 8.
Maryland, maybe.
Yeah,
Or did we
okay.
talk about
Go
them
Maryland.
yesterday?
I'll pull Maryland up right next to Purdue.
Well, we kind of
and
talked about
we'll
Clemson yesterday,
reshare.
and we hit Oregon already.
Yeah, we did talk about Oregon a lot. Yeah,
We talked about them already today too, and we talked about Ole Miss.
Michigan.
All right, there's the two.
We've covered a
There's
few
the
here.
two Big Ten teams side by side.
that's fun.
After this, I think Iowa State might be one you want to jump on a little bit too.
Yeah, who has the Big Ten?
I do.
All you.
I think we'll start with Maryland. A really interesting team. Another team who, again, started the year off where we didn't really know what to make of them because they didn't really play anybody all that significant. I mean, I know I guess, depending on how you want to define Villanova, whether you want to define them as significant or not, and they really whiffed at their premier non-conference opportunity, which was Marquette at home, which at the time looked premier, maybe doesn't look as premier now. But when you watch this team, it is very clear that they are a very good team. That's the thing I keep coming back to with Maryland. It's like when I watch them, I'm like, this team should be a 4 seed or maybe even slightly better, just from an eye test standpoint. I know that's not an official criteria by any means. And they've done one thing I will, Kevin Willard has a history of not scheduling very well. And I think this is, I believe, I'm not sure exactly where BYU landed, but I think this is actually the worst non-conference strength of schedule we've seen from the at-large field, I believe, at least as it stands right now. I think BYU's 320 maybe. And I know Rocco said don't get too caught up on that because it is reflected in some of the numbers that we see otherwise. But this is kind of typical Kevin Willard in recent years to schedule very, very poorly. And there clearly wasn't a huge amount of effort to schedule very, very well here. But this team is better, I think better than where I would have. I think it's clear that they're better than where I have them in my seed list. I get really caught up in the non-conference. What I will give them a lot of credit for is what was dragging them down early in the year is they just could not win away from College Park. And now they're 5-5. They've come back and won, games away from home. And some of them may not be super flashy per se from like a seed standpoint, but are very difficult places to win. Going into Champaign and just running Illinois off the floor. I know Illinois had a couple injuries to deal with at that point, but they went into Bloomington and won a close game. They went to Nebraska, which again, Nebraska's lost a few home games this year, but historically that's been a very difficult place to win. And they went to Michigan, which is not an easy place to win. Obviously, that was the most recent win. So they're now 5-5 on the road, which gives me a lot more confidence in this team, matched up with, I think, just what the committee is going to look at from a standpoint of what's the product on the floor, and the product on the floor is pretty darn good. I have Maryland just outside of the protected seed range. I'm a little reticent to bump them up just based on the non-conference strength of schedule, but I had them back to back with Oregon and ended up giving Oregon the nod. But I could very well see the argument for putting the Terps ahead. I think this is a protected seed quality team, and the resume is starting to reflect that. I just think there's a couple things that stand out. So I'm curious to hear everybody else's thoughts.
I'll just quickly interject. Like you said, you don't want to double penalize them, right? With like the non-conference schedules baked into the numbers. I would add that they won those 8 quad 4 games by 37 points on average. So like they got rewarded for that with their predictive metrics. And I think they are legitimately top 15. I think their predictive metrics ended up being where they are about.
Yeah,
But
I would agree.
for the first 2 months of the season, I was just like, all right, Maryland, would you freaking play somebody? Like, I don't need you to blow out another team by 73 points or whatever it was.
Yeah, and to that point, I think we've got 2 teams here, Purdue and Maryland. that are pretty similar in Big Ten play, but there's that scheduling philosophy of if you're on the committee and you have the opportunity to truly get teams to change and influence behavior in the future, don't you want to give Purdue that bump for what they did compared to what Maryland did out of conference? I think when
Yep.
you have teams that close, you should err on that out of the conference strength of schedule. And Purdue actually did something with some opportunities out of conference as well. So for me, I think Purdue has a slight edge over Maryland.
Yeah, I would agree, Graham, just for those reasons. But to Anthony's point, Maryland has slowly built back up enough on the road that when I went through it and this morning I moved them up a spot, so they're at right at the end of my 4 line now. I've been hovering them on that 5 line largely because, like you, with that non-conference, and figure, well, they still need to do a little bit more, but they're still right on that cut line for me. I think Purdue's at least a spot ahead of them, probably, depending on where you see Iowa State in that whole mix. So I think like Iowa State and Purdue next to each other would be a really interesting
Yeah, that would be a good
comparison too.
one thing
Got
that
you,
I
Dave. I got you.
struggle with too with Purdue and Maryland, just if we're comparing specifically those two teams. And I agree with Dave. I think the comparison probably needs to be more with Purdue and Iowa State. But I mean, Purdue being 7th at the reveal, I think they
Yeah.
were 2 and 3 since then. I think, let me
Yep.
actually pull that up. Is that true?
So they
Yeah.
lost at home to
Sounds
Wisconsin. They lost
Yeah.
at Michigan State, lost at Indiana.
And Indiana, and they beat UCLA and Rutgers. So nothing,
Yeah.
I guess, tremendous in that, and 3
Nothing
losses.
to drop
Maryland's
10
gone,
spots.
but to drop that far out of the 4 seed mix, I just don't think enough's been done since then. Whereas
Can I follow up?
Maryland, yeah, go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, I just want to follow up real quickly. I love historical stuff, and this doesn't mean a whole lot, but if you're making a yes and no chart on Purdue, I think, and this is correct, and it's on the NCAA website, only one team since they started the reveal, only one team that's been protected, that was on the top 2 lines, hasn't at least stayed in the top 4.
Yeah, we discussed that it was Villanova dropped from 6 overall to 18 overall. I think it was 3 years ago or something.
Yeah. Just throwing it out there.
And yeah, and I'll throw out what I say every time, that the committee doesn't even know why they did what they did at the reveal, possibly. Like they're not coming in with here's what we had, right? This was our 16. How are we going to change this?
No,
they're coming in fresh, but yeah.
I think it does
yeah.
stick in your mind though, like, my bracket, I would be like, well, wait a minute, I would stay higher than this group, and then I would fight for, those kinds of things.
I just pulled up on the NCAA site and filtered down to Iowa State and Purdue. The numbers across the board are, it's a remarkably close comparison between those two. Purdue obviously with the stronger overall net rank of their opponent, which is 3rd, where Iowa State was 32. I'm trying to look if there's any other. I mean, that obviously Purdue's then non-conference strength of schedule was a lot better. Wins above bubble for both conference and non-conference are negligible. They're roughly similar. So there's a lot of similarities about those teams.
I was on mute. I think something else when you look at Purdue, which again is reflected in the strength of schedule number, right? But when you're just looking at quad splits, it really does jump off the page when you start looking at other teams around them, not necessarily just Iowa State, but just in general, that they've only played 6 games total through 30 games outside of the top 2 quadrants. And it's just something that catches your eye because we're so used to seeing 6 games alone and plus in quad 4. And you're like, wait a second, they played 6 games total outside of the top 2 quads. And if we're going to generally say that the top 2 quads are tournament level competition, road and home, or road, home and neutral, That's just something I think that from a human nature perspective, when you look at the page, it's kind of catches your eye. And I think those are the types of things that at the end of the day, where those are the kind of the small little nuances that might affect someone being like, wow, that is actually a big difference at the end of the day. But I don't know, Dave, to your point, I mean, these two are neck and neck. I mean, I would be surprised. Does anybody not have these two back to back on their seed list? I'd actually be pretty surprised if that was the case.
No.
I have Iowa higher than Purdue.
But are they like one? Are they right next to each other?
No,
I guess. Oh, they're not. Okay, interesting.
but I have Iowa
Yeah.
higher than our group does. So that would, you know,
Well,
I have them.
Iowa
I have
State-
them both as 3 seeds, but they're side by side.
It's because Tim can drive to Ames in about 2 hours.
you got it, buddy.
You got to take care of your neighbors.
Kind of looking at the Iowa State in conference schedule, it looked a little bit more difficult before the season started compared to what it looks like now. And actually, if you look at who Arizona ended up drawing, Arizona got Texas Tech twice. They did get Iowa State twice. They also go to Kansas, didn't get Kansas at home. BYU wasn't supposed to be quite so good. Arizona drew BYU twice. I think looking at the in-conference schedules, not only does Arizona have the better record, but they also ended up drawing a tougher Big 12 schedule. I find that interesting because I do think Iowa State has the better overall resume than Arizona. But if you look at what they've done in Big 12 play, I think Arizona's very clearly done better than Iowa State.
You know,
At
just
least through
one
the
other
first
note.
12 games.
Yeah, when you compare Purdue, well, see again, the non-conference Purdue wins that one going away because they beat Alabama, beat Ole Miss. A couple of teams that we're talking about where Iowa State beat Marquette and Iowa and Dayton.
Iowa
So,
State got screwed in that battle for Atlanta. It ended on a tip in. Like, I'm not saying the result got screwed, but
Yeah.
had to then face Dayton in Colorado instead of getting like Michigan State, Memphis, North Carolina or something. Like, they got the worst possible situation, a 2-point loss and then 2 wins that ended up
yes.
not mattering much.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a very unfortunate. I mean, in terms of road wins, if you want to look at it that way, you know, Iowa State has the overtime win at Texas Tech, which is certainly better than any road win that Purdue has.
Yeah.
But you know, I have these two right next to them. I could make a case for either one being 13 versus 14. I could even make a case for one of them being ahead of a team that we already have voted on the 3 line, but that's an argument for a different later the weekend.
We'll get there.
Do we give it any credence to injury considerations with Iowa State? And
Yeah.
Momcilovic
I
was
do.
out for quite. I mean, I'm trying to remember exactly what game, but I think that stretch where they lost in January into February, I think he was
Yeah.
gone for at West Virginia, at Arizona, at Kansas, and Kansas State. And
When he got hurt, they were 15-1 with the tip-in loss to Auburn, the only loss.
yeah, and I
And then
suppose they
they're-
lost 3 games since then with him in the lineup.
Well, he was in, but Gilbert and Curtis
Keyshawn
Jones
Gilbert was out.
They both missed the Houston game. One of them missed the who did they lose to
Keyshawn
after
Gilbert missed the
Houston?
Oklahoma State game.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, and Jones was clearly not himself in that Oklahoma State game.
Last week they were entered 20-1 in games where they were fully healthy.
I think that's
Very impressive stat.
yeah, that's important.
I think looking at Iowa State versus Purdue, one thing that does stand out to me is we mentioned the road win at Texas Tech, but I kind of turned that on Purdue. Something I've been looking for from them all year that they haven't delivered is what I would consider like a truly great road win. I think depending on how you feel about Oregon, like I think that's a lower end elite win, but I don't think it's like an ultra awesome road win. And I think when you look at Iowa State, a little bit better overall record, clearly a better efficiency team. They also have the excuse of the injuries and they have the top road win here. I think for me, Iowa State has a very slight edge on Purdue, but I think they're very comparable teams.
I think there's this like narrative out there, you know, that the sky is falling, but I mean, I mean, you lost a double overtime game at home, and if you watch that game, there was about 10 bounces of the ball that could have went either way there. You thumped Arizona. Bad loss at Oklahoma State, and then you lost to Houston at Houston. I mean, that's no shame. And then, before that, they rattled off 4 in a row. So it's
Dayton's at a
I'm
VCU by
ready.
3.
I'm ready to vote.
Yeah, I think the only other shocker, when it comes to Iowa State is just the game when Kansas State just went in there and,
yeah.
Yeah, that was
took them
nuts.
to the woodshed and everybody we were watching. Is that score right?
Yeah.
That can't be
That
right.
was that and Ohio State beating Kentucky by 20 were the 2 weirdest results of the entire season.
So, yeah.
I'll throw a
I
third
think-
one.
I
I'll
think
throw
we're
a
ready
third
to
one in
vote.
there, Carrie.
I have set the
I'll throw a
ballot,
third
so you can
result
go ahead
in
and vote.
there. Providence beating BYU by 20 points back in November. Slightly different BYU team at the time, but very nonsensical result.
Did Hopkins
Was
play that
that-
game?
I don't think,
Yeah,
if I remember, did he?
He only
I was
played
gonna say,
3 games, I think.
Was
that
that one of them he played?
Igor Demon's first game out?
No, Demon played.
Did he?
Let me see if he did play. Maybe that was one of the
Yeah, he
3 that he
did.
played, which I guess was.
Hopkins played and Demon played.
All
He
right, so
shot
maybe
0
it's
for
not
10
as
from the field. But
Yeah, Demon had a horrible game. So maybe that makes maybe a little less weird for PC.
Mawat Mag played 9 minutes for BYU. I don't know what that was about.
It didn't look weird at the time earlier in the year, and now it
Yeah.
looks super strange.
Yeah, especially right at what the hell do they call it now? The Amica Mutual Pavilion.
The AMP.
Forever.
Well,
the
it's
dump-
not.
the
It looks
dunk.
more strange now too because Providence is usually very strong at the AMP, but they've actually lost a bunch of games there this year. So you're like, how did BYU
Right.
go in there and get the doors blown off?
Hey, Anthony, just on an aside, what did Kim English yell at the crowd the other night or something? There was some incident at the end of the game. What was it? I just saw something.
Some fan was, I forget the exact quote, but some fan was basically up in his grill about, we'll stop booing when you learn how to coach kind of deal. And then he came back and basically invited him onto the court to say it in his face right next to him, which seemed to be ill received by Providence Twitter.
What'll
that'll
happen
be-
when you blow
that'll
a
be an
16-point
interesting-
lead to DePaul?
That'll be an interesting offseason for PC to see what they do.
Let me check the chat.
Have 4 votes in so far.
Okay, I'll
I'll
stop
get you
checking
one
the
second.
chat. I'll vote. I hear nobody say anything for like 15 seconds. I'm like, oh shit,
Let me
I gotta do something.
let me just welcome everybody who's joined recently. We're about ready to put the 4 seeds in order. So you've come at a great time, and then we'll work on the 5 seeds. So we're voting on Arizona, Clemson, Iowa State, Maryland, Michigan, Ole Miss, Oregon, and Purdue. After that, we'll do one more vote of these teams in the field to get to the 5 seeds, and then I think we'll take a little break, and then we'll jump over, fill out the rest of teams in the field. If you're watching YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Also use the chat feature, as Carrie just alluded to.
Yeah. I'll jump to the chat here in a sec, but it's always so abrasive, and I wonder if it's the same with the committee. Right here, we are talking about Iowa State and Purdue, and then now we're going to go dive into Xavier and North Carolina. It's, wow, these are so different. But in the chat, Will says, if Memphis wins out, are they at least a 7 seed? They would be 25-5 and double conference champs, 10 quad 1, quad 2 wins. Second most road wins in all of basketball. I don't know if that part's accurate. It might be. I don't know. But yeah, I feel like it's strange that we haven't even mentioned Memphis yet, because I have them as a 5, back end of the 5, top of the 6 seed line. But again, that goes back to what we've been saying, that the 5 through 8 seeds, you can almost shuffle that deck, and it's a different thing every day.
I don't think if Memphis wins out, anything is guaranteed, but it would be looking a lot better if they did win out instead of losing a game.
I have to wonder, and I was thinking about this the other day because Memphis had such a strong start to the year
Mhm.
and have beat so many good teams that just the grind of the AAC and not having that same
Yeah.
level of team, like how easy Memphis played so well and competed with some really good teams. I mean, but the teams that they beat, that you just wonder if they're just like kind of sometimes walking through the motions right now, right? And they get on the court and all of a sudden the team across from them says, "Ooh, name brand team.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh
we're
yeah,
back
it's a
to we're
huge.
back to Maui, Memphis again," right? I mean, so they could be a very scary low end 5, 6, 7 team in the tournament because they've beaten a lot of really good teams, and maybe they're just sort of not that they should do that, but I mean it's to the whole month of January and February they're beating teams where they're the Super Bowl for everybody coming to town.
Or
And
an 8 seed, Dave.
what's that?
Or an 8 seed, potentially.
Yeah. Could be.
Yeah, and that's Dave. That's to your point. That's exactly what's been going on. I flew out to Charlotte in mid-January and watched them play at Charlotte, and that was a ton of what the press conference was all about. Fighting against that grind, being everybody's having a bullseye in everybody else's home arena. And we've seen Memphis have to go through this before.
Yeah.
And even Penny Hardaway at that time told me that they want to be playing their best ball in March. So I think he was almost okay with losing one or two. And they ended up right now, they've only got one left. So they're 15-2 in the league. One of those was overtime at Wichita. Probably should have won that game. They blew it in the last minute of regulation. The other one was Temple. So I feel like based on just the human nature and everything they're up against, and I think the American, there's a lot of weird travel. They had to go from Birmingham to San Antonio with only one day off, and they still won both. I think they deserve a lot of credit for that. Just my opinion on it, because I know how hard that can be.
Yeah. Well, and I think that the reality is we've mentioned this before. Because they won so many close games against where the analytics would say they should win by more, it has drugged some of their predictives and their net down.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
And the home
They're
and the home
bizarro
loss.
Gonzaga.
and the home loss. You're right. I mean,
Well,
yeah.
two of them. The home loss to Arkansas State by 13, and the
Yeah.
home loss to Mississippi State by 13.
I mean, listen. I don't think anybody's treating them unfairly. I just say I do wonder sometimes, based on how they played, did something happen with the team, or is it just they're fighting that indifference?
No, I think they're actually like pretty good.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna scare some people for sure. And I think
The
you could
AAC
compare
is
them to like Memphis teams of the past, and this team's been more consistent than those Memphis teams.
Yep.
This team's never had a losing streak. They lose one and they bounce right back every time. So I mean, that's I don't know. The AAC is represented in the room by the Temple athletic director this year. He's going to need his talking points ready to get them to get a 6 seed or better. But there's a lot of good stuff he can point to, and I think a good idea for him. That's Arthur Johnson I'm talking about. A good idea for Arthur would be to talk about past Memphis teams compared to how this team's responded and how they've been able to get through the dog days of the AAC.
Okay, we have teams in the field. Number 13 is Iowa State. Number 14, Purdue. Number 15, Arizona. Number 16 is Maryland. Clemson, Michigan, Ole Miss, Oregon go to the holding. We are now going to choose 8 teams from our in the field list. I just sent you the ballot, so you just want to pick 8.
Have enough if we're following the principles.
What's that?
Do we have enough to do
Yeah, we have
8, or
20
should it be down to 6 now?
We
Okay.
have 20 exactly.
Good.
I
Good.
made sure of that, Kier.
Dayton ahead here by a point.
They've been leading most of the way.
Now we'll say on Memphis, since they're probably about to come up on at least a few ballots here. I was surprised that they weren't even mentioned at the reveal. I really thought they would crack 16. I thought they would at least be mentioned as one of those 2 or 3 teams on the outside, and that's been part of it. Is that 3 weeks ago the committee didn't like them, right? What have they done since then? And they haven't been able to help themselves really any. So I keep like to Dave's point with their net and their predictives, right? They're 48th in the net, around 50 in the predictive average. Like you have to scroll down to find them to put them on your seed list. And I will the committee scroll down to find them?
I think one problem for Memphis is that they obviously have the predictive issue, but then they have 3 losses to net 90 or worse.
Yes.
And that's just very uncommon for any team in that range to have 3 losses of that caliber. And I think when you combine the predictives with those bad losses, it really makes you question, is the team being compared to some really, really good teams? Are they at the top of that list? And I think it's not that Memphis isn't worthy of a good seed. I think they're worthy of a good seed, but it really does kind of call into question, is the team you're seeing with the predictives really there? Sometimes in 3 occasions we've seen them drop games that just don't really happen for teams in that seed list range very often.
Question in the chat: who wins Arch Madness this weekend? Is Drake gonna win?
I'm sticking with Drake. I mean, here's the thing. Not only is Drake the best team in the Missouri Valley, but man, they know how to win. I think that's demonstrated through their 5-0 record when it gets to overtime. There's some teams who aren't clutch. Drake is the exact opposite of that. That my opinion is Drake will go ahead, get rid of the at-large discussion, and win the Missouri Valley.
Rooting for Bradley because I'd love to see a 2-bid Valley, but we would need Bradley versus Drake to feel assured of that. Sadly, I think I quote tweeted you, Anthony, earlier today that it's just disgusting that we do have to have that conversation that Drake would be on the bubble at like 28-4.
Yeah, it's silly, but
such is life.
it's hard to imagine it not being that way. I will say I don't know. I'm not convinced that they're going to win the tournament. I just think there's an enormous. I would be uber impressed if they do, and they're definitely a good enough team to do it. I just think there's an enormous amount of pressure on that team to do it. And they play. I mean, they played Bradley. I know they beat them once, but they played them tight both games.
Yeah.
And I could see that if it gets to that point, that final, Bradley's a good team. I could see them pulling it off. I think that's our only hope, or if there's anyone has any hope for a 2-bid MVC, then that's probably it. Bradley over.
For what it's worth, Murray
Murray
State is beating Bradley right now by
Are
3
they?
late in the first half.
Are you waiting for me, Tim? I'm sorry.
Yep.
Okay, I'm doing it right now. Got distracted.
So getting distracted myself, I was looking at the Sun Belt bracket. So we're officially now down to the Elite 8 of the Sun Belt bracket, which also,
4th round.
Incidentally, 4 wins through to get onto the Elite 8. So yeah, you have to win an extra round for the Sun Belt bracket. I think we've all known that, but this is the Elite 8 round, which is officially the 4th round of the tournament.
So that sounds like when I lived in Montana, like their Class B high school, they would have districts, and they would have 6 teams in a district. They would play double elimination, and they would eliminate only 4. 2 would go on to the region. So then they had an 8-team regional, and they would play, they kept playing for weeks at a time before they get down to 8 for the state. It was hilarious. Yeah. I was like, wait, didn't that team lose? Oh yeah, but it's double elimination.
You can't help but think, like, so Dayton's up, what is it, 1 point or whatever it is at halftime on VCU. It was like, if you're Dayton and you're going to beat VCU one time. You don't want it to be tonight, right? You want it to be at next weekend in the A10 championship.
I mean, I'd want to beat VCU one time and then play somebody else in the title game.
Well, that's true. If I guess if you're gonna have your druthers, beat them tonight and then get somebody else. But
I'm not ready to say Dayton's out of the at-large chase.
Yeah.
If
Yeah,
they
I don't
win,
think they are.
I think it's a real discussion.
Yeah.
Well,
it's
I was
too
looking
bad
at
they
that
lost that
today,
game to
like-
UMass.
All right. We have a tie,
Hmm.
and it's a very interesting tie. Hold on, wait. Do not have a tie.
I was gonna say, you're just kidding. No tie.
I was like, wait a minute. All right. Here are the teams that made it into this next go round. It's St. Mary's, Marquette, Louisville, Kansas. Let me check. Is that a misprint? Nope.
It's not
Yeah,
state
we are talking.
efforts.
We are effectively talking
Uh,
7 seeds
For
at this
Tim
point.
Kruger from Brackettville.
Did,
I think that kind of tracks with what we were talking about before,
did
though.
Graham vote 6 times?
Yes.
BYU,
Not if Kansas got in.
UCLA, and Missouri. And the
Who's
final
voting for
team in.
UCLA?
Da-da-da. About ready to tip it off in 4 minutes. Mr. Dave Ullman's Illinois Fighting Illini.
Dave, do you have a preference between the Illini and the Bulldogs? Is there a
It's an equal thing because I grew up in Illinois and then went to school at Butler. So, I mean, one's my alma mater. But, childhood growing up, I was watching the
Big Illini guy.
Fighting Illini. In fact, I played in high school with a kid that went to the University of Illinois and played there. So that was very interesting to play play on it. I mean, I didn't play a whole lot on that team, but to be part of a team that had a Big
future
Ten
college player?
Division
Yeah,
One player on it. Yeah.
it's pretty cool.
In fact, he is still, I want to say, either second or third all time on the Illinois scoring list. But he had 3,300 points or something in high school.
Wow.
And he still has the record #1 in the state of that 3,000, 900, and I'd have to look it back up, but like 990 some of those were free throws. He was like a 90% free throw shooter and just got fouled all the time and just,
Man, he was a free throw merchant.
Yep.
Anthony, I'll say this in talking to Dave every single day. Talks a lot more about Illinois than Butler this year.
Well, back in 2010, I talked a lot more about Butler.
Not,
I'll
I
bet
suppose,
you did.
I suppose not as much to talk about with Butler right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was one of the highlights. I got to go when I got picked up by NBC. I got to go to the 2010 Final Four, so that was fun.
Damn.
That was depressing in the end, though.
Was that the UConn final?
No,
right?
that was
No,
the Duke final, 2010.
Yep.
The UConn final made me want to scratch my eyes out. Sorry,
I got to sit down on the floor.
Would you at
UConn
least stay out
was
of the way of the
2011.
players?
What's that?
Did you at least stay out of the way of the players?
I tried to. Of course, the floor is so elevated
Yeah.
for the
Okay.
Final Four. The table height is like the same level as the floor, so you're actually sitting below the floor. It's like
I've seen some of Carey's pictures of Carey's seats. He gets pretty nice.
Yeah.
Pretty nice seats.
That Bleacher Report connection.
But it's
That
really,
was
that
it
was
was
that cool.
depressing
I mean,
being there in 2022 and having to write about Coach K's career ending at the hands of North Carolina, and then having to still be in New Orleans for another 48 hours and then watch another game after that. But at least the seats were good.
It's kind of an odd, we're talking about like last games and stuff. It's kind of my weird fun fact about basketball. As a kid, I don't know how old I was pretty young, I guess, but I actually saw Bobby Knight's last game in Indiana, and I didn't even know it. Didn't even process it at all. He played in the first round of the tournament in Buffalo, whatever the heck the arena. It was called Marine One Arena at the time. I think it's HSBC now. And they lost. I forget who they lost to, but they got whooped in the first round of the tournament, and that was it for Bobby Knight in Indiana. It's kind of crazy thinking back now. That was his last game.
That is cool.
Didn't even process it at all.
And then he
I
came
was
to
at-
Texas Tech.
And by the way, real quick, other fun fact. You know who else played on that same day in that pod?
Yeah.
Shaheen Holloway as point guard of the Seton Hall Pirates.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, kind of crazy.
Ah,
Wow.
did he smile at all then either?
I don't know. I was in the upper deck, so it was kind of funny. That was right before September 11th, and that was when I was like a kid, and I was like, oh, I just want to get on TV when they show the announcers. Like that was my big thing. My parents were. I went with my uncle, and my cousin. We used to go to the pods in the East every year, and so my big thing was like I was going to get on TV and I was going to go behind the announcers. And pre September 11th, like you could pretty much walk onto the floor if you wanted to, and nobody would stop you.
Yeah.
So I went right behind. I don't even know who it was. I was like sitting right there. My parents were like, "Oh my god, this kid got all the way down there." It's pretty funny.
Were they in the pod with Temple? Am I remembering this right?
It was Oregon. So Oregon played Seton Hall in the opening round. Who did Indiana? I'll look it up now. Hold on.
I will tell
That
you,
sounds familiar.
if you're
Oklahoma State was there too. I
Temple
think.
was the 2 seed, if I remember right.
I almost want to say Eddie Sutton. Was that his last year at Oklahoma State? One of the last years he was there too.
What year was it?
It was 99. Let me see here. I got
Yeah,
Well,
could have been. Could have been one of his last years.
I will say it's
While you're looking that up, if we're
No, it
talking
wasn't
last
99.
games or whatever,
98.
I used to have Wizards season tickets. That was a depressing time, like 15 years ago. But I was at John Wall's first ever triple double, which was also Yao Ming's last ever game.
Oh wow, that is pretty cool. It was 2000. Yeah, it was 2000, right before September 11th. Okay.
And I called it. Seton Hall played Temple round 2.
Yeah, Temple Lafayette. That's right. I forgot Lafayette was
I
there.
still
Oregon
remember
Seton
the
Hall.
bracket that I had for that year.
Pepperdine. It was Pepperdine. They got wiped off the floor. Bobby Knight got wiped off the floor by 11 seed Pepperdine. That's exactly what it was. We'll have to wait another 100 years for Pepperdine to get an 11 seed, unfortunately.
And waved goodbye to him.
Ooh, that's a good pun there, Graham.
well, let's see of this group.
Do you want to take a break? Because we're not going to step up for a little bit, or
Yeah, for a little bit.
let's take a break here. I think my wife's got my dinner ready. So
How long, Tim?
what do you want? 10 minutes?
Yeah,
That lady's got it done.
Sure.
you know, I will tell you real quick.
Make me some pie.
If you're ever close, close to a Final Four site and you can get there, going to Final Four Friday is a lot of fun because it's a free event. You don't have to get a ticket. You can watch all 4 teams practice. It's open seating. And then at least the 2 times I've been, when it's been in Indy, they play the Reese All-Star game
Yep.
on Saturday later in the afternoon, and they tape it, and then they play it on Sunday afternoon on CBS. But so it's a lot of fun. I mean, you can see you're milling around, through the convention center there, wherever they have it. You're going to run into coaches from all over the country and just walking down the hallways. So if you ever get a chance to go, it's a cool experience, even if you don't have tickets to go to the game, because you can sit down pretty much in the lower level because they don't even open the upper stuff, so it's.
Yeah. No offense to the neck of the woods where you're from, but it's a lot more fun going to Final Four Friday in New Orleans than in Indianapolis.
Probably so.
I can
drive to Indianapolis. I
remember texting you that whole weekend, Gary.
Oh.
All right.
I can tell you some stories off air. That's for
couple
sure.
of big ass beers, Kelly. Right off of Bourbon Street.
Yeah, big ass beers.
Hurricanes.
Hand grenades,
Oh,
hurricanes,
the hand grenade.
Sazeracs. Oh,
hand grenades
it was
are
dangerous.
rough. you have a couple of those, and they're like, oh, these go down easy, and then good
Oh,
night.
um,
Yeah, well,
I mean,
love the hand grenades.
I think I had two hurricanes and two hand grenades, and like I was fine. I mean, obviously, I could sit here and drink 4 drinks, but I was there with my boss, and she was not fine. I had to get her safely back to her hotel.
Have you ever been on Bourbon Street's so interesting because we did one year when we were there and we had a 6 a.m. flight and we're like, oh yeah, you know what? We're just gonna stay up all night because that's a great idea. Like we'll just stay up on Bourbon Street, not pay for the hotel. This is when we're, in college, right? It's like, oh no, paying for a hotel for another night, it's not worth it. We're gonna stay up and then we'll stay on Bourbon Street till like 3 in the morning and then head out to the airport and just take a nap
Yeah.
there before the 6 a.m. It's a pretty bad idea because I don't know if you've ever been to Bourbon Street after like, I don't know, 1:30 in the morning, 1 o'clock, because everybody goes so hard that like they're dead by midnight.
Yeah. Yep.
Bourbon Street gets real weird real fast after about 1 a.m. And it was
And we're talking about a street where at 3 p.m. you're just walking around and there's like boa constrictors on people's shoulders all day
yeah, it's
long.
pretty
Like,
weird at 3
live
p.m.
live sex acts.
But
yeah.
it's real weird at like 3 a.m. And we actually had like it was the craziest, it was bizarre. And there was like a stabbing while we were there. And like the people came down the street with like the guy was like chasing someone down the street with me. It was nuts. I was like, we got to get out of here. We got to go to the airport. And we just left at like 3 o'clock. It was wild. But anyways, enjoy your dinner, Carrie. I'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, Bourbon Street was a trip, that's for sure.
Looks like Illinois has an early 7-6 lead on Purdue. Let's go to some questions in the chat. Just if anybody else wants to talk here for a minute. So I'm seeing would Drake having 29 wins if they lose in the Missouri Valley final be the most wins left out? And I think that might be the record. I think Carey this week or recently had a stat about who the most wins left out was. I wonder if I can find that on Twitter. But I looked back. The team that really catches my attention that I remember well is, I can't remember the year, but in the early 2000s, Utah State had 3 losses.
Yep.
And was left out. And they got the UTEP ended up getting the final bid over them. And I think that was a little bit of a controversial thing at the time because Utah State had a great season. And I think Utah State was the WAC champion, if I remember, at the time with 3 losses, got left out. But I think they only had 25 wins. The teams just weren't playing as many games at the time.
Right.
So I think, Carrie, do you know, would 29 wins for Drake, if they get to the final, be the most wins that could?
I got it. I
out?
got it here, Graham.
Yes. 28 is the most.
Yeah, 28 was most.
In the 68 team era, it was Coastal Carolina in 2011. It was St. Mary's one year and UNC Greensboro one year. And that's total wins. I think maybe all of them even had a non-D1 win as well. I don't know. Did Drake have any?
Only if you count Kansas State.
Whoops.
There it is.
Non D1s, I think that too, actually.
Yeah, I think Drake might have had 1 or 2. Granted, they were a non-D1 team a year ago. They got 3 D2 guys, 1 JUCO guy, and a transfer from Wyoming.
Well, I mean, the thing is, though, Drake is 26-3 against D1. So, yeah, they could be. I guess they would get to 20.
7.
Yeah, well, that's right, because this didn't. I need to. That's weird. It just didn't update on here.
Yeah,
What's
I guess
funny
it must not
is
be live update.
you asked that about Drake, but I looked that up the other day because of UC San Diego, because they would also be 29-4 if they lose in the Big West Championship, assuming they win their remaining game tomorrow.
Hey, Kerry, I've got
me-
Utah State 25-3. I heard you say that, and then I got Stephen F. Austin 27-4.
What year was that?
I
Stephen
don't
F.
have a year. I just have
15.
that was in the 68 team era.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Coastal, that 2011 Coastal team, and they didn't beat anybody in the Ken Palm Top 100. I know that, and I think they even had a couple of non-D1 wins as well.
Yeah.
The weird one was the St. Mary's. I think it was 2017 or 2018, because they even had a road win over what was a very good Gonzaga team, and they still didn't get in with 28 wins. But I think throughout the entirety of non-conference play, they didn't leave the state of California, and outside of Gonzaga, the West Coast Conference was
Right.
I think they swept BYU, and they were like around 75th in whatever it would have been then RPI net. But
Yeah, I did not have St. Mary's in that year. I was expecting them to miss, and frankly, I think it was the right decision to make them miss. I think the committee made a good call on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I keep looking at this. I mean, there is nothing not to like. Yes, you prefer that Drake had 1 less quad 3 loss, but I mean, if you look at it, one of them is Bradley, which Bradley kind of fell off at the end. It was a home game. They won on the road, so you can almost just negate that one, because they beat them on the road. So there you go. 2 quad 1s, or they went. It's hard to do a whole lot for them. They don't get the same opportunities to go, hey, I'm going to schedule a top 10 non-conference schedule, because it's just they don't get those same opportunities to do that. The only, like I said, to me, the biggest caveat sitting out there with Drake, if their net rating was 35 or 38, I think we'd all be sitting here going, yep, they're in regardless. But when you start approaching 59, and if they lose, depending on how it loses, they could end up with a 60. it just it. Ugh.
What's the best? What's the
I mean-
best resume metrics average to miss? Graham, you might know that. I think it was Louisville in 21, but even that's kind of a COVID impacted season. I don't know how much
Yeah.
we want to count that one.
Yeah, I want to say
Is there what right about 38 something looks like?
yeah.
I mean, with quick map off the top of my head, which is a dangerous thing.
Yeah, Louisville that year was 36 in resume metric average.
It's just that, the flip side of it is even if you throw BPI out for all the reasons we've discussed, their predictive average
Always
is
throw
right
out
about,
BPI.
yeah, is right about the same as their net. So the predictives would say they're 59th, which I think they should largely ignore that with given their resume and everything else. But it's like a dangling carrot out there if the committee decided, hey, we've had a couple of upsets. Drake, you're 59th on our own resume metric, so our own.
This might not be updated, but I have best SOR left out 31 and best SOR KPI left out 36.
Yeah. So I've been
Yeah, it
Louisville
was
in
Louisville
21.
36. And
Best
it's
Cam Palm was 29 left out. Worst included was 78.
yeah, that
Rutgers.
Louisville number two, it was 2021. I think that's a huge caveat being left out with a resume metric on a shortened season.
I think probably the most surprising result from Drake's whole season was the home loss to Murray State. But again, I mean, it's just excellence throughout. It's not like they're bad losses. If you want to call them that in the league, it's not like they lost to a couple teams that were 225 or something in quad 4.
Yeah, I mean, Drake should be a 1 seed, I think.
They are in Arch Madness.
They had a better non-conference than Houston. And we could pick that apart, but I'm right.
We can pick that apart, but I'm right.
Well, there's no debate.
Spoken like a single man.
Drake or Houston, who had a better non-conference? Well, Drake never lost, and they beat an SEC team, so that's an easy one. Give them the 1 seed. Let's go, Bulldogs.
I think this Illinois-Purdue game is pretty important for both teams seeding-wise. I think they both could move a line based on this one.
I would say it's probably, for me, in my evaluation of where they are right now, especially because it being a home, I think it's probably bigger for Illinois.
Oh, for sure. I think
if Illinois wins this game, then they're have a really good chance to be out of an 8-9, an 8 seed scenario. If they lose this one and then don't win a couple at the Big Ten, I think it's a very real possibility that they stay right around an 8 seed. They could be a scary 8 seed because when they play well, they're they're knocking down shots and not turning the ball over. They're pretty good. But when they're turnover prone and they're prone to going cold.
I think we have a couple of teams that remind me of that Arkansas team from a couple of years ago where it's like, how did this team even perform or just not win enough games to get off the 8 line? Like that team was way too good to be an 8 seed. And I think Illinois is one of the teams this year that could fall into the same category.
Well, and I think, for me, we're not talking about them now, but when we get to their resume, the thing that only holds me back from not putting them, keeping it, because I kept them right along that 6 line for quite a while, right? Because of metrics and all that. And listen, they're a good team. They're young, and you always have to, you remind yourself that some of this may just be they hit a wall this year. I mean, these guys are 4 of their main players are first-year players. So it's the college season is a long season and a grind. So you wonder if some of that early February, late January stuff, besides the illness and everything, was just, that wall hitting in. But what Illinois lacks to me is what I would consider a truly elite win. Yeah, the win at Michigan was nice. The win at Oregon was arguably their best game of the year, at least offensively. But at the very top of that, they played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 games. Well, if you count Wisconsin, they beat them at home and then lost to them. So I guess 9 games against the top 20, and they went 2. They went 2-7. And while beating Missouri on a neutral court has turned out to be a really good win, and beating Wisconsin home is a really good win, they got the doors blown off by Duke. Tennessee game they could have won, lost at Alabama, lost both games to Michigan State. So again, none of those are bad losses, and only one of them was non-competitive. But it just they don't lack that elite win to take to me when you factor in that they lost at home to USC, lost to Northwestern, lost to Nebraska, and lost to Rutgers. It's hard to say where's your elite win to pull you back up into like the 5 or 6 seed discussion. Now, if they beat Purdue tonight, and then win a game, yeah, I mean, maybe they're approaching that. But that's just my take. I'm really curious to hear, because sometimes when you're close to it, like you with Kansas, you go one of 2 ways, right? You're either either everything is perfect and how dare you say anything wrong against my team, or you tend to be overly harsh and overly critical.
Yeah. There's definitely times where I'm like, how can I possibly get this team out of the bracket because they don't deserve a spot in the postseason? I think for Illinois, one thing they do have going for them is their quad splits have looked a little bit better than I think they probably should. And what I mean by that is I don't know, like you mentioned, Dave, I don't think they have the great wins that really stand out, but they're still just putting together numbers. I think last I checked, I think it was 13 Q1, Q2 wins for Illinois, if I remember right. Still pretty solid, pretty good.
Yeah, they're 12 and 11. No, 13 and 11.
Okay, yeah, I thought it was 13 last time.
13 and 11. It's just really weird. They ended up with no quad 3s.
It's like Kentucky last year when all they did is play quad 1, quad 2, apparently.
Yeah, that's why it's been hard for me to, recently. Early on, it's just when they picked up, they kind of went through that and they lost at Rutgers, lost at Nebraska, lost to USC. 3 teams that potentially aren't going to make the field. Now, 2 of them were on the road. Well, 3 of them were on the road. So it's not like any one of them is bad, but they don't have that win over Michigan State or, one of the others. But I'll be curious to see what everybody thinks.
I'm going to ask a non-Illinois question. Where does everybody have Memphis seated? Because at this point, I am truly shocked they are not even coming up in this next vote.
They're my top 8 seed, and I don't like it. I want them to be a
same for me.
But I just think when you start getting into, because it's these teams like Illinois, that's the sort of team that they're competing with right now, and it's just I look at the quality of the teams, and I think it's Memphis has to be like unequivocally better on the resume side, and I just don't know that they're unequivocally better.
Yeah, I think it shows up in a lot of ways.
I have the last 6, Kerry.
That's about where
Kerry, I have Memphis 23 overall.
Yeah.
Oh, me and Rock.
Same.
Wow.
I
think they're head and shoulders better than Illinois. It's not even close for me.
Well, I think from a resume side, which one do I like more? I like Memphis's resume more. I think Illinois is a lot better basketball team than Memphis, and that's where I'm kind of hedging with the committee that I think that's where they might end up going just because of the bad losses for Memphis. If they didn't have the bad losses, their could be in the 80s. I wouldn't care, but they do have the bad losses too.
So you're saying that Memphis would lose by more to Duke at Madison Square Garden, or are you saying that Memphis would lose by more at home to USC?
Here's what I'll say. If Illinois had played the same American schedule that Memphis played, I don't think that the results, the margin.
Illinois would have lost more games. They don't have the maturity that Memphis has. Memphis has been very mature for Memphis.
Yeah.
Illinois is the immature team.
It was like you mentioned last night, Rocco. Vegas lines are almost always built close to Ken Palm. I think Illinois would be a hefty favorite on a neutral court over Memphis if they played tomorrow.
That's fair because they've got the talent. I'm not arguing the talent. And I think Memphis does too, actually. Like Haggerty might go in the first round. But like, I don't know. I feel like Memphis has been they're 6-1 in quad one. Illinois 7-9. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think I have had Memphis right hanging out at that 22 to 23 spot for quite a while until just recently, because when I was going back through, so here's what gets difficult for me. Forget BYU's recent wins, so that bumped them up a couple of spots, right?
Yeah.
Especially a couple of their road wins. And I'm debating whether, then I went between them and Marquette. And that's a really close call between like a Marquette team and a Memphis team. Very comparable, I would say. And then you got the Louisville team in here, which I think may be being undervalued.
Yeah, they're hard. They're a tough one.
Because, so how do you compare Louisville to Memphis? I've gone back and forth on that whole thing. Memphis has obviously the better out of conference, higher end wins.
Yeah.
But if you look, the fact that Louisville has lost once since mid-December or whenever it was, and it's not like they're like breezing. They're not winning these ACC games by like 2 points.
Yeah, but
it hasn't been a fluke.
They lost to Georgia Tech though.
Right. I mean, if we're gonna give Memphis a pass for losing on the road to Temple or whatever. I mean, that's one road game in conference. I'm not going to bat too much eye about it.
You kind of expect it, yeah.
I mean, it's ideal. It'd be better if they didn't, but I'm just saying that the rest of Louisville's games, they're winning these games by every one of them by double digits almost, and some of them by 20.
Well, I do think
they're pounding them.
I do think Memphis is going to be greatly affected by what happens this weekend with Illinois playing Purdue, Kansas playing Arizona, Marquette playing St. John's. I think all of those teams kind of need to win because their resumes won't be able to hold up to Memphis's anymore if they don't. So I think it's almost going to self-select. These teams are either going to pick up these big wins that do push them above Memphis, or they're not, and Memphis's resume is just going to be too good to be behind them.
Well, and I would say this about Louisville. So then if you throw Louisville next to St. Mary's, right? Both of them have a high level of wins, few losses. Now, granted, St. Mary's has 2 net quality wins over Gonzaga, but that's pretty much it. And West Virginia beat Gonzaga, and Louisville beat West Virginia.
There you go. Transit. Oh, it's transitive time,
No.
Dave. Wait, have you seen the Sunbelt Circle of Suck? Anyway, I'll just say, St. Mary's batted .667 in quad one, 4-2, and they're batting even better than that in every other measurement. They just win most of the time, and I think that's the thing. Like Memphis and St. Mary's have that going for them, where they are just winning all the time, and these other teams lose. Like some weeks they lose twice. Most weeks they lose at least once. At some point, the losses have to matter. Like, how many times are we going to let them lose and then just be like, oh, wait, but if they win tomorrow, they're fine. Like, come on. Like, these teams win all the time.
16-4 against the first 3 quads really stands out to me. Like, that's your effective record 16. That's super impressive.
They pound people.
Well, if we're still talking Memphis, I don't know how you guys do, each time you do a new bracket projection. I always just start over from scratch. Maybe you guys just take what you have and kind of shuffle things around. But every time I'm going through and I work down the seed list and I get to around like 27, 28, and then I realize, oh shit, I forgot Memphis, and I got to slot them back in somewhere, because using the NCAA.com's sorting tool, you got to go find Memphis. And I wonder if that's kind of what's happening a bit here, where 6 and 7 seed type resumes ended up looking better than Memphis, just kind of off the cuff. I think they maybe get forgotten a little bit.
The other thing I think we've seen the past couple of years is we look at these teams like St. Mary's, like Gonzaga. the committee has shown that they're willing to overlook some bad resume metrics as long as they think the team's really good and they have some good wins to back it up. And that's where I think Memphis, it's unfortunate for them that I think they're running into some teams like that. They're running into the Kansases and the Illinois who have these good predictives, but they also have some really good wins too.
I guess how do we
So
grapple with the predictors from Memphis too? Because that's what I can't get past. I have them probably lower than everybody else. I have them at 30th, which is what is that, the second 8 seed. I think the committee has to respect what Penny did out of conference. He I mean, it's very clear that he knows how to schedule. They know that they can't get the wins in AAC play that are required to get them there. And I hate that I have them there because I think in theory I want to put them higher. I just cannot grapple with predictive metrics in a net that point to them being almost out of the field at that point. I think at some point that has to matter, especially when their resume side has started dropping a little bit. Now I think their WAB is mid-20s now. I think their KPI is quite a bit higher too, but
Hey guys,
I think Memphis is
can we
South
can we
Carolina.
get back to the BYU, Illinois, Kansas, Louisville, Marquette, Missouri, St. Mary's, UCLA?
oh, sorry, I missed that part. I
No,
didn't
no
realize
worries.
that Memphis wasn't in the group. Okay.
Yeah, Tim, sorry. I just have one last thought on that. I just wanted to respond to Graham, if that's okay.
I'll give you the floor, sure.
I just want to say it's not a parallel with what Gonzaga and St. Mary's have been seeded the last couple of years. Obviously, Gonzaga was like a 1 seed a couple of years ago, but last year for sure. To what Illinois, Kansas, and others with strong predictives bring to the table because they have 25 plus wins. The wins matter. The losses matter. And Illinois has 11 losses. And Kansas has a lot of losses. So that's all I'm saying. It's like you have to winning and losing matters. That's all I got.
Yep.
Next team.
No, I mean, we've said that before. At some point, winning has to count for something. Now, granted,
Right.
beating better teams counts more than beating not as good of teams.
Exactly.
But there's
And I
still a
agree with
talent.
that.
There's still a talent to winning, because these teams are playing light competition for the most part.
Well, one thing that I think was really astute the way you phrase this, Anthony, is that the committee has to recognize what Memphis did out of conference, in my opinion. I thought that was the right way of phrasing that. They've got to show that if a team from a non-power league goes out and schedules strong and they deliver out of conference, that's got to be worth a lot. So to me, I think the real key with Memphis will be, what does Kansas do this weekend? What does Illinois do this weekend? What does Marquette do this weekend? All of those sorts of teams that have big opponents, because if any of them fall, any of them, not even just one of them, if any of them fall, Memphis has to be able to move up that seed list.
Yeah.
Because I think
I
there's
agree.
going to be a lot of pressure on the committee to reward Memphis for what they did out of conference.
I think Memphis is just a product of how tightly bunched that group is, as opposed to a product of their own resume. And I know that kind of oxymoronic in a way, but that's just how it feels. It's almost like I just can't, and them in Louisville too, for me personally, and I'm sure we'll talk about the Cards in a minute, but just I can't figure out how to get them higher based on what's around them.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I ended up with Memphis at 25. So they've been hanging out right around 23 to 25. So,
Yep. I'm with you, Dave.
I mean, so that's either a low 6 or a high 7, depending on where it breaks in. And they were at the bottom until BYU, decided to go win at Ames. And
All right, Tim, get us back on track.
Have we talked anything about St. Mary's yet?
yeah, we've just been I'll let everybody else go ahead, but
We just touched on them a little bit, Tim. Yeah, I think you guys know the deal. Similar playbook as previous years, where except for this year they swept Gonzaga. I think that's a first for the regular season at least. And they clinched the WCC a week early. We're not here to talk about future, but they might be a little fat and happy going into next week. We'll see. But Randy Bennett, one of the greatest game planners ever. I'm sure they'll be ready to roll on that side of things as well. So interesting stuff coming. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, it is what you see. 11-3 away from home, 5-1 in the true road games in the top 2 quadrants. The big one at the Kennel, 4-2 in the quad one. They did take 2 losses outside of quad one, but they're 10-4 overall in those 14 games you could look at for the bigger sample size. And I think, they did this same thing the last couple of years, landed as 5 seed. To me, they seem like a 5-6 tweener. I think yesterday I said they were my best 6, and then I woke up and did the exercise, always from scratch from my side as well, Carrie. And they landed as the last 5. So they're right. They're right in that range, in my opinion.
Yeah, they had been my top 6. Now they're my last 5 when I did my bracket today. So same deal there.
That's
I will
crazy.
say, Carrie, if it's possible to pull up Warren Nolan and St. Mary's specifically, there are a couple things on the resume that I know, Dave, you kind of have some stronger feelings about St. Mary's, and I'm wondering if it relates to what they've done out of conference. And I think one of the things that really stood out for me when evaluating St. Mary's, I think overall, they're right on that 5-6 tweener side, but they were only 3-3 out of conference in their games against the first 2 quads. And Gonzaga is actually the only team they've beaten that's in the NCAA field right now. I think that's really significant. Like, great wins against Gonzaga for sure, but that's the only team they've beaten from the field. So I think there are
Nebraska screwed them.
Yeah, Nebraska's really dropped.
But I think if you want to pick at St. Mary's, there are some things to pick at too.
Yeah, rightfully so. I would add. I'm not here trying to say to put them on the one line yet. Maybe next week.
Yeah, I like Drake.
Drake, I'm all in.
And I guess this goes back to what we mentioned. I think Dave brought this up yesterday. I think it was you, Dave, specifically with Gonzaga. It's how does the committee view Gonzaga? The win is critically important to St. Mary's, right? Do they view them as beating the 8th team in the net, or do they view them as, I guess hypothetically, where we have them as a 7 or 8 seed? I'm willing to bet the committee gives them the benefit of the doubt and says, hey, Gonzaga's kind of did what they did last year with giving Michigan State and San Diego State the benefit of the doubt. Gonzaga's Gonzaga, and even if they're down, winning at the Kennel is incredibly impressive, and sweeping that team is really impressive. But I don't know. That's a big variable. That if committee is looking at Gonzaga a little differently, more of where they slot into the field as of right now, maybe St. Mary's isn't as high as we think, because that's their only win against the field.
Well, Anthony, I would just say this: there's 12 committee members. So out of the 12 people, I'm sure a few are going to look at it from the highest possible view, which is they're a top 8 team, and I'm sure a few will scorn at it. And then the rest will probably land somewhere in the middle. So there's a balance to everything. That's why I would say you kind of look at it from both sides, right? So that way you try to land the plane in the right spot. But yeah, these are the tougher teams to seed. I think some of the immediate background these last few years that St. Mary's has been able to get the 5. Yes, the seasons have been different, but also very similar. And this will be the first time they've swept Gonzaga, but it's also maybe the lowest Gonzaga will be on the seed list because, last year Gonzaga had the silver bullet with the win at Kentucky. They don't have that this year. And they also had a road win at St. Mary's last year. They don't have that this year at Gonzaga. So they might be limited seed-wise due to that. We'll wait and see there. Those are all things to consider, because it's not even if you want to try to bank off last year and the year before, still not apples to apples.
Well, and I don't want this. I have to be careful because I really admire what St. Mary's has done. They've had an excellent season for all the reasons that Rocco pointed. So this is not in any way. It's just we're trying to figure out where they fit.
Yep.
And I tend to see them more as a low 6, high 7, because to me it's that question Anthony just said. If the committee thinks that Gonzaga is truly at their net level, then yeah, St. Mary's is, right there in that conversation for a 5 seed. If they don't value them, then maybe they're a little bit lower. So it's not an indictment on St. Mary's. I'm just trying to look at some other teams around them, and I say, okay, well, there's a few more losses, but how do you go look at a team like, how do you compare BYU to St. Mary's? Right? How do you compare?
The road record? You can look at the road record.
Yep. And how do you compare Marquette? this is where it gets into the tediousness of the woods, because you could say, I think most of us would probably say that the win at Iowa State and the win at Arizona, are those better than beating Gonzaga twice?
Yeah.
Electrically,
I mean,
no.
Probably because they're both road wins.
considering locations.
Now BYU also lost to Providence, which is, and Utah and TCU in close games. So I mean, it's again, this is not like, oh, they're head and
St.
shoulders
Mary's-
above it. We're nuancing here.
St. Mary's won. St. Mary's won at Utah. BYU lost at Utah.
Yep.
But
Same
St.
team.
Mary's also went 0-2 against the Mountain West.
You talking shit on the Mountain West, Graham?
Well, they went to Idaho Falls. I don't see any Big 12 teams going to Idaho Falls.
But they got Utah State, not in Logan, but in Moraga. So I think that's a big deal too. Like
No, the Utah State win was huge. Yeah. Sorry, I represent the Mountain West too, and good job, Utah State. That was great.
How often with St. Mary's do you guys just see the last 3 years 5 seed, 5 seed, 5 seed? You're like, screw it, they're a 5
I
seed.
do, because I've been underseeding them every single year,
Yeah,
and
I
that's
just
why
keep
I'm
putting
like,
them at 19
I
or
have
20.
PTSD from
Well,
not putting them on the 5 line.
I think too, we have to consider the other teams that we're comparing in this group that we've already talked about.
Yeah.
So we're really talking about how does St. Mary's compare against Ole Miss, Missouri, Clemson, and maybe Oregon or Michigan, as opposed to Louisville and whatever, because I think that's we're talking about the 5 line here, not the 6 line.
Yeah, I think and to me, really kind of the heart of that, at least for me personally, is looking at Ole Miss versus St. Mary's. To me, that's the cut between the 5 and the 6 line. One thing I will mention about St. Mary's, when I compared those two head to head with Ole Miss and St. Mary's, look at their metrics: 18 net, 21 strength of record, 21 wins above bubble, Ken Palm's 21, T ranks 20. Everything is telling you this team is right about the 20th best team in the country. Ole Miss, I think, has a better resume in a lot of ways, but you look at their predictive metrics and they're kind of at the back end of that late 20s. It does make you kind of wonder if the committee gets down to this point and can't decide who do we prefer. The metrics in a lot of ways say go St. Mary's.
I think arm wrestle.
I like that too. I like that, Shelby.
Well,
Which
what was it?
mascot would
That
win?
guy and we had the committee that Graham and I were on in 2012, was it? The Super 10.
2012.
We had the guy Stan, I forgot his last name, but he
Dan
was
Morrison.
yes, used to be on the committee. He was head coach out in California. But he said the way they used to do it, if they had a tie, which team do you want? Shirts or skins, and who wins? That's how they determine different seeds.
We've come a long way, Shelby. And maybe that is better. I don't even know.
Let's go back to the olden days.
He actually said that was a large part of why VCU got into the field the previous year. It's because they just really liked what they saw.
The year George Mason made it, they were very controversial that year. Like there was like 5 pissed off bubble teams that George Mason got in over them. And then they go to the Final Four and make everybody look silly.
Yeah, shut those things up.
I would say also, like, I don't know, just listening to some of the committee members and talking to a couple of them. Stu Jackson's on the committee. He's the WCC commissioner and, of course, a very big East guy. So I think the Big East actually has 2 voices in the room this year, for whatever that's worth. But, I keep hearing win percentage a lot. And if that's what it is, it's quite clear St. Mary's will be in good shape with the Ole Miss comparison. They're not going to be able to compete with Ole Miss's big time wins. Obviously, Ole Miss won at Alabama. They won at Louisville. Now that BYU win that Ole Miss had in San Diego, of all places, is aging extremely well. But Ole Miss is still batting 6 for 14 in quad 1, and St. Mary's is 4 for 6. So, and then as you go into each category, it's going to be St. Mary's every time. And same with the road records, by the way, as well. Now, if Ole Miss was 500 or better, I think I would give the nod to Ole Miss. But with them being 2 under 500, it's tougher.
All right, any more discussion?
Ready to vote.
All righty, let me send you this ballot. All right, that is sent.
Louisville's just such a tough team to seed for me. We've talked a lot about Memphis. Anthony, you mentioned a little bit with the Cards. I'm having a hard time figuring out what the committee is going to want to do with them, because part of me thinks they're going to split votes. I think they're going to have like a fair amount of committee members that probably think there's a 6. There's a fair amount that think they're an 8, and they could split votes.
Yeah.
Part of me thinks somebody in that room might just be convincing and talk everybody else into, hey, they deserve to be a 6, or
Bubba?
deserve to be an 8. Yeah.
Like Bubba. Yeah, that'll help. I agree with that, Graham. They're kind of like the team where they went to the golf course and you gave them the golf cart with like the 10 miles per hour governor on it. Because without their opportunities to win, they have the last place ACC schedule because, of course, we know what happened last year, Kenny Payne disaster. So that's not this year's team's fault. But even in the ACC, they're only getting to play the big dogs once each because of that. And I think that's a big part of their story within the league. I think, obviously, the West Virginia and Indiana wins aged mostly well. Indiana worked their way back into the field lately, and West Virginia's there still too. So at least they've got a couple things to look at in terms of wins against the field. Obviously, the really difficult part is they don't have an upper quad 1 win to compare with the rest of the group. Louisville's supposedly in a power conference, but they have more of a Mountain West resume. And that's why it's tough.
And even I think some of those, like for example, BYU and San Diego State, BYU when they were in the WCC, San Diego State when they were in the Mountain West. You looked at those teams and the committee was like, well, all the metrics seem to point towards a 6 seed, so we'll kind of throw them there. At least those teams had some quality wins out of conference to back it up too. And Louisville, really, you look at the Q1A, and it's not even that they lost; they were not competitive in those games. And I know there's some stories behind that about what led to each specific game. But the bottom line is they're sitting there with 0 wins against Q1A, despite getting opportunities at home. So I think that could be a real problem for Louisville.
Yeah, they had like 4 guys go down for the season early. They've been rolling with like 7 or 8 dudes the whole year since then. I think that was a tough blow early.
In particular, they didn't have Traore and Pryor. That was
Pryor's been out forever.
Pryor, yeah.
So like that was a big adjustment for them to make on the fly there, and obviously did
But
not.
you could argue they're better without them. They've figured it out.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, it just always gets tough because, again, this goes back to how you view Gonzaga. I mean, yes, they got them at home, but Duke and Tennessee are 2 different animals in Gonzaga this year, in my opinion. So, I mean,
maybe, yeah. Well,
I mean, that's my point.
Duke's a
If you
different
think
animal than
Gonzaga is the 8th best
everybody.
team in the country, then we're probably underseeding St. Mary's. They're probably a 3 or 4 seed.
Well, that's the interesting thing about Gonzaga. Like nobody's been able to blow them out. Like all of Gonzaga's losses are tight ones. So that's been the interesting thing. They haven't figured out how to win a close game, but they freaking pound everybody when they win.
All right, let's move this discussion to these 8. These 4 are going to join Clemson, Michigan, Ole Miss, and Oregon. It is Missouri, St. Mary's, UCLA, and BYU.
Who has UCLA as like a 3 seed that they keep getting through on all these votes?
I've had him as a 6 for a
I'm
while.
at a 6, yeah.
Six as well. Yeah.
Yep, me too.
Yeah, just pull that up so everybody can see it again. Who we're voting on here. All right, teams to vote on: Clemson, Michigan, Ole Miss, Oregon, Missouri, St. Mary's, UCLA, BYU. Had a fair amount of discussion about most of these.
Probably not UCLA.
Yeah, I was going to say UCLA is probably the
UCLA
one.
and BYU are probably the two we haven't.
Yep, I agree.
UCLA is sneaking through, and I will bring them up because I'm clearly lower than them on everybody else. If you guys all have them as 6 seeds, not a single metric has them as a 6 seed. They're 25 or lower on every single metric. Like that's what blows my mind that we're this high on them.
Well, I view UCLA as the 2025 version of Kentucky, but a rung below, right? Kentucky from last year. Kentucky from last year, you look at all their metrics and they were not a 3 seed, but you look at those wins and you're like, man, those have to bump them up. I feel that way about UCLA. Like, I get where the metrics are, but that's a really impressive group of wins. And against Quad 1A, they've been so good that I think that bumps them up the seed list a little bit for me.
Well, the stinker lost to Minnesota, but that's the only bad thing. So let it slide.
Well, and like UCLA had that little period where they lost 4 in a row or whatever it was.
Right.
But outside of that, they've been pretty excellent.
Yes.
Yeah,
They
I
do
mean,
up to a halftime.
so, but again, yeah, I think that's to me where exactly what Graham said. That's why I ended up with them as a 6. They just feel like they're a tad better consistently than the teams I have on my 7 line. But yeah, I've been kind of surprised when I've seen still people that have had UCLA as like an 8. I think they're too good for that. Too many quad 1 wins and too many top level. When you look at a fact like who UCLA, what they're at the very top of quad 1, what their record is versus like, say, some other teams we've been discussing, like Illinois. I think UCLA, even though Illinois beat them in Champaign, I think UCLA's had the better end of that over the course of the season. Even though Illinois' metrics would suggest that they're significantly better, at least on the predictive side.
Graham, I don't know if you've looked into this. I think we've talked about it before with the metrics. Like, no team has ever been seeded below their lowest metric, right? Has any team ever been seeded above their top metric?
What it came to, basically Houston was the only example of that, and that was back in 2022. And really, when you look at why that happened, it was because they really struggled in quad 1. And then the same thing happened with Auburn last year because they really struggled in quad 1. So all the resume metrics and predictive metrics told you they were pretty good. But at some point, if you want to be a top 3 seed, you have to beat teams in quad 1, and they just didn't.
But nobody this far down the bracket.
Right. I'm talking like the opposite. Like, I know
way.
we've looked at that before where a team's never been seeded or barely ever been seeded below their lowest metric. But with UCLA, if they are a 6 seed, that's seeding them above every single metric. Like, have we seen that before? I have no clue.
No, well, Kentucky last year was seated above every single metric they had. And it's for the same reason, because they did better against the top of their schedule than their metrics would indicate.
Yeah, no, BYU for me, the
correct.
interesting part is, they've done all their damage in the Big 12, which they've done some damage. And obviously the 2 road wins, Iowa State and Arizona, if they would have lost both of those games, then I think, yeah, you're talking more like a potential 8 to 9 seed potentially with them because they have that non-conference schedule over 300. But so they're another one whose metrics sort of suggest they're like a 7. I don't know. I'm curious to get other people's thoughts on BYU because I've been struggling whether they're at the bottom of the 6 or the top of the 7 type of a range. I had to bump them a spot down back to the 7 today because I couldn't get it to fit with Marquette because Marquette can't go to Milwaukee.
I just don't know what to do with BYU with Torvik.
Those are terrific numbers.
It's such an outlier. I mean, it's not a massive outlier, but it's noteworthy that they're in the 20s. And all of a sudden you see a single digit next to the Torvik. So I'm not sure if the committee just averages it out. If they say, well, that's maybe a little bit high and all their other metrics are kind of right in that mid 20 range. So that's actually their range.
I think with BYU, something that really helps is it's not just that they picked up the 2 ultra elite road wins. I mean, those are really, really good, beating Iowa State and Arizona. But they also have a little bit more depth behind it in the Big 12. They got that sweep of West Virginia, which is difficult to do this year. They beat Baylor, they beat Kansas. I think if you look at their resume, a few weeks ago wasn't that impressive, but it's changed dramatically. And I kind of feel like there's a little bit of a lag time that people aren't quite catching up to how good the resume really has gotten overall just in the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that because every time you go through the exercise, it's a fresh look at every team, and you're just comparing teams at all levels, right? So they're still 5-7 in quad 1. They fixed their road stuff. They're over 500 in the road. We like those trio of road wins. They're strong. Actually, the top 2 are strong. Third one's bubble level. But there's warts, and they still have to own those warts. There's a reason why they weren't in the field in the middle of January.
Yeah. I think to me, they're right between the 6 and the 7 line. I know a lot of people still think they're an 8 seed. I don't see it.
I'm close to that.
I'm sorry, where do you have them, Rocco?
I said I'm close to that. I had them 26 this morning.
Yeah. I think
So,
for
yeah.
me, I'm really seeing them, and I have them 24th, and I think they're kind of right in that range. I just think
reasonable.
2 road wins over Iowa State and Arizona are so darn good. Just teams do not have 2 of those sorts of road wins. They just don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to help them. The problem is the season's ending soon. They need like 2 more weeks, and then they can add the wins they need to make up for all the bad.
I think they're a
But
tough one.
They're
I think
still
they're a tough one to look
much
at.
better than they were a couple weeks ago. I mean, they're improving big time.
Right. That's the thing. They're so much better than they were. However, you don't play many conference games in a couple of weeks, right? And
Right. You
they
can't get
didn't
rid of
beat anybody in the non-conference.
right. There's no eraser pill to erase the losses.
Dayton's up 8 over VCU, a minute 40 to go.
Yeah. So, I mean, this to me, some of this too, like how many times have we heard somebody say, sometimes they'll have a long discussion. So you say, well, right now or whatever, if you're evaluating, which team do you think is better? And so I'm sure there's some recency bias that comes into that because you're looking at how do you think a team is playing at a given point in time. So, yeah, I don't know. BYU's another, like this whole section right here is like.
It's a very difficult part for seeding. Yeah.
Because there's every team has a bonus and a maybe a not so bonus. To your point, Rocco, that's probably one caveat to St. Mary's is just the excellence over the course of the whole season. They haven't maybe had the ups and the downs. I don't know if their ups. I don't know that their ups are quite as high, but they don't have as many of the downs either. So it's how do you we're going to vote on this and we all might view that differently.
I think just looking in particular at UCLA and BYU, I give a slight edge to UCLA for a few different reasons. One, scheduled
Yeah.
way better out of conference. Two, they can kind of match BYU. I think BYU has the best wins of the group, but UCLA can still get 5 wins in Quad 1A. And then, as Rocco mentioned earlier about the Quad 1 record, 5-7 versus 9-7. So we are talking a significantly different win percentage versus Quad 1. I just think when you add it all up, there's got to be a slight edge for UCLA over BYU.
I think BYU at the end of the day, when you're pointing to, hey, our signature out of conference win is a pretty bad NC State team and a pretty bad ACC, that's a big problem. And I think the committee was very clear on that last year, that they really looked for a result that they could point to outside of your league to say, hey, we can also win some of these games. And that just, when I compare that with some of the teams around it, it is an impediment for me to move them higher right now. I have them on the 7 line. I have UCLA on the 6 line.
And yet we ended up with Arizona and Maryland on the 4 line. What'd they do in the non-conference?
Yeah.
Well, I will say, at least for Arizona, they tried. And I know that's maybe not the best thing in the
Here's
world.
you tried your participation trophy. You
Yeah.
get a 4 seed.
Their record does not look anything like it does if they had played a weaker schedule, right? Like, we're looking at a 6-loss Arizona team if they had played one of these sorts of schedules.
Shows you how important the those MTEs are, right? If BYU wins that overtime game against Ole Miss,
Yeah.
not only do they have a quality win, they get a shot at Purdue instead of a bullshit game against NC State.
Yeah.
And I do think just the head-to-head, because Ole Miss and BYU are close enough, that could very well come into play after this weekend.
Well, and I think the other thing this points out is, outside, once you get outside of that very top couple of groups, right? There's not a lot of difference in a year between a end of a 4 and a 7 seed. And this year in particular, I mean, look at all the trouble we're having trying to figure out orders for 5, 6, 7, right? I think that speaks to the fact that, you could do this exercise 8 times and we might all, we didn't write it down, we might vote it slightly different 8 different times. So the committee's going to go through this once, and that's what they're going to get. So,
yeah, I find myself doing that all the time. Teams won't even play in a 3 or 4 day period, and then when I start again the next time, I look at the team and I've moved them 4 or 5 spots for no reason other than I just looked at them with a fresh set of eyes, saw something a little different this day.
That's, I think, the beauty of starting over every time. That's why I know Rocco
I'm
talked
probably the
about it.
guilty one that doesn't start over every time.
I don't.
I do.
I
It's more
because
time consuming. I will give you guys that.
I give everybody a look again, but I try not to overreact, because I find if I try to do that, I tend to get too, for me personally, I tend to overreact to recency when I do that.
Well,
Makes
And
I
I'm
do.
trying to say, if I've had this team here for long, if I'm going to drop them, what happened, or who earned the right to pass them?
I always compare it to my previous projection, and if a team's off by like more than a full seed line, I'm like, all right, what did did enough happen
Well,
here for me to do that, or am I just cross-eyed now?
Yeah, I do the
That's
same thing.
why I
I'll
go
have my
back-
bracket as a base, my previous one.
I go back on every Friday. I do a full scrub. So it's basically I start with the bracket I had Monday through Thursday, but Friday I go in and make changes where I see fit and redo the bracket from scratch.
I actually
yeah.
intentionally try to scrub sometimes just merely for practice for selection week, because I'm going to put together my seed list starting that Wednesday, and then I'm just going to be scrubbing the rest of the week. So I actually kind of do it for a little bit of practice for selection week.
I don't do it a lot, but see this? That's the preseason seed list. Got them for all the days all the way through.
You don't happen to have Kansas overall 1, because if we could lock that into place.
No, I
they-
can't.
They were They were number 2 to start the season.
Graham, they
All right,
they might be playing a
ready to
number 1
vote?
seed in the second round though.
Ready to vote?
Let's vote.
Ready? All right,
Ready?
here you go.
Just want to say I appreciate you moving us along there, Tim.
Yes, move us.
Well, it's 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock Eastern. So I want to kind of get into filling the rest of that field, and I'd like to get back to the seating some more, get us down the road a little bit more.
But I will say why this is getting added up. I really appreciate this exercise every year, though, because it is very beneficial to hear different perspectives and different takes, because you can unintentionally
Sure.
just get stuck in how you're looking at something, and you need somebody with a different perspective to give you a fresh way to look at it, because otherwise it's easy to just get stuck in a mindset and say, well, this is what I see about them.
Yeah,
Well,
I find that you get kind of the tunnel vision, or you're evaluating teams in a vacuum sometimes, where you guys have said stuff where I'm like, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I think earlier
Spot on,
today,
Dave.
JBR Bracketology was mentioning where BYU was with his formula, and that really kind of caught my attention, because it's like I'm not seeing that, and I need to go back and re-examine, because I'm wondering if I have a little bit of recency bias myself. I've just seen how good BYU's looked the past few weeks, and it's kind of ingrained in my head. They look really good right now.
South Dakota beat North Dakota State 85-84.
Well, we'll get an opportunity here. Looks like Dayton is very likely to finish off VCU in Richmond. What do you guys think about VCU's at-large chances? If
Very tough path, I feel like.
They technically are still in the lead, though, right? For us, they're a half game.
And I think they have the tiebreaker on Mason. So do they still, right? Because they only played once.
yeah, they only played once in Richmond.
But did they already clinch the league? Is that right? I don't remember seeing that either.
Well, this would be their final. They don't play again this weekend, do they?
No.
So no, this would be it. So they would finish 15-3 if they don't pull off a miracle here.
I just don't, which would mean even if Mason won, they couldn't, if they had
They're
to head
still
is the
going to be
tiebreaker.
they're still going to be, for our purposes, be the automatic qualifier.
How about those Coyotes?
How about them?
Did they knock off NDSU?
Crazy ass ending.
Yep, I just called it 85-84.
Yeah. Peterson's doing a great job this year.
Bradley's up 11. Looks like it's a good result for Drake.
Hey, and South Florida hit a 3 to start the game, and they're up on Memphis.
Only an 8 seed
I
would
gotta
give up
get
a 3 to
my
open the game.
Huge turn of events right here. VCU just got a turnover and a 3.
Oh yeah, they're down 2 now. I gotta fire this up. I'm watching ESPN Gamecast on the side. What am I
Okay.
doing?
I got it. I've got it. It's a 4-point game. 77. Well, I guess no, they just got 77
scored.
75 with 15
They're
seconds.
reviewing to see whether it was a 2 or a 3. So
Couldn't tell from that angle.
I gotta go on mute for a sec.
It's on the line. His
Yeah.
foot's on the line. There'll be a 2.
Okay, guys, we have a tie for the final 5 spot. Ole Miss and St. Mary's.
Ooh.
Guess we could see if anybody wants to change their vote. Otherwise, Tim, it's up to you.
And this is a chance to remind people if they're
Graham, you got somewhere to be?
hanging in with us. This is the initial seed list. We will go back through this on Sunday for a final scrub to make any adjustments from the weekend or et cetera. So it's not like this is set
Absolutely.
in stone
Good
before
point,
we
Dave.
start. It's not like this is set in irremovable before we start bracketing on Sunday.
Well, technically, Graham, there could be more people that would take Ole Miss in that, and they could have had them.
I would vote for St. Mary's. I'm not sure who all would vote for St. Mary's, but if we have a majority, that might do it one way or the other.
Well, that's not. We got 3, but might have another tie.
Sure, Rocco as well, but I think he went on mute.
I think you know which way I'd vote.
Yeah.
So we do have a tie.
Might be up to Rocco here.
Yeah, if Rocco's good with St.
Okay,
Mary's,
how
we
many
got the
Ole
Gales.
Misses do we have?
I believe we have a Dave and a Shelby. Is that right?
Yep.
Rocco's the potential not tiebreaker, I guess.
So we have
He's
3 St. Mary's, 2 Ole Miss.
Yes.
Without Rocco.
Yeah, he's on the
Without
phone.
Rocco.
Okay.
See where we rank.
Well, I think that's probably your answer then.
Yeah, he's probably going to go St. Mary's, I would think.
He looks like he's getting back on here. We could ask him.
Rocco, do you prefer St. Mary's or Ole Miss? We got a tiebreaker vote.
St. Mary's by a smidge.
That's
There you
for
have it.
St. Mary's, right?
Yep.
So St. Mary's it is. All right, 1 second here. Now we're going to shift gears a little bit. Before we do, we got a little homework to do here. So, all right, so that's St. Mary's. Let's pull this up.
So according to what they've got on TV here,
Yeah, so they would share the
ECU gets
title.
the outright A10 title if they win. Otherwise, it's considered shared, even though they will be the 1 seed, I think, by
Is that just, I guess, just because of the unbalanced schedule? Oh, he stole it. NFL. Oh boy.
why does I don't understand it. Why don't you got to figure out a play to get the ball out of the corners, guys. It's just a bad place to throw the ball in.
That was sloppy. Whew.
There's a reason the guy
I mean,
is
if he threw it
always
right back
open in the
immediately,
corner when you want to throw the ball in.
if Cheeks had thrown that back immediately to Santos, he was fine. He hesitated.
Right, so we had Clemson off. I want to get this out of here. So
Oh, he missed it.
up.
Wow.
And St. Mary's.
Well, glued to Dayton VCU. Rocco's probably watching SEMO and Little Rock.
Kind of a blowout.
Well, we had some
All right.
breaking WCC news I'm dealing with here.
That the news you accidentally broke last night.
No, I just tweeted it like 10 minutes ago. Marcus Williams is suspended for the tournament. Trying to figure out what happened. Star point guard. Sorry about that. Hey, that's the beauty of the mock committee. We get news in every direction.
That pretty much makes, well, if that coupled with the news yesterday that you mentioned, that's going to be Dons are probably toast.
Yeah, Don's. Yeah, they have like one guard right now, like one real guard. Malik's going to be. He can't foul anybody because
Who's their first? Who are they going to match up with first in the tournament?
either LMU or WSU.
And
Unless
who
San
else?
Diego can beat it. Unless San Diego beats them both.
Let's hold off.
Steve Lavin
Let's hold
Magic.
off 1 second on this Dayton just because this game's going on. All right, so For our purposes, UC San Diego, that tournament will not be over by the time we're done this week. Now, just for everybody watching, we go back, we have a sidebar. Either we have a meeting via Zoom or a little sidebar, and we kind of go over this again before the final just to update it. We kind of do an up or down vote. You want to move this team or not? So UC San Diego, for the purposes of our exercise, will be the automatic because that result won't change. So
And
we
we
will
gotta
add
find
them
a-
into teams in the field. Okay.
And we got to
And
find a way
then-
to get UC Irvine in, by the way. So we'll figure that out later, I guess.
Well, they're still under consideration here, buddy. They're still fighting.
There's still hope.
Drake,
Man, they were
we
listening
will
to us
not.
last night. They won by like 30.
We will know on the Drake game though.
Rocco, I heard you stumping for them on field of 68 tonight.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I mean, I think they need a real serious look.
Okay, so let me just get through this. So so we will know on Drake. So we're not going to put them, they're not going to be under consideration for an at-large. We can put them in the field, teams in the field, fully well knowing that, they could shift to an at-large at some point on Sunday. That okay with everybody or?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
I
Anyone
would have
watching this
Drake
game
over every single team under consideration right now anyway.
Anybody watching this game I missed? What are they reviewing right now? The clock?
The Dayton VCU, I think they just called a timeout.
Yeah, I
Was
think-
it? They're at the
yeah.
monitor though, aren't they?
Well, you can't have an end of a game situation without the monitor. I mean, that's kind of the start of the show.
They're
Yeah,
reviewing whether he
they've
actually
gotta
called a
do something
timeout.
where we get like, hey, each coach gets 2 challenges or something like that in a game, and that's it.
VAR, like in
Game
soccer,
was-
30 seconds. If you don't overturn it, it's call stands. That's it.
So all of a sudden, in the final 2 minutes of the game, we care about every 10th of a second, but in the rest of the game, nobody
We
cares.
don't.
10 seconds runs off the clock for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah.
Why
Glad
is
you recognize
West
that,
Virginia
Brandon.
on there twice?
It's how good they are.
Wow, man, better than I thought.
West Virginia and Best Virginia are both there.
They paid off
West
Tim, so
Virginia.
we didn't talk about UC Irvine.
Who got to you, Tim?
What are
Yeah.
we talking about?
You
West
go
Virginia's
West Virginia
listed twice.
twice.
Oh, geez, sorry.
Oh, fix it.
Hey, two country roads are better than one, I guess.
Yeah.
There you
And
go.
we have West Virginia with Tucker DeVries and West Virginia without Tucker DeVries. Got to have
Yeah.
two different
Yeah.
teams. Oh, he threw it in the corner again.
I think
Okay, so we've straightened that up.
Scholga's going to hit a 3.
So,
send it to OT.
I guess the other thing, somebody mentioned Dayton.
Graham mentioned him, yeah.
Do we want to include them in the under consideration board?
I think they're worth for under consideration. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
think
think
so.
they're better than Colorado State.
The only reason I asked it could come into play is like how many teams we have to pick and so forth. So I just want to make sure.
I mean, certainly if they finish off this game, they're under consideration.
Right. Well, we don't have to pick them, so we'll put them in there. All right. So here's what's up. Let me update this now that we got Dayton in the field here. You guys can watch the end of the game.
Another timeout. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I love the
Right.
first 39 minutes of basketball games.
They're going to be back in the monitor again at least once in the next 5.2 seconds.
Well, I mean, it's gotten to the point now, you get under the final minute or two, and every time a ball goes out of bounds,
Like you'll review it.
The entire roster just doing the wiggly finger.
It's almost to the point where it's almost like a crutch. Like a ref can't make a call confidently
Yeah.
anymore. They're just like, they make the call, and then as soon as they're just like, oh yeah, let's just go to the monitor and make sure I did that
honestly
right.
don't know who thinks it's a good thing for college basketball. That's the person I want to find is who's like, no, we can't go without a monitor review. Like,
I think Dave's suggestion of having 2 challenges for the entire game is great.
Yeah.
I
And you
don't
can use it at any time you want.
use one challenge any time of the game, and that's it.
Well,
I said it the other day. They already have
Throw
an
the flag.
alternate official there, right? Just make the alternate official the replay official. You want to do your whirly finger bullshit. 30 seconds after that, if the replay official hasn't overturned the call stands, go on with your life. Like it's just ridiculous.
They don't have alternate officials for games though.
Just for the tournament.
Yeah, right.
Well, I had a family member over back during the NFL playoffs, and there was a football game went to halftime. NFL playoffs. We switched over to basketball. They were starting overtime. They finished overtime. We turned it back to the NFL game. There was 8 minutes left in the third quarter. 5 minutes of basketball took 20-something minutes.
Not surprising, Shelby.
And the other,
that was
like a few weeks ago, Texas A&M and Mississippi State, last 2 minutes took 45 minutes.
Yep.
Oh, those are clutch free throws by Malachi Smith. Wow.
What the heck is happening? Didn't even get the shot off. That's terrible.
That's terrible.
All right.
Absolutely
I've sent you the ballot, so we're gonna get back to putting teams in the field. So we're gonna pick only 6 this time. I don't care what it says. I think it says pick only 6, but pick only 6 of the teams on the ballot. Top 6 will we'll vote on those, and then those 4 will get added to Arkansas, Indiana, Oklahoma, San Diego, and then those next 4 will get into the field.
Yeah, decent look at
Just
it.
for
Terry.
reference, Tim, you might want to make that San Diego State just so people know that we are referring to San Diego State.
I love Lavin, but not that much. That was you and I that had that discussion one time, Rocco, wasn't it? Okay, never mind.
No, say it again. What was the discussion?
Oh, we had a discussion on Lavin one time last year.
Oh yeah, I can't believe he's coming back. Well, I can. Sorry, I know we're on YouTube. Love you, Steve.
I had something to say earlier about Gonzaga, and I had to bite my tongue and shut up.
All right. No, I mean, apparently they're getting a lot more resources next year, and they built the practice facility. So I guess I should reserve any judgment until I see what this roster looks like. Supposedly they're going to be competitive.
Aren't we all?
I hope.
All good days.
This got nauseating in a hurry. Do I have to pick 6? Are we sure about this?
Yeah,
we're not.
The
Terry,
6th
we
one
got
is
one
tough.
more round to go at least after this. So come on.
Can
I
we
know.
vote for
6th one is tough.
Can we vote for Irvine 6 times?
No.
I'll vote for Irvine. Sure,
my
shit ain't
job.
voting for some of these teams.
Everybody watching out there, thanks. Make sure and hit that subscribe button. Follow all these great bracketologists on Twitter as well. And make sure and get on the chat. Terry's dying to answer some questions.
Yeah, there's just been a lot of talk about the VCU Dayton game. Nobody's really asking questions. The monitor needs to get
Dayton,
sponsored for March.
Is that Dayton game final?
It is.
Yes, Dayton won.
All right. Well, I guess we can vote for him then.
Yeah, I agree.
I have this TV downstairs that we've had forever. It's still got a great picture, and the great thing about it is it's one of the last ones they made with picture-in-picture. Just
That's
flipping
beautiful.
awesome. By the way, I don't know if anybody saw this, NFL fans. Geno Smith went to the Raiders.
That was real, huh?
Yeah. No wonder Metcalf wanted out of there.
I stepped out to do a quick radio call, and they like did the breaking news that Geno Smith got traded, and I thought they were messing with me because they knew I was from Seattle. I still didn't know it was real till you said that. That's funny.
Well, they're dumping salary, but then are they gonna add salary? I mean, Darnold's not gonna play there for cheapo. He's gonna go to Seattle. He's gonna get a big ass payday.
They still have the guy from the Commanders too.
Oh yeah, but
Howell.
Sam, yeah, I know.
Yeah, he's okay.
Yeah.
So I have a random question that's not NFL nor from the chat. Do you guys find yourself watching more? Well, not you, Dave, because you're an Illinois fan. Are you watching more Big Ten basketball or less Big Ten basketball this year because of they play every single day, but a lot of their games are on Peacock? Like I feel like if I'm on YouTube TV, like I've got my quad box and I'm not like pulling up Peacock on my phone, I feel like I miss a lot of Big Ten games just because they're not on.
I do miss a lot, but I feel like the advantage is there's so much late night on the Big Ten network now. It's great. I love that.
Yeah.
You know, they used to be done at 10
Fox has
o'clock,
the late
and now
game
there's
too.
games on. I
So
haven't
you
missed.
were all in on that Washington USC game the other night.
Oh, absolutely.
Go Dogs.
Yeah, I mean, where I'm located at, it's a really good balance because you got, I mean, we're on the periphery where I'm on the periphery of SEC country, right in the middle of Big Ten country, and then you got Louisville here near me is where ACC country, so a lot of options.
Well, I'm gonna
Yeah,
have
I mean,
to. I have Peacock on my phone, but
Yeah.
we had a thing where you could plug your phone in and plug it into the TV because I like to watch upstairs. My wife's usually up there, so we can get Peacock down here. But I'm gonna have to go to Best Buy. We can't find it now, so I'm gonna have to go to Best Buy and buy a new one because the whole first round of the Big East is on Peacock.
Yeah. And then same with the games that are on like Big Fox or Big ABC or whatever. Like, I don't know if you guys have YouTube TV, but like they just give you the options. It's all just like you can get like ESPN, ESPN2, ESPNU, SEC network, but like if you want to watch just the whatever Michigan, Oregon on Fox, like that has to be the only game on your screen. So I end up like
Oh yeah,
only half paying attention to it.
right. That's what sucks about those kind. Yeah.
Now you can, if you have enough TV, you can cast your phone to the TV.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. We had the attachment. We said, hey, let's put it here so we don't lose it. And of course, no. Yeah.
I just thought
All
that
right,
because
here
you
we go.
mentioned picture in picture.
Well, that's downstairs. I'm talking upstairs.
If I need to, this time of year, but when the tournament starts, I bring since we just stream everything, I just bring an extra TV in by the one I use.
Yes, that's what I do too. I wish I could have YouTube TV's quad box, and I wish I could pick whichever 4 games I want in there. I
that would
hate
be
that
nice.
it's
That would be really
specific
nice.
ones I can't watch.
All right. So we're gonna get some of
Weird.
these teams voted on.
Cooking with gas here. Xavier, North Carolina. Oh boy.
Purdue looks pretty good tonight. Had them on
Oh,
earlier
dang.
before I switched over to VCU.
This wasn't bad, Gary. Whoops. Just missed out, Rocco.
Who's that?
Very
Irvine?
close.
Rocco
Just
and
missed
Carey.
it. Just missed it. All right.
I
So
had
these are
I
the
had
6.
Irvine
We
and
got
Dayton, and I did not have Texas and Nebraska.
We got to narrow it down to 4 here. So 2 of these have to go.
Texas and Nebraska. I know we'll actually vote, but I'm just saying right now, Texas and Nebraska.
Why do you hate Nebraska?
When did we start breaking down the Crown tournament?
I have no idea what the hell's going on, but okay. Anyway. Thoughts, questions, answers?
What do we get here, Tim?
Texas is on there twice.
There we go.
It's two times too many.
Wow. You guys
Two
are the
Texases,
guy
two
at
West
the red
Virginias.
light. It turns green a nanosecond and laying on the horn.
Well, it doesn't sound like we need to, doesn't seem like anybody, we need to talk about Texas. So I guess we'll talk about everybody else.
Yeah, I've very limited interest in Texas. They've shown me plenty this year.
I think even for me, I don't think beating Oklahoma is likely to be enough yet to get in. I think they need to do more after that too. I just don't think Texas has done enough to really be up there with the rest of these teams.
I agree.
I think they need 3 wins minimum.
I mean,
Well,
8 and 13.
I said
against the top
today,
two quads.
minimum of 2. I think
I think
a
3.
minimum of 2.
If they win 2, they still end up like 12 and 14 with their best road win at Mississippi State. It's not like they're Arkansas. Arkansas has a road win at Kentucky, but their Texas road work is minimal for SEC level.
Yeah,
the best road wins an 8 seed.
You guys need me to pull up any of these resumes?
I was going to say,
we all have these memorized.
well,
I think UNC and Xavier next to each other would be helpful for me because I just find
All right.
parsing through those
Get
two.
your Pepto-Bismol ready. I'll get it.
Oh man.
Here, I don't like your
And
tone.
your skyline chili right before the Pepto Bismol.
Carolina chili.
Yeah, I think we can pretty much call a lot of the teams
Right.
of this tournament teams at this point, just simply because you look at this bubble and I'm like, how are they? These teams cannot fall out at this point. Like the bubble is abysmal.
Call it that. The Abysmal Bubble, sponsored by Pepto-Bismol.
Oh no, are you feeling an abysmal bubble coming on?
If you've got heartburn, nausea, bubbles.
well, as one of the few people maybe who's had Xavier in my field.
I'd Xavier in.
My last team.
I mean, I've had him last team or next to last team. I have Oklahoma as my last team in today, but to me, when you compare these two, I mean, obviously neither one is great. The simple answer is Xavier has 3 wins over teams in the field. North Carolina has 1. Xavier has a better record against slightly against the top 50. And while North Carolina's metrics are a little bit better in certain things, it's not crazy. It's not like they're wildly better. The Stanford loss at home is probably worse than the Georgetown loss on the road. And I would give a slight caveat, the fact that Xavier won the road game at Marquette, and North Carolina's best win is neutral court against UCLA. Again, these are small little things, but for me, that's why I would have Xavier ahead of North Carolina. The 3 wins against the field, and then the true road win versus a neutral court win. I think in just their overall, a little bit better because Connecticut and Creighton are better than SMU, and Dayton is their second best wins.
Well, I think one thing that really catches my attention is the vast difference between what Q1 means to UNC and what it means to Xavier. If you look at St. John's and at Marquette, those 2 games are those are the 2 toughest games for Xavier against Quad 1. And those are about as easy as it gets for the Quad 1A games that UNC played over there. Like just dramatically more difficult games against Quad 1A. And like every single game they played against Quad 1A, UNC, those teams aren't even close to falling out of Quad 1A in those categories. Like Louisville's got a 15 ranking gap before they even get fallen out of Quad 1A. Auburn could drop 22 spots in net and still be a quad 1A game for the neutral court. I just think you look at the games they've played in Q1A, these are like the elite of the elite in Q1A. They're not even close to falling out of that category.
But they went 0-8 and got their shit kicked in 5 of them.
But then you look at Xavier and they're 1-9 in quad 1 too. So like you compare it, that's a lot easier to go 1-9 for what they did than it was for UNC.
I would just say though,
I mean,
two of
I'm fully
Xavier's
on board with
losses are in
Dave.
overtime to
Oh,
St.
no,
John's
no.
in Connecticut on the road. So, I mean, I don't know. Again, we're parsing hairs here, but to me, Xavier's got 3 wins over teams in the field. North Carolina has 1. End of story.
I feel like
think
we've
at the
had
end
to
of the
compare
day-
these 2
Thank you, Dave.
teams.
You said it for me. That was nice.
We've had to compare these 2 teams so many times that like we're all dug in on one side of the trench or the other when it is splitting hairs. But I'm with Dave. Like you got the 3 wins over the field. You got the
Yeah.
not as awful loss at Georgetown when Georgetown was red hot. I think that was a different game than Stanford. was
Different
never
team
hot.
without
And-
Sorber too.
Yeah, different team without Sorber and North Carolina's best win, or excuse me, Xavier's best win is definitely better than North Carolina's best win. Like
I
it
think
is
you got to
close,
look
but
at
I've also convinced myself it's not.
where did North Carolina actually win on the road? I think their best win on the road is Florida State, if I remember correctly,
FSU,
which is just, I mean, that is a differentiator. If I mean, Graham hit the nail on the head. You look at these 2 teams and your eyes kind of bleed because they seem so similar. But if there's one thing that's like that is a sure, I mean, besides the non-conference schedule, which obviously tilts incredibly far in North Carolina's favor, but if it's another item, it's that. I mean, North Carolina just has not beaten anyone on the road, and Xavier actually did. Not many good teams, but they did. It's not easy to win a Marquette. That's a tough place to play.
Yeah.
So that's kind of ultimately what led me to lean that
was
way.
before
Well-
Marquette started to crash and burn.
Yeah, I mean, I could give you an example.
Yeah.
Like Jackson State is really good at getting a bunch of checks and traveling coast to coast and playing the big boys. I bet you a team like Jackson State could rack up as many quad 1A losses as North Carolina. At the end of the day, it's a wins and losses sport. Just keep it simple. Don't get stuck in all the numbers. Who did you beat? And then if you got one, where did it happen at? And North Carolina got one. They played UCLA. I think it was in the Garden. Good win,
Yep.
but you lost all your other chances. Xavier got 3. Done.
Yeah, just to be clear, I have Xavier 1 spot ahead of North Carolina, but I do think it's a very close
You
battle.
son of a bitch.
Did you just move it, Graham?
Yeah, did you just
With this. I do have Xavier 1 spot ahead of North Carolina, but I think a lot of it's interesting because I think a lot of people are completely dug in on the idea of Xavier being above North Carolina. And I do think they're very close to each other.
Well, I think they're both so close to the cut line. It's like one team has proven 3 times they can hang at this level, and the other team's only proved it once. And they're both by the other rules of the law, like enough road wins, good enough records, etc. They're fine there. So then you're just looking at that, and if it's one or the other, you got to take Xavier, in my opinion.
Pending the outcome of the game tomorrow night with Duke, of course.
Yeah.
Of
Xavier
course,
is
yeah,
very
that's
competitive.
a world beater. Even
Yeah.
though it's at home, it's still
Yeah.
big, obviously.
Xavier is very competitive when you watch them. I mean, they're in, and they're right now. I'll tell you right now, nobody that was mentioned to me today, Creighton coach, nobody wants to play Xavier right now. Nobody.
I mean, they might go win the Big East tournament. We won't have
Yeah,
to worry about it.
right,
We won't have
right,
to be worried about
right,
it. They
right.
could win.
They're going to get that Marquette game, and if they win the Marquette game, I think they're in.
Last 2-3 weeks are the best team in the Big East.
And they almost won at UConn, almost beat Marquette at home without Zach Fremantle.
Well, wait, they're in Ohio, right?
Cincinnati, yeah.
Graham?
Yeah, what you don't too, they had some struggles with injuries. They lost their big guy right off the get-go, and they had to kind of reinvent themselves. And then Fremantle was out for a little bit, and
Yep.
and then they got just hit with that monster Big East schedule right off the get-go. They had to play Marquette, St. John's, UConn right off the get-go.
Tim, can we move on and let's talk about Ohio State and San Diego State?
Absolutely.
But you're right, Shelby. Yeah, three vowels and a 4-letter
Well,
word.
we can talk
Ohio
about
State.
Ohio State. We can talk
50%.
San Diego State when we get over.
Oh yeah, when we get back over.
Can
we
we,
get down.
Carrie, can you pull up Boise State?
Sure can.
I'd love to talk about the Broncos.
What's their net? 43.
That sweep at the hands of San Diego State, I think, is going to be very important
Difficult.
for them. Yeah,
Well,
it's very
can we like postpone this conversation for like 3 hours? Because that
Yeah, I
Boise
guess
at
we can-
Colorado State game is massive. Or is
Yeah,
it?
it
It's
is a huge game.
Is it
It's in Boise. Yeah, it's in Boise.
Yeah.
I guess the thing is with Boise, I've seen a lot of people have them in the field recently. I think that's been a movement in the past week or so. And I'm really struggling to get there with them. I have them second out, I think, still. My challenge
Yeah,
with Boise
same.
is I think we talked a little bit about this last night. They've got 4 wins in the field, which is good. I mean, that's at that.
more wins than Xavier.
Yeah, more wins than Xavier, far more wins than North Carolina. St. Mary's neutral court win is really nice. It looks great. We potentially talking about a neutral court win over a 5 seed, back end 5 seed. But none of their, obviously Clemson, right, which is good. None of those games are outside of the state of Idaho. The Mountain West was just completely disrespected last year, and I don't know if that's going to carry over. And I've been waffling back and forth on how I want to handle that. I find it hard to believe that in a year where the league is down from last year, with how disrespected it was seed wise last year, that a team like Boise would get the nod on the bubble right now with their current resume. And
I think they're, to Graham's point with the sweep at the hands of San Diego State, like they're very clearly a step behind the Aztecs, and now the Aztecs are smack dab on the
Close.
bubble. So what does that do to Boise?
But the committee may look at what they did to the Mountain West and how much blowback they got and said, okay, guys, we're going to fix it for this year.
They did fix BPI. They took out the altitude shit.
yeah, and that was a big reason. I mean, I think in the grand world of cosmic justice, Boise State would get in this year because I think they got absolutely hosed by getting sent to Dayton last year. I don't think they deserve that. But I just don't see it right now. And I feel like tonight I think they may need to win at least 2 more games to even have a real shot. But I'm curious other people's thoughts on.
I mean,
on
I
where-
have, and I'll tell you why I have them in. I think it's not just the fact that they split with New Mexico and Utah State, and they did this in 8 opportunities against the field. They won half of them. But the fact that they got 2 big dogs out of conference, and we didn't even realize that St. Mary's and Clemson were as big a dogs as they turned out to be. They got 2 big dogs out of conference, took both of their shots. And it's the same way I feel about San Diego State. They got Houston out of conference. They took their shot. And I think that matters to me. So when I look at Boise State, I think not only they take half of their chances against the field, they got 2, not just regular NCAA tournament teams, but big dog tournament teams. We're talking about 4 and 5 seeds, and they did what they needed to do. So I like Boise State because we've got all these teams like Xavier and North Carolina who had chance after chance after chance. And Boise said, you know what? We don't have many chances, but we're going to take them when we get them.
Yeah, I agree with Graham on that. The 2 big wins, those are big. I mean, for a team of that caliber to get those kind of wins, get those kind of games, or at least Clemson, that goes a long way.
Yeah. Well, for me, I have Boise as my first team out. They were my last team in until Oklahoma won the other night. So they're right on that cut line.
Mm-hmm.
I think I love everybody's points. The 2 things for me is that all of their road games in quad 1, they lost.
Yeah, the top 4 in Mountain West.
And so their best
Well,
road wins are Nevada and UNLV, which are
Not easy.
top 100.
Yeah.
And then they just the disqualifier is, you lost the game to Boston College
and Wazoo.
And Wazoo.
I mean, and yeah, I mean, it's so, in other words, you take the whole totality. It doesn't erase the good wins, but they were at home or in their home state close. They haven't been particularly good against quality competition on the road. And then they have 2 losses that are dinged. So I think they're right. I mean, that's why I said I have them right on right on the proverbial edge.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dave. Last team in for me, because I'm not going to be interested in Ohio State unless they win tomorrow. But I think that's our only difference on that. And I think you can take them. Obviously, those 4 wins, like Graham said, are still good wins, but they all happened in the Gem State. And Clemson's 2,281 miles away from Boise, and they still flew up there. I give Clemson more credit for returning that home and home from last year. I didn't think they would actually do it. So, of course, Boise was up for that one. But, hey, they still have to go out and win the game. The St. Mary's game in Idaho Falls, another great win, aged extremely well. But, again, you would just like to see Boise win in more states than just Idaho and Nevada.
Hey, I have
Or
another
significant
question.
wins, I should say.
Well, and
that-
again, I mean, Boise's going to get Colorado State. If Colorado State is hot right now, if they go into Boise and win or something tonight, then obviously that.
Hey,
Yeah.
Anthony said something earlier about the cosmic justice or buttressing something. I don't know what. But Graham and I have talked about this on our pod several times. So Graham, you don't need to chime in. But with Xavier, right, with the Big East getting screwed last year, the 3-bid league, have you guys given any thought to that? If Xavier is right on the bubble, do you think Xavier gets, just because of that last year, does that factor in any way for you? Because I think
Not
it
for me.
does. I think Graham thinks it
0.
does.
No, 0. But I will say this, and it could kind of give you the same result you're looking for, Kerry, is I do think the Big East has 2 voices in the room because they have the Georgetown AD, and Stu Jackson's definitely a Big East guy. So they have 2 of 12 voices in the room. That should only help. They did not have that last year.
By the way, Illinois is up by 1. That's going to be your national champ right there.
Ew.
I don't.
Why?
Hey, I
'Cause
appreciate the
you
vote of
have
support.
millions?
Now, had you told me last year's Illinois team, I could have bought that.
You like this one?
No, I like the team. They're just young.
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
they're.
They got a lot of upside, though. A lot of
Yeah, I
upside.
mean, if they could keep that core and get a weight room and an off season with this team, I think they could be really good next year. But
I don't
who
think they're
knows
keeping
whether
any of
any of
that
them are going to
core.
stay?
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, the odds of that happening are pretty small.
Maybe Will Riley if you're lucky, but I doubt that.
I think he's the one most likely to go, right?
Oh, Jock Kashonis is projected top 5 pick.
Well, yeah, well, him too. He's a no-brainer, yeah.
But
Although I mean,
Tomislav,
personally,
he's a
I don't
first-rounder.
see it. I mean,
Actually,
I know it's all. I know it's all.
Oswald's probably going to
upside.
be the biggest name staying.
It is all upside. It's all athleticism, too, for the NBA.
I would just think like he could really benefit from one more year of getting stronger and working on his shot.
See, Memphis is doing its stupid thing again. Down
You guys
3
see
late in
Central
the first half.
Michigan shit the bed?
No.
Okay,
All right.
so
Any more
MAC
discussion?
I would not on these two. We got to do Ohio State here.
Who else we got? Nebraska and Texas were the other two.
I mean,
right?
here's my thought on Ohio State real quick. My only concern with Ohio State is right now, I mean, their metrics are there. At least on the predictive side, they got 6 wins in quad 1. I think they need 2 more wins to feel good, because if they only win 1 and then lose, and you're in that 18-14 again, which is really I'm not saying it's an absolute no, but it's a very dicey situation. I think if Ohio State wins 2 more games, and let's say ends 19-14, I think they'll be a lot like a Michigan State team last year. And I think with a top 40 net and 19 wins, and at that point probably 7 quad 1s, there's no way Ohio State's not getting a bid.
Yeah, I mentioned yesterday. I think
Despite some of their other issues and their home losses. When you look at the
tomorrow's
bubble we're on,
tomorrow's Indiana Ohio State game is a play-in, play-out game.
I tend to agree with that.
Yeah.
for a day.
Not sure.
Yeah, heading into the Big Ten tournament.
Heading into the
Yes.
be in, one of them will be out.
Well, like I said, I think Ohio State needs 2 more wins to really feel good given their whole thing. So they got to
Yeah.
get them somewhere. But getting the one in Indiana over the weekend would be big because it would be a road game against another bubble team too. So that would always help. Plus, if Ohio State loses to Indiana, then if it comes down, then IU has the sweep of the season too.
For our purposes, looking at this upcoming vote, I think Ohio State has done just barely enough to be in right now, considering some of those really good wins they have.
I mean, I've got them in my first 4, but it's a pending.
Yeah.
It's a pending. They have to win another couple of games to stay there, probably.
I agree.
Bram Janvrin in the chat said, "Are you sure you don't want to add bid stealers in the Missouri Valley and West Coast Conference?" I agree. Let's give me UCI over UC San Diego in the Big West Championship. Give me Bradley over Drake in the Valley Championship. Let's get these multi-bid leagues so we can stop caring about Xavier and North Carolina and all these teams that won 1 game in 12 opportunities.
All right. Well, you're going to be disappointing. I sent the ballot, by the way. You're going to be disappointed,
in the
Kerry.
ballot.
Yep.
All right,
Because Drake's going to win the Valley, or because Drake's not going to get in if they lose the Valley?
I think they're going to get in.
I would love
I
to
think
see
there's-
it. I just
I think there's, just for the audience, there's a broad amount of good teams in the Big West and the Missouri Valley. I think Northern Iowa has a shot to win it, and I think Belmont looked awesome today. They blew out Illinois State, and I think if you're not watching the Big West, that game between UC Riverside and Northridge was awesome last night. Those two are both getting buys, and Northridge is a top 100 team, so. Riverside's already beat both the top 2 teams, Irvine and UC San Diego. So there's going to be any of those 4 in both leagues. There's going to be good representation.
Is Riverside? Are they in the top 100? Is that going to be
No, they're like
one for
140,
Irvine?
unfortunately. But they beat Colorado State too on that half court shot. Kind of killing Colorado State's resume, honestly. That and my Huskies.
Northridge, that's who I meant, not Riverside. Northridge is 103. So that
they've been in and out of the top 100. They were like 98 last week.
I'm saying that could be a quad 2 game for Irvine. Maybe that's what they need to get over the hump.
They were 97 yesterday.
It was last week.
They dropped 6 spots today.
Yeah, Riverside beat them by about 14 last night.
legitimate curiosity question, because I think I know the answer, but has a conference, I realize every year is different, but has a conference like the Big West, I don't think have they ever had 2 bids?
2006, 20-year anniversary, or 2005, 20-year anniversary.
Okay.
So not in the net era, which in my opinion kind of made it really hard for mid majors.
Agreed.
I think
RPI was happening a lot more.
Yeah.
Utah State was in the WAC when they got in like 20 years ago, right?
Yeah, 20 years ago, the Valley was sending 4 to 5 teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 2006 version had 6 teams.
There you go.
Yeah. And in fairness, though, I
They
think
had Creighton,
with all the transfer portals and everything else, it's just harder for the Valley teams to because what would happen is they would get a nucleus, and that nucleus would stay together for 4 years.
Yeah.
And then you'd have a bunch of teams one year that had a bunch of really good players that all knew how to play and play together, and you end up with 3 or 4 really good teams, and it's just now they leave.
Oh,
The best
good old
couple players
days.
get poached every year.
There's a guy that came to Missouri Valley named Doug McDermott, and he stuck around for a little bit.
Who's that?
Whatever happened to him?
Never heard of him.
Is he related to Jimmer Fredette? Henry Muto asks an interesting question. If UConn was net 30 instead of 34, does that get Xavier in? Right? And it's silly. He even says it's silly, but I think if both Creighton and Connecticut, right, 34 and 37, if they're there at 29 and 30, it does change the conversation, even though it shouldn't. But like both Dave and I are saying, right? Xavier has 3 wins over tournament teams, but they do look a little bit more palatable if they are in quad 1.
I don't pay a whole lot of attention to that stuff throughout the year. I do pay a little bit more attention to it when we get to like Wednesday of next week, and it's
Yeah.
kind of
Mhm.
like locked into what do the quads actually look like for the committee. Then I care a little bit more.
I think pretty much the same for all the metrics. They're not going to change drastically over the next week to 10 days. So I think where they're at now, you can just leave it there and not pay attention to those too terrible much.
Still missing a vote.
I think you should have mine.
That was a me.
Yeah, mine too.
Well, I mean, I heard somebody reference it today, and I mean,
It might have been me, Tim. I
just
thought I clicked submit
you
here.
could. I
Okay.
mean, you could make the case.
You
that,
become the new Rocco, Anthony.
I'm sorry.
Congratulations.
I got distracted.
I mean, you could see a case tomorrow night if the game
wish
starts
that
getting
on
out of
anybody.
hand that Xavier just keeps pushing the pedal down, right?
Yeah.
Because if they beat Providence by 15, it's a win. But if they beat them by like whatever the margin is to double up and proves their net a little bit and a couple of their predictives or whatever, so
Oh yeah, Sean will put the pedal down.
It can be dangerous. I think I mentioned earlier today to you guys that I thought VCU might try to put the pedal down on Dayton, and clearly that didn't work out. You got to have the right mindset where you're there to win the game, not to blow a team out.
Hey, following on the discussion from a moment ago about metrics and when you lock them in, when do you guys like? I'll pull data Monday morning, and that's it. I don't refresh data again after that.
Yeah,
I'll
I think
update who wins and loses, but that's it.
today was my day.
I use fresh metrics every day. So if I'm doing it, I wait until after 8:57 in the morning because that's when Torvik has updated his website with every fresh metric.
I don't mean
You're
this
talking
time
just
of year.
this
I mean like
next week.
heading into championship week. Like I'm going to pull data Monday morning, and I'm not going to do it again.
Oh, so no, I try
Thursday.
to I actually stagger it. So I try to pull it for like the top 4 seed lines. I try to pull it on Wednesday. And then once we get to like the 5 through 7 lines, then I try to pull it for Thursday. I try to keep up where I think the committee is going to be.
All right, here we go.
Pull it all on Thursday and call it a day.
Whoa. Anthony, you changed the vote.
Oh boy. I don't know if that's a good thing or a
Way
bad
to
thing.
go.
at least we know who to blame.
I don't think I did anything outrageous there.
People in my state are not happy. It's
Did
Ohio
Anthony
State,
get UC Irvine in?
Ohio State, Xavier, Boise, and North Carolina.
What?
We had a
I
40-minute
bumped the Huskers
discussion, and
out?
I said
I thought
it
I
was
might have-
Texas and Nebraska out.
That could have been somebody else's. I don't know, but
I thought I put Nebraska right where they belonged.
it could have been somebody else. Who knows?
I put them where they belonged to.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you, Carrie. That's exactly where they belong. For now.
I always
now.
get it right every year, but sometimes the committee gets it wrong.
Right.
Yeah, that's my favorite tweet to send out every year on Selection Sunday. Is just to remember for all the guys that put all the hour that we were right. It's not our fault that the committee messed up.
Right.
All right. Here's the 8. For whatever reason, this is not.
We got some good games going on tonight, by the way. It's a good Friday night lineup.
Yes.
I don't know why it's not catching the first team.
Because Graham
About a
hates
minute.
vowels.
Minute
All
from
right, so
kickoff
it's
here.
probably. I know, Dave, you wanted to talk about San Diego State.
Yeah, well, that's probably of this group here. Well, we probably need to go back and look at like Arkansas and Indiana again because we didn't.
Sure.
We talked a little bit about them, but before we vote, but yeah, I think that so.
I can start with San Diego State. Is that where we're starting?
I put up So I got San Diego State there, and I just picked Arkansas at random. There's another one we can compare and contrast with. But go ahead, Anthony.
I worry about San Diego State a little bit, but I also, they have who do they play on Saturday? They got Nevada, which is now I think dropped to quad three. Who knows how that'll finish up? But I mean, I have just a really difficult time imagining the committee looking at what San Diego State attempted to accomplish and punishing them significantly. I mean, they have the seventh overall non-conference schedule. They also I think only played 9 non-conference games, which is really weird. I don't know if Rocco knows the story behind that.
The league plays 20 games. So there's that. And then they had a non-D1. So I think
they
just
fill
went
2
30.
more? I thought they had 29. Anyways, that's not neither here nor there.
I'll check.
But I mean, this is a team, that Houston win on a neutral court. I know it was a long time ago, and we kind of joked about like, hey, some teams that are getting in, based on just having a good trip. I mean, I think that's ultimately what San Diego State might be looking at. They had a pretty fruitful trip to Las Vegas, but that has to carry a ton of weight. I mean, it would, to me, the committee's sending a very interesting message if they exclude San Diego State, unless they drop the next 2, then I think that becomes maybe a challenge. But with how hard of a schedule they played out of conference in a league where there wasn't as many opportunities as there was last year, there's not nearly as much of the opportunity as there is against the teams that they're up against. I mean, we got Arkansas pulled up, right? Every single game that they have is quad 1, quad 2. And I feel like we're going to have to start looking at win percentages for SEC teams as opposed to how many quad 1 wins that they had, right? Just because the opportunity is there every day. The challenge is, I mean, the metric profile is very challenging for me, and that's why they've kind of continued to slide. But this is still a team that won 9 games on the road, away from home, played a ridiculously tough strength of schedule, non-conference, beat Houston on a neutral court. I still think they get the benefit of the doubt, and they did get the benefit of the doubt last year from the committee a little bit based on what they had done in recent years. So I do still think that maybe carries a little bit of weight for them. They did win at Boise, so they kind of checked the box of a pretty solid road win in conference at one of the top couple of teams there. In general, outside of the metrics, I like their resume. The metrics are the real drag for me. But I feel like I've compared to where I've had them to the Matrix, and I feel like I've been consistently higher on them than most people. They've started to slide a little bit of late, but I don't know. That's my take on the Aztecs.
I think it's a really good point because I think just looking at the resume, I would expect their resume metrics to be a little bit higher than they are. I think it's a tournament-worthy resume.
Yeah, so I'll just say this from the Mountain West headquarters over here that they've played 11 games against the field, which is a healthy amount. It's 3 more than Boise played. It's more than Utah State played. So yeah, it's about let's be honest. Teams like Gonzaga, Memphis, and San Diego State operate with a Power 5 budget. They're national programs, so they should be able to get better opportunities. This is why San Diego State was in the Players Era Festival. And in that event, they beat Houston. So that's going to go a long ways. Obviously, adding Creighton doesn't hurt. They also added a team. They played UC San Diego on opening night. They almost lost. Now we kind of know why. But that actually helps a ton now. So they're 6-5 in 11 tournament level games. I know 3 of them were in VA Haas. But to me, that makes them so much more solid than really anybody in the bubble list from a selection standpoint. Now, of course, once they're in the field and you want to do the seeding, you can pick them apart. But what I call the repeal list, teams I'm ready to repeal as soon as bids are stolen, like San Diego State's really far away from that list. They remind me a little bit of 2022 Davidson. And in that year, Davidson had gone to Birmingham and beat Alabama in their home state. And then they played a bad A-10 schedule, dropped a couple games, dropped 3, in fact. Then they lost the A-10 title game. It's a little different than the San Diego State team, but they had that big win all year long, and I was never worried about them getting in. I've got that same exact kind of vibe from the San Diego State resume, and it's even stronger, to be honest.
So for me, I've ended up hanging right around the perfect my first four, but to Rocco's point, they're not the team that's most likely to take a fall, in the next couple of days and drop out.
Yes.
Yeah, you're not looking to
Now,
rip them
to
out of the
me,
field.
now I think that if
Yeah.
they were to lose to Nevada at home, that gets a little more questionable, only because now you're adding a second quad 3 loss, swept by UNLV. Now, it's not going to drop them out of the field, but if then they lost an opener in the Mountain West, it maybe opens the door a little bit more for a problem. But I think, Rocco, your point's well made. They've been kind of hanging around that periphery for me. But I think ultimately, as I said, they've got the, hey, we beat Houston card.
Yeah.
Like the get out of jail free card kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
And 5 other wins against
they're
the
not a
field.
lock for me, and their seed could end up in Dayton.
Yep.
Because of the metrics and stuff. But like, there's other teams, like I might have Ohio State based on their wins, one spot ahead of them. But if Ohio State doesn't win 2 more games, Ohio State's much more likely to drop out for that reason than San Diego State would.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer to
makes
kick a
sense.
team like that out. Yeah.
I mean, I think if you put Ohio State and San Diego State on a neutral floor, I would favor Ohio State winning. But I think when you look at the overall resume, Ohio State is much more likely to drop out if they don't win a couple more games, because the totality of their resume would suggest they haven't done as much. If that sounds fair.
Sounds fair.
I feel like San Diego State, I feel like for 2.5 months now, I've had them somewhere in the 38 to 42 range. Like they can't get above that. They can't fall below it. I don't know what it is, but I'm basically agreeing with everybody saying. It feels like they're in, barring a 5 bid stealer situation again. And even at that, they might still sneak in.
But again, I think it's big. If they take care of Nevada, and then close that out, I think they're going to probably vault up a couple lines, because then you eliminate the possibility of adding something really negative or 2 negatives in a row.
Rocco, do you know off the top of your head where they're slated for the Mountain West tournament? Like what spot? Are they in the?
Yeah, they're probably in the 4 or 5 game. One sec.
So against Colorado State, maybe, or
no? Colorado State wins tonight. They're going to get the number 2. UNLV's locked into the 6.
So that'd be
New Mexico's
Boise,
locked into the 1.
Or USU or Boise.
Utah
probably.
State. The
I think it's going to
State.
be Utah State, San Diego State in the first game.
Interesting.
If everybody holds chalk this weekend.
It almost feels like the loser of that is
actually
destined for Dayton.
It depends though, because if so right now Colorado State has 4 losses. If they lose tonight, they're in that group with 5. Boise has 5, Utah State has 5, San Diego State has 6. So San Diego State is likely to, and Utah State plays Air Force. So San Diego State's likely to be the 5 seed, and then they're going to get somebody good no matter what.
Yeah,
I'll say this,
That's what I'm saying. If they beat Nevada, the last thing you want to do is have to play like a really low team and then have a bad day.
Yeah, Nevada feels like
2 bad losses.
That's not going to happen, because UNLV's already locked into the 6, and then 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 all go to the quarterfinals directly. Like the Big East.
San Diego State just, I think yesterday I said Oklahoma had a great weekend in the Bahamas. San Diego State had a great weekend in Vegas. Like that team, that team looked totally different in Vegas than I've seen them the rest of the year.
Illinois up by 3.
Yeah, Purdue with a terrible turnover probably cost them the game.
Couple things there. Number one, as Rocco knows, when they play in Vegas, it's that arena was 90% San Diego's fans. I mean, it was like a home game for them. Number 2,
which is where they're playing. Which is where they're playing next week, for the record.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
They've been to a bunch of Mountain West championship games in a row, by the way.
Yeah, I love San Diego State. I love Dutch to death. The other thing, when they beat Creighton by 21, Ashworth was out. He had a badly sprained ankle, couldn't play. Pop Isaacs, that's when he started having the reoccurring hip issue. So they had to throw this freshman who was not ready out there at all. And San Diego State's defense just ate him alive. So little thing there. Houston, they just beat Houston. I mean, it was a great game, but they
Yeah,
just,
they
I
match
mean,
up well with
you
them.
got to hand it to him, man. That's Dutch is a great coach.
Well, like I
Yeah,
said,
it's-
if it comes down, if it got close, it's nice to have the I beat Houston card.
Yeah.
But they have 6 wins. You guys don't
Yeah,
sell
they-
it short though. They have 6 wins against the field. So yeah, the Houston and Creighton ones are great, but they beat UC San Diego. They swept Boise State. They beat New Mexico once. I mean, this is a good resume for body of work.
I don't really see how they fall out of the field. An absolute disaster. I just think it's
No,
too easy.
I think Dayton's their worst case, and that's just a seeding problem.
Right. Well, I think this was my question. Now, Rocco, answer my question. And because their only real way for me to drop out would have been to have lost in Nevada and then lost another one to where your last 3 games are UNLV, Nevada, and a bad loss. But
Yeah,
that's
you
not
don't
going
want
to
to.
happen.
I still think they need to beat Nevada at home for their senior day tomorrow, and then they should be good.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If they take care of business tomorrow, then it becomes irrelevant. So,
Yeah, that if they had a home loss there, that's you could start to pick them apart a little bit more than you can now.
yeah,
All right, are we ready?
I think so.
Yes.
All right, we are going to rank these 8, 1 through 8.
Tim, I love the new voting system. So that's really cool. Thank you.
I do too. It's much easier.
Well, we're saving so much time. And it's
Man,
Thank you for
Purdue.
creating it.
Ooh.
it's real clear too, because I know when we had the numbers, I always got a lot drop down on my sheet and be sure I'm typing in the right number.
Is this an Illinois win or a Purdue choke?
Purdue.
Yes.
Why not both?
Could be a little bit of both, yeah.
Well, if they hold on, then I got a fun game to watch tomorrow morning early. I've been DVRing it. I didn't watch
Oh,
it.
we're ruining it for you, Dave. I'm sorry.
All right, there you go.
I cheat all the time. I watch the score throughout, and I just
I
decide
know. I
when to
remember
go back and
you
watch
said that
it.
yesterday.
Yeah.
No, sometimes I'll sit and watch it, but like I'm trying to do this, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to be able to sit there and watch glued it anyway, so I'll DVR it and I can watch
So
it
here's
all later.
here's a question for you, Dave. Illinois draws Butler in the opening round of the tournament. Who are you rooting for?
Oh, the question of the night.
Don't put him on the spot like that.
Butler's winning
That's all
the
right.
Big East.
I mean, okay,
Wow.
so this is a question. If you grow up from the time you're a kid a fan of a team, does that trump being an alum?
I think it could. I think it just
Probably,
depends.
yes.
I think it just depends.
Probably yes. I mean, now put it this way: if the situation were, Butler were having a really good year and Illinois wasn't, I would probably root for Butler to win the game because it would mean more to them.
No, this is the Elite Eight
Elite Eight game.
road to the Final Four for the winner.
If you're gonna put my feet to the fire and be honest, I would put on my orange and blue.
Okay, all right, I respect that. I respect the answer. There's no wrong answers here. I was just curious.
Yeah.
The correct answer is whichever team is more likely to win the title is the one that
Whichever one he bets on.
No,
It's a very diplomatic answer, Graham.
Cover in the over. Boom.
I do not. Maybe I'm the only one here. I don't.
Well, I think that settles that Illinois is going to be in the tournament.
I don't bet on games either.
Yeah.
Dave. I did for a while. I had to stop. It's too stressful.
One of my guys I do a show with, he said he used to play for Creighton. He's like, he goes, do you ever like go through streaks in college basketball where you just don't win a game? Like, he goes, football, you might have a bad weekend, you go 2-7 or something, or 3-6 or whatever. He goes, there's 3 nights in a row I do it. I go, exactly. I was thinking the same thing last week. Like, how can this be possible? Like, you would think you would hit one. But football always seems like, you win a couple and you lose a couple. And
I think there's probably some numbers you can call, Tim.
Before
I'm fine, Graham.
Before I quit playing, I had a theory, and it did not pan out in the slightest. But anytime there was a 1 point, 1.5 point, or 2 point dog, I would bet them on the money line, just assuming it was a coin flip, and you're getting
Yeah,
better
yeah.
than better than coin flip.
No, that's
Oh,
good.
I went
That's
yeah, I went like 3-21 in those games, and like would have pushed on so many of them. Like it was just an absolute disaster.
oh, it's amazing how many games land at one when you got 1.5.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
some guy throws in a half. They're down 4, and some guy throws in a half court shot.
Yep. Yeah, I had to stop.
Under over like 134. 134 is a great number to go under because most people want to bet overs and they think, oh well, it's under 140. You know, I'll go. That's like 68, 66. You know,
You're a UConn fan. That's not a win. You got to get to 69.
Let's flip over to some Colorado State and Boise over here on FS.
Any more questions
Hell
in the
yeah.
chat, Gary?
I don't know. Hang on. I'm doing team sheets too. And are you tweeting,
yes,
Graham?
we are. Everybody that's watching out there, we're coming up on happy hour, so get your beverages out.
Shit, I'm out of beverages.
Are we supposed to have waited?
Some comments on what their order would be right now, and I
Need 2 more.
oh,
There's
David
one,
Nagel
Tim.
has Oklahoma at the bottom of this tier. That's bold. I have them near the top of it.
Tim, I sent you mine. You should only have one
Thank
left
you.
now.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the only thing I don't like about this. I have to constantly refresh it to get new results.
I know we discussed this yesterday, but we might as well bring it up again. If North Carolina beats Duke, are they definitely in? And if they lose, are they definitely out?
Not definitely out if they lose because they can still beat them again in the ACC tournament.
I'd say no to both.
Yeah, I think anytime you're this close to the bubble, lots of stuff can happen in either direction.
Yeah, you could have 7 bid steals. If there's 7 bid steals, I don't want North Carolina even with the Duke win.
Yeah, I mean, even last year, people were thinking, well, clearly Colorado State and Boise State are in. And at the end of the day, they were that close.
Colorado State was the last team in, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I know Oklahoma was first
David,
out.
Yes, sir.
are you in?
Yeah, did I not? I think I voted, didn't I?
I
I do
don't know.
not see your ballot.
Oh,
The reason I
Did
can't
you-
see yours, everybody else has a name on it. So
All
I
right,
know
hang
the
on
one
here a
that
second.
isn't
I-
name is yours.
I thought that I did, but we were going ahead and voting again, so I missed that. I'm sorry. I was
You're
understand.
grounded.
doing something on the side over here with a Twitter, so I'm sorry.
Something on the
We're
Take a
side with
quick,
Twitter.
just to
All
let you
right.
know, we'll take a 5-minute break here after this one, and then we'll keep on filling up the field. We're getting close to what we need here. Actually, I've got to add a couple teams too. Did I already add them? No, yeah, I did. Okay. So we have 18, 43. This will be 47. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do
Right, there you go, Tim.
actually. Got it.
Yep.
Thank you,
Sorry
sir.
about that. I thought I'd sent it in. We were doing another ranking, and I'd missed it.
All right. So into the field goes San Diego State, Arkansas, Indiana, and Oklahoma. And the other
All
4 will go into the holding. And when we come back from a short break, we're going to pick 4. We're going to select 4 teams from the at-large pool. We've gotten down that far. And they will match up with the ones in the holding, and then that will probably be it.
Can you
Alrighty.
repeat the 4? Tim, can you repeat the four that
Yeah, I'm
just
putting
got
them in right
approved?
now. Oklahoma, Indiana, Arkansas, and San Diego State.
Thank you.
Hey, Rocco,
Yes, sir.
before you hop off for the break, I'm curious, what do you think is Shante Leggins out after this year at Portland?
I
I'm
don't
just curious
know.
if you have any thoughts on that, just in general. I know you're a big WCC guy.
Yeah, I don't know. It was an
Hmm.
interesting year. They got better. They got better the last month.
Yeah, I was just
And
checking.
Austin Rapp won the Freshman of the Year award yesterday. I don't know if they'll be able to keep him. Every time Portland has a good freshman, they get a bag the next summer.
Yeah, I just
Um,
pulled up their game. I was curious.
how they doing tonight? They should win tonight, I think.
They're up 14 on Pepperdine, 12 minutes to go.
Yeah, they beat them by 20 both times.
Yeah,
It's a good matchup for them. And then they're gonna be hungry to play the Beavers. They're like their little brother. So they're gonna want to play the Beavers hard tomorrow.
yeah. All
Yeah,
right, cool.
I think
Just
you should.
curious.
I hope he stays. I like him a lot. They need to learn how to play defense. They've always been. I think they've been last in defense every year of his tenure so far. I'll double check if that happened this year.
Looks like they gave up a lot of points throughout the year. Wow.
Yeah, last again this year. So they've been last every year. They got 11th this year. So he's got to hire. He's got to hire like a defensive coordinator.
Wow, what a shot! Sorry, I was watching the replay.
Jaspers.
Yeah, onions. All right, I'm gonna go get a quick bowl of cereal or something here, Tim, and I'll be right back.
All right.
So, question in the chat: do we think that Oklahoma going 5-13 could influence the committee's decision making, although it's not supposed to?
It's not supposed to. I've talked about this the other day. It's not supposed to, but I can't help but think that there won't be discussion in that room about it. It may not be about their conference record because they can't. Somebody will jump in and say, "Oh, we can't consider conference record." But if they say, "Well, they've won 5 games in the last 10 weeks,"
They can talk about conference record. There's no prohibition saying they can't. It's just not an official criteria that the committee has to look
Yeah, but
at.
no, I don't. I think Dan Gavitt would jump up and say you can't talk about it. He did that with us. Somebody brought up conference record. He goes, "We never bring up conference record."
I think that,
It doesn't matter. It's the 1-7 that matters.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's exactly
That's
what,
the thing. That's the thing that's going to TKO them.
yeah. It's,
Unless they win tomorrow, then they fix that.
if
a
they
little
have one road win, it is unselectable resume. So I think that's
Exactly. And then you're going to you can throw the 5-13 on top of that, but that's the part that's going to kill
yep. Never even have to talk about the conference record.
them. Yeah. Plus, there'll be a couple games under 500 by then as well in the removing quad 4 record.
Yeah.
So did you guys see what happened to Central Michigan? They played the worst team in the league on the final day of the season. It just lost a little bit ago in double overtime. And all they had to do was win to make the 8 for Cleveland for the MAC tournament. And the loss put them into 9th, and they are not going to Cleveland. The season's over. Last place, Northern Illinois at home, and they lost. Crazy.
A little parting gift before they head to the horizon.
Yeah, true. That's horrible. I don't know how you let that happen. And then Western Michigan was playing Bowling Green in a do or die game, but because Central Michigan choked, they both got in anyway. Crazy.
South Florida is still kind of hanging around with Memphis, even though things are starting to go Memphis's way. Yeah, I understand the frustration from Memphis fans when they want to know why they're not higher. But I mean, guys, you get so many opportunities to come out and put on a dominant performance, and it just keeps happening over and over and over again. Now, ultimately, I think they're taking out a lot of frustration on the idea of bracketology. And ultimately, it's just the team's not winning by enough. Like, they really aren't. If they were more impressive, this wouldn't even be a topic of conversation at all.
You know, Rocco, you were talking about Memphis before and their non-conference, or maybe you were, Graham. But, and I know, Graham, you've looked at our BB rankings, and you remember when we first came out with them, Memphis was like top 3 for a long time because it's measured on how well, Q1A road wins are worth the most, and it kind of a sliding scale all the way down. And, they were up there for weeks and weeks and weeks because their resume, and I was watching, they kept hanging there and their net just kept falling.
And the top of their resume keeps looking better. Like
Yeah.
all the time. Clemson's looking better, Michigan State's looking better. Like it's always been impressive. It's getting even more impressive. It's just that you just want to see them break out and put on some performances that make you think this team's really good. And man, they just can't seem to get out of this funk.
So it's pretty funny when I type your guys' names in here to send an email, Brad's name always pops up.
Brad didn't want to do it this year?
He's busy. He's got that kid and he's doing
He's got a
Field of
little kid, yeah.
68. We wanted to add somebody new, so Anthony wanted to do it. So
Nice. Yeah, I think Brad's doing some stuff for Seth Davis too.
Yeah, I saw that.
That Davis just followed me the other day.
He doesn't realize that Seth Davis is going to make him talk about expanding the field when he builds his brackets. You have to build double brackets now.
Why is there an ARCA race on instead of Colorado State?
You gotta go to FS2.
Good thing I have FS2.
They switched it to FS2.
That's what they usually do when they have autos.
Yeah, they did.
Auto race stuff on. It's like the default. Good start for Valparaiso. Wow. Trying to pull off another upset.
All right. Come on, you gotta go.
All right.
So Rocco, who was your team growing up?
Nationally, I rooted for Syracuse growing up. When I was really little, they made it to the championship game. I think it was 87. And as a tiny little kid, I got $40 in my dad's Sweet 16 pool. And after that, they were on Big Monday. Big Monday kind of took off after that, late 80s, early 90s. And my dad started buying me Syracuse stuff. I liked orange. And I kind of liked it because, we knew Carolina and Kansas and Duke fans. In Seattle, like Washington was never good growing up. So most of my friends had national teams too. Like my best friend was a Michigan fan, Fab Five, and we had a Carolina buddy, et cetera, Kansas buddy. So I was the Syracuse guy all those years. But then when we got like to college age, the Huskies got great. and everybody abandoned their national team and went all in on the Huskies. So
we got a
kind of
question in
both.
the chat. Would you take Akron or the field?
Ooh, that's a good one. I think I'd take the field.
Oh, for the MAC tournament?
Yep.
I think I'd take the field.
Yeah.
You're not down with
That
the
tournament
law
tends
firm
to-
of Johnson, Johnson and Gray?
So I covered Akron. I covered Akron at Milwaukee in the Bucks Arena on the neutral triple header day, and they got ran. Milwaukee pounded them. I don't know. Maybe I just saw them on a bad day, but they didn't impress me at all. I do think the MAC's really down this year compared to what it should be. But I saw Kent State 3 times when I called the games in Canada. I saw Toledo 3 times in Daytona. I'm surprised how bad Toledo's doing. They've been so weird this year. But I do think between Ohio, Kent State, maybe Miami, Ohio, I would rather have all of them than just Akron.
Feel like I'm gonna need to take another look at Dayton here, see what their profile looks like. It's hard for me to imagine a team that was clearly worse than George Mason in A10 play could get in, but they did have a good Maui.
Can I ask a similar
They beat Marquette too.
similar or the field question when it's time to actually fill out a bracket? Duke, Auburn, and Houston or the field?
Option
Judging
A.
by the silence, that's a tough call.
I would put you up. I would say I actually think it's kind of more interesting if you did Duke, Auburn, and Florida versus the field. I might be more
Okay,
inclined
Rocco.
to Houston. Well, I think Houston. It's the same old for Houston. Yeah,
Probably
they're
Drake.
very good. They rebound the ball very,
They're
very.
not going to lose to anybody.
Do I think they're going to win 6
Doesn't lose.
games? No, I don't.
It's the same old, same old. They could have won it all last year if Jamal Shedd doesn't get hurt. So you tell me Milos Uzan's going to get hurt in the Sweet 16?
I do think,
Yes.
for what it's worth, I thought they had a fantastic draw last year and just terrible luck that Shedd got injured.
So based on
That's fair.
today, we don't
Yeah,
have a
I like
bracket.
his resume better than Nick.
But if you had to pick your
North
favorite,
Carolina's.
you're going with Houston, Carey, to win it all?
No. If you
Yeah.
give me Duke, Auburn, and Houston or the field. So you get those 3 or the other 65.
I would
Yeah,
take those.
that's
That's a
even
good
as
one.
crazy as a tournament could be. That would be hard to pass up.
Yeah, I think if you
Yeah.
give me Duke, Houston, and then Duke, Auburn, and then either Houston or Florida, your pick, I would take that grouping. I don't know that I'd do it if you gave me Alabama and Tennessee as options instead of Florida and Houston. I do think there's a gap there.
Good thing I didn't give you Alabama or Tennessee, Graham. Play the game.
I think Alabama's been a little overrated all year, personally. I don't know that I've ever really seen it. I just don't think they're going to have the consistency to win 6 straight. I definitely think I feel confident that the order should be Duke and then Auburn on who wins the title. I know a lot of people still think it's Auburn over Duke. I just don't believe that.
Look at the head-to-head.
What was that, Duke? Come on, Shelby.
Yeah, they only play at Cameron, though. I agree.
It's okay. Don't matter.
I think
Kinda-
Alabama
kinda
this
helps.
year
It kinda
is
Dude,
Alabama-
Easy place to win.
other teams have won there.
I
No,
don't
not
trust
this year.
Alabama
Not
defensively
this
enough
year.
to win when it matters.
True,
yes. Alabama is marginally better than last year's Kentucky.
This pick 4 is killing me. I'm seeing like Wake Forest, SMU, just a
I
bunch
don't
of.
know. It
So
don't
here's what we'll
really-
do. We'll pick these 4. Okay.
Oh, it's only
Oh, okay.
allowing us to select one option, by the way, Tim, for
Right.
pick 4.
Uh-oh. Hold on.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
that's good because I only want to pick one team, anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine says pick 4.
Yeah, but when
It
you try to
says
click,
pick 4.
Yeah,
but
Dayton did the
Oh,
list.
yeah, you're right. I got you. I haven't tried it yet.
Mine
Well,
says
that's
pick -4, return to a 64 team field. I'm gonna go with that.
convenient because we can
Hell
all
yeah.
pick UC. We can all pick UC Irvine and move on.
I see what happened. Hold on.
There's no reason not to pick UC Irvine.
I know. That's what I'm saying, Rocco.
I'm gonna send it again, okay, guys?
Okay.
Oh yeah,
Just get rid of that one.
Ready.
it would have been unanimous anyway. UC Irvine, only choice on there.
Texas is on there.
Yeah, for what?
I
The
can't believe we're
NIT?
floating. I can't believe we're
Yes.
floating TCU at this point. That's how bad the bubble is.
Congratulations, Texas! You get an NIT home game
Woohoo.
and a new coach
I
next
think
year.
we're just guaranteeing that this is going to be the year we get a quirky call and the final team in the field is going to be Texas.
Yeah.
It's like we're jinxing ourselves, right?
Oh
Out of the
no,
Like the
blue.
way you're thinking.
I don't even think Texas wants to be in it half the games they play.
Yeah, I agree with that.
No, I'm
They don't
just
show up
joking when I
half
said
the
that.
games.
You do wonder though, like with 7 new members on the committee, could
It's
we
not
see
7, it's
could
4.
we see like a Tulsa or something? Like
Oh God.
where in the world did
Yeah.
that come from?
Like Iona
Well,
All
that's-
or
right,
something.
try that one, guys.
That's what I was looking at earlier.
Well,
Like
I guess
before
I see what you're saying, Dave.
before Dayton beat VCU and Graham brought up Dayton, like I was already looking at Dayton as that, there's got to be some team out there, just that wild card. And Dayton was already that team for me. Now they definitely are.
Well, here's the key. There's 7 of the 12 are non-power voters, and only 5 are from Power 6. It's one of the first times in a long time where the under the radar had the advantage in the room. That's why I'm giving Irvine even more of a chance. But there's nobody from the Big West, so that kind of hurts. And there's nobody from the A10 either,
I
or the
almost feel like
Missouri Valley.
the surprise is going to be maybe not a
Survey
team
on the
in
valve.
the field out of left field, but a team in the first 4 out of left field. It's almost what I feel like is more likely to happen. Where you're like, how did they even realize they were that close to being considered?
I'm getting survey unavailable.
Yeah,
Same.
same here.
All right, let me do a whole new one.
I don't know. Let me see if mine comes back to you, Tim.
Tim, I think this is a sign that there's just not enough
Verbal
teams.
votes. UC Irvine, Dayton.
Oh, I got 6 votes here though.
We all have just one.
Yeah, I don't think anybody voted. I haven't voted since we took our
Oh
break.
no, there wasn't. Okay, never mind.
If Rhode Island
What?
pops into top 135, that could potentially get Dayton to 500 against Q1, Q2. Maybe it's potentially a viable case at that point. I don't know.
Are you sending a new one, Tim, or are we using this one?
I'm doing a new one.
Okay, I'll just
Where did we
delete this
have
then.
where did we have Dayton? Like early December, Christmas time. They were like a 7 seed, right?
Yep.
Yeah, this happened before they.
I mean, you want to talk about wins against the field. If VCU makes the field, they're just as good as Xavier. Marquette, UConn, and VCU.
Well, somebody asked me on a radio show. I think it was that, or somebody asked if I had to pick somebody between the A10, and I said, well, if you're going to force me to pick somebody other than VCU, I'd pick Dayton. Because I think we all, Dayton had a really good start to the year, and I think they were the preseason favorites. So that would make the most sense.
I might pick St. Louis to win the tournament, but I mean they're certainly not an at-large candidate.
Yeah, they could get hot. They're streaky.
That'd be great.
I mean,
After
look at their
after
scores.
Robbie-
Like, they beat
Robbie
they came
gets
out of
left
nowhere and
out
beat,
last
like-
year.
Yeah, true. It'd be revenge. Like last weekend, they beat Loyola Chicago by 100. And I'm like, wow. So when they're on, man, they're tough to stop.
I love
Speaking of
Jim.
tough to stop, Valparaiso's had a hell of a first half.
I think Memphis is going to pull away.
Oh, mother.
Language.
Wait, is this a children's program? I shouldn't be here.
Well,
There you go. All right, like I was saying, we're gonna get these 4 in here with these 8. These 4 with the other 4 we have here. We'll just put them in the teams of the field, and then we're good to go. Because that'll give us, because they're just in the field, they're not seated. So that'll give us 22 plus 28, 48. That'll give us 52. We'll be totally fine.
Tim, it's only letting me pick one again.
Ah,
Yep. I see what you're doing. You're just delaying until the Boise State Colorado State game is final.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
We're gonna start all over again.
All right, Auburn 1,
Sandbagging.
Drake 2.
No, they're 3.
Well,
Could you imagine if Drake did get like a 5 seed and we're all just like livid,
I'll
but also
quit.
2008 all over
but
again.
also thrilled about it?
Yeah, I'll be thrilled, but I'll quit.
Western Kentucky's headed back to the tournament after it's a 5 seed.
Oh boy, that was a
We're
classic.
gonna lose to Drake. 3-pointer at the buzzer. That was a triple shot game.
now, when I look back, things that stick out. The year that VCU team got a 1 seed and then got royally screwed because the committee decided to seed a Kentucky team that had no business being seeded 8.
Wichita State.
That's
Or
Wichita.
State. Yeah, I was thinking wrong, black and gold, but yeah, Wichita State.
Yeah.
And then that Kentucky team was underseeded.
Stacked. Went to the national championship game.
I mean, yeah. In other words, however you say it, there's no way that Kentucky team with the talent they had on that roster that year
Those
should
are
have been
twins.
8. I know they were up and down, but
Seed
that's
that year.
brutal.
I had them as a 6. I really thought the committee
Yep.
kind of screwed them a little bit, to be honest with you.
That's when they
That
had
was
the
still-
twins in the backcourt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Harrison twins.
Yeah.
That was still, for my
Yeah.
money, the best tournament game I've seen in my life. Wichita State, Kentucky. Like I could not
It was
care.
a great game.
Well,
I
it
didn't
was.
bet on it. I didn't care.
That should have
and I
been
was on
like
the
an
edge of
Elite
my
8
seat. Yeah.
Well, the crazy thing is Aaron Harrison was 1 game away. If they had finished off UConn and he hit a shot against UConn, would have been the greatest individual tournament run of all time. He just could not stop hitting threes at the end of games to advance Kentucky. It was unbelievable.
The only team that got screwed in that was Wichita State.
That's what I mean. Yeah, they just
Yeah.
that's my
Kentucky
point.
was
Is like,
flying against whoever.
I mean, Anthony Hurley was just unbelievable too. Like it's a shame that people.
That's my guy. I love him. I love that guy. I went to the Elite 8, Wichita, when they pounded Ohio State and Aaron Kraft in the Staples Center. And we just went, I was living in San Diego at the time, so we just went up there for the game. And we just stayed and partied with the Wichita fans the rest of the day. It was like the greatest day. And then they should have beat Louisville in the Final Four.
Okay.
Blew a 12-point lead in the second half.
There was a guy
Great
named
team.
Fred Van Vliet that all of a sudden appeared on this stage there.
Yeah, and Baker.
I've heard of that
they
guy.
were so good. They were so good. So fun to watch.
Yeah, I really genuinely thought Wichita, people are like, well, this team got screwed. I actually thought Wichita State got screwed that game. I really thought they outplayed Louisville, and I do think they got more than one really, really tough breaks that swung the game out of their favor.
I'm with you on that.
I liked this ballot better when we could only pick one.
Agreed. Yay, it worked.
Oh, you can only vote for Irvine once. It's not fair. It's a trap.
Vote early, vote often.
I mean, we really are like, I know we're talking about it, but man, this is just brutal to try to pick teams at this point.
And
Yeah,
where are we
just wait
at
till
theoretically?
they expand.
Oh
Oh
Jesus!
man.
I told Tim, I said if they get too crazy with that, my bracketology career will end.
I agree.
Yeah. Same.
I mean,
Take 10.
at some point, what is the point if you're going to like go to? I have no interest in picking team number 98.
Yeah. I think Carrie made a good point too that the magic is the bracket. And if the bracket becomes too convoluted that people don't really understand it or care, and there's too many hyphens between this team and this team, winner, it's one thing if you write winner of play-in twice. It's another thing if you have to write it like 10 times and now
Yeah.
winner of play-in could play winner of play. Like that's just not going to work for people.
Nope.
Yeah, nobody's
No.
waiting until midnight on Wednesday to fill out their bracket.
Well, I don't. Something more is not always better.
Yeah, I don't always buy the argument that just because North Carolina is playing Texas on Tuesday night, that all of a sudden a ton more people are going to watch.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be
don't
so much
buy
better.
that argument because I don't think I would watch. Like I don't want
No.
to see those two teams play at that point. They've had 31 games to play and prove that they're worth it. And
I've already seen them play 18 times on television.
yeah,
Right.
I don't think I really care about it at that point. Like
See, I'm a
the real
Texas
bracket is what
fan.
we care about.
I'm a Texas fan, and I root against Carolina. I wouldn't watch that.
And I will never buy the argument. I'm curious Rocco's take on this, but I'll never buy the argument that it'll actually be an equitable split between, not even equitable, even just close to equitable between power 5 and
Yeah,
mid
it wouldn't.
majors. I think they might get 1 out of 8 spots per year, and that's
All
not even
right,
worth
so
it.
we added UC Irvine, Texas, Nebraska, and Colorado State.
Rocco got his way.
No, I actually only voted for one of those 4 teams.
I wonder who.
Yeah, good. I'll let you guess, Shelby.
Okay, thanks.
Texas. He voted for Texas.
Go Anteaters, baby.
Texas.
We gotta get Shelby an Anteater shirt. I'll bring you one next year if we get a good sponsor. Get you a
That'll
UC
work.
Irvine shirt.
I do think that with the expansion conversation, like so many people have been like, "Oh, look how much fun the college football playoff was expanded to 12." That's not freaking comparable.
It's not the same thing. No.
I thought the college football playoff sucked.
I also think people got fatigued from the playoff a little bit, just how
Yeah.
long it was dragged out, and it to me seemed kind of anticlimactic at the end.
Well,
It
you know
was
what a
a-
lot of that was? Part of that problem was that like doing the whole seeding like they did it is like ridiculous. If you're going to have 12 teams in, then you rank them 1 to 12. It doesn't matter
Right.
whether they win their conference or not.
Right.
I could see like I assume I'm the same way in the NFL. Like if you win your conference, you should get into the playoffs. But if you're like 7 and 9 and get in or whatever it is now, 8 and 10 or whatever, you shouldn't be the automatic 4 seed because you
No.
won your conference.
Right.
If the football did 12 and they just ranked them 1 to 12, it would have been a lot better. You had the first round buys and then you go from there.
Yeah, because the Final Four was like 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
Because
You
of the
may
way
have
they're-
ended up in the same spot, but I think like Oregon got really roasted in that. They had the best year overall.
Yes.
And they got the least favorable route of anybody to get to the championship.
Well, yeah, and Ohio State was clearly the best team the last what, 5 weeks of the season.
Except for the Michigan game.
Oh, we got a tie game in Boise.
Jackrabbits are looking good.
I was looking at the stats tonight, and usually that helps tell the story. Illinois made almost 37% of their threes tonight. So
There you go.
see, when they make threes, and they don't turn the ball over, like they only had 8 turnovers tonight. See, they can beat a lot of people when they play like that. But they start turning it over 15, 16 times a game and shooting 25%, they doesn't usually turn out so well. I mean, you could say that about a lot of teams. You turn it over and don't make a lot of shots, I guess. But
All right. Bear with me here a minute. So we're gonna put up these. Here are all these here. All right. We're gonna go back to seating the 6th line here, okay? You guys with me?
Yep.
Nope.
Okay. Didn't know. Do you want to have any more discussion on BYU, Missouri, Ole Miss, UCLA right now for about 30 seconds?
Nope.
No.
We're gonna pick 8 from in the field to add to those 4. Or are we seeding 6?
We're gonna add 8 to the field. I'm having a little computer problem here right now, so I'm trying to get the
Oh,
next
dear.
ballot ready to go here. It'll just be a second, and then we'll vote on 8 to add in here.
Let me check the chat. Yeah. With the Aaron Harrison thing, Henry Muto saying, Nance, this is the point where he always hits it. That was awesome. Al Peterson saw Kentucky Wichita State in person. You knew you had seen an elite 8 type of game. You know,
Yes.
yep.
Might be better.
Congrats, Al, on your Western Michigan Broncos qualifying for Cleveland.
ooh, this one's probably for Rocco. If you could only go to one conference tournament this year, which one would you choose?
Well, Arch Madness, of course. And I'm not even there because the mock committee. Thanks, guys.
You're welcome.
You could have done this from courtside.
We
We
should
were
have
gonna
done
do
this
it
from
there.
St. Louis. Yeah, we should have done this
Yeah.
from St. Louis. It's right in the middle of the country. We can do it.
Next year.
Or the weekend
Problem is
earlier.
that we wouldn't get
Last year
anything
we did
done.
the weekend
That's
earlier.
the problem.
Yeah.
Well, here's your surprise halftime score at the Arch.
Yeah,
Valpo
Valpo.
is up 13
13
on
on
Northern
Northern
Iowa at halftime.
Oh.
Yep.
Mm.
And Portland's losing to Pepperdine by 12 all of a sudden when they were up by 14 earlier.
Wow,
Huge run for
50
Pepperdine.
Sounds like
32.
Michigan State, Iowa.
Yeah. Well, maybe his job is not safe after
maybe
that
Shante.
collapse. Old Dominion is trying to stay in the ring for a 4th day in the Royal Rumble of the Sun Belt.
Are they beating
Look, they're getting close to
winning.
throwing Appalachian State over the top rope.
Let's throw that one up over here.
That'll be their third win, right?
Third or
Pretty sure.
second?
No, yeah, this will be their third.
Definitely
win.
their third. Yeah.
They beat the Cajuns, Texas State, now App State. They're climbing the stairway to 7.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. There you go. Need to pick 8 out of that list.
Do we pick 8 or just let us only do 1?
Belmont Drake tomorrow, big day.
That a noon game?
That's gonna be a tough game for Drake.
That game is at CBS Sports Network, 3:30 Eastern.
We'll be
So-
done with our session by then.
What time are we done at?
Yeah, what is
I have 9
tomorrow's
to
schedule?
1 on my calendar, but
Is there another session tomorrow night here?
yeah.
No, I just think a long Sunday session. Oh, App's got the turnover here.
That's a short Saturday. We'll take it though. If we had a Saturday schedule like that last year, we would have been feeling great at Let It
Oh.
Fly.
Oh, we'd have
Oh,
been
yeah.
dead on Sunday. Would have been like 10 minutes after start time. We're just like, where are Carrie and Rocco?
Rocco, have you ever been to the Yum Center in Louisville yet for a game?
No, I haven't. What are your thoughts?
Well, I was saying, if you're ever going to a game, if you're going to be in the area, give me a call.
Oh, okay. Are you in Louisville?
No, but I'm not in Louisville, but I'm not too far.
Oh, okay. I always thought you were in Indianapolis for some reason.
I'm in the southern part of the state.
Okay, cool. I did Indiana State 2 years ago, Terre Haute. That was fun. Yeah, I'll definitely let you know. We have the Final Four in Indianapolis next year too.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll probably be going back to the I'll probably try to go up for the first 4 that day. I can just
Okay.
drive up. I can get to downtown Indy in just under 2 hours.
Yeah, I mean,
You
I'll
gonna-
probably be around.
You gonna be in San Antonio, Rocco?
Yes. How about
You
yourself?
usually leave on Sunday, right?
I'm about 2.5 hours from San Antonio.
Yeah, I stayed for the championship game last year. That was good.
Okay.
I went to that. But yeah, I'm not sure how it's going to go this year. Be there throughout the week.
I'll be around. I'll hit you up.
Nice.
And then
A
we're
lot easier to
going.
meet up in. It's a lot easier to meet up in San Antonio than it is in Phoenix / Tempe / Scottsdale
Yeah.
/ Glendale.
That was a mess
tough.
there, man. And then
Everything
we're
was fun, but it
going.
was so spread out.
We're gonna go straight to Houston after San Antonio for a little post tournament vacay.
Oh, cool. Astros game.
Hopefully, I think they're playing the Angels. I tried to go when the Final Four was in Houston, but I didn't buy tickets ahead of time, and everybody tried to go, and it was like $200 to get in the freaking door.
Oh wow. For the Final Four or for the championship?
No, for the Astros to go.
Oh, for the Astros, yeah, because everybody was
Yeah,
in
'cause
town
that-
for the Final Four.
Yeah, everybody was in town. I think that that was their first home series after winning the World Series. So like they're handing out the rings and all that shit. It was bad.
And it
I
was-
should have bought
and-
tickets way beforehand.
And it was the Yankees, I think, too. On top of all that, I was at Biggio's actually when the game started, and it was like surrounded by baseball fans. It's kind of funny.
Oh yeah.
Wow. UNLV has got back within 2 of New Mexico at halftime.
Yes.
UNLV's hot right now, 6 out of 7.
They almost look. I don't know. They look better without D-Dan.
Has Dean Thomas been out? I haven't even noticed UNLV's.
Yeah, he was hurt.
They have
Wait,
a
what was
they got
that?
a Boogie Flan situation going on.
What was that? What was that call?
Graham and
Anybody else watching App State Old
Rocco.
Dominion?
Coming in a sec.
What pod will you be going to if you could go to one? So I guess the first
Graham, is
weekend.
Graham here or is he offline? See, he's muted and no camera on.
Did he not vote?
Maybe something with the kiddos. I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought about. I guess depending on who's there. I thought about. I can get to Lexington in about 2 hours.
You can already figure out who's going to be there. Certainly
But
Auburn.
it's going to be Auburn and or Tennessee or Alabama.
Yeah.
I would say if you want to try to just guess at it and you want to buy a ticket right now, Seattle will be good because you're going to get 4-12, 5-13 probably in both pods, and those are usually the best chance to see a crazy upset.
12 seeds are going to be tough if they end up being what they're projected to be right now.
Well, if they're projected to be what they are right now in my boat, well, it's going to be Oklahoma, North Carolina, Xavier. So have UC San Diego and Drake and VCU.
You got the plans. All right, fair enough.
I'll just add my votes in here. We'll go. Is that okay?
Yep.
Yep.
I might pick how do you go to one pod? I don't know who's going to end up there, but I might pick going to Providence because that arena is nice and cozy, and that's a good basketball area. It'll be packed.
Yeah, very likely St. John's will be in Providence.
Yeah,
too.
St. John's should be one of them. Probably some Big Ten team will get shipped out there too, but that'll be that arena is always real fun.
All right, everybody happy? We got Memphis,
Hey-o.
Marquette, Louisville, Kansas.
Who?
You did vote for Graham.
Illinois.
After a big win tonight, see? Changes
Who
their
was that?
Yeah, it was.
Who was that
UConn.
after Illinois?
It was
UConn.
you.
Oh.
I can't believe that.
UConn.
Were you doing you were channeling your inner Bubba Cunningham? Like, I can't read this. It says Duke.
Yeah. UConn, Mississippi State, and then school that has a whiteout tomorrow. Creighton Blue
Creighton.
Jays.
Yeah. I was wondering when they were coming.
Hold on a sec.
You,
Let me pull that up for you.
Yeah, share that list.
By the way, I don't know who's
Question
asking
now.
about that later, but I got that notification, something about my internet about 3 times in a row there when I was having difficulty. Okay.
We got a question in the chat now from Matt Law. Appropriate. What does UConn need to do to earn a 7 seed?
Win.
Well, get voted in one of the next 2 votes.
Bigger picture, I think, it's I don't remember off the top of my head right now. It's been staring at stuff. Who do they finish with this weekend? Is it
Marquette?
Seton Hall.
Marquette.
Seton Hall at home.
No, I'm sorry, Seton Hall.
so
Just play Marquette.
if they win a couple at Madison Square Garden next week, they could get off, and depending on what else happens around them, they could get back up onto the 7 line.
I know, Anthony, you already have them there, don't you?
I do.
I mean, they're hovering. I mean, have been right on my 8, but teams could fall, they could rise. Yeah, I mean, that's a kind of a volatile area.
Yeah, I
I'm kinda-
think that's the just looking at these teams to vote on. A lot of it isn't just what they do, it's who else is losing in their area.
Yeah, I mean, those
And
teams
who
are
they're losing
so
to.
those teams are so tightly bunched. I do feel like that's, that 6 through 8 spot. You could see a fair amount of movement, even just from early conference tournament results.
Well, and again, I mean, one line. I mean, depending on where you have UConn, if you got them 29, they got to move up one spot, right? But
A little unfortunate. They're going to play Villanova, who's 53, so it's going to put them a quad 2 in the first game. Then they'll play quad 1s the rest of the way out.
Theory.
Do we want to compare some of these teams with team sheets or?
What I'm here for. Who do we want? UConn.
Yeah, we need to take a look at UConn. Haven't really. I think probably Creighton too. Haven't looked at them much.
yeah, and
Do it.
Mississippi State.
Big East battle.
I'd pull up
I
Kansas
think I
too.
would say
mean,
the
have we
teams that
talked a
we
lot about
probably
Kansas?
most need to talk about are Louisville, Kansas, UConn, Mississippi State, and Creighton, because we already talked a lot about Illinois and we know the result tonight. We talked about Memphis.
All right. Mississippi State and Creighton on the board.
In my personal bracket, I have these two right next to each other: Mississippi State 32, Creighton 33.
That's exactly where I have them, Graham. Nice.
Boise's up by 8.
I had Mississippi State 29 and Creighton 32, but still right both on the 8 line.
I'm close. 29-33.
We're working on the 6 line, correct?
Yeah.
Do we need to talk about Creighton right now? Sorry, Tim. I'm just wondering if we're
Yeah, I
jumping the
mean,
gun
on
here a
that
little
note,
bit.
I do think Mississippi State has had so many chances to do something in the SEC, and really, the Ole Miss sweep looks great, but they haven't really done a whole lot outside of that. So
I would
I
say
just
the
don't see
same thing for
Mississippi
Miss
State as a
State.
6 seed quality team right now.
I agree.
Yeah, I think that I had, somebody on X or whatever mentioned the other day and thought that Mississippi State should be ahead because they won head to head. And I said, well, there was a time when they were right next to each other when that was probably true. But those 3 top end wins for Ole Miss is a separator. So, yeah, I think Mississippi State just they're a little bit like, that's why I had them in Illinois right next to each other. There's good things there. But like the resumes look a lot other than some metrics, their resumes looked a lot of similar to me. The real high end win wasn't there. Like
Yeah, I almost feel like Mississippi State's resume metrics. Earlier, we were talking about San Diego State's resume looks better than you'd think based on what the metrics are. I think Mississippi State's the inverse of that,
Yeah.
where their
Yep.
resume metrics look better than you think the actual resume looks.
I'm in a constant state of wanting to put Mississippi State lower than what the numbers tell me they should be.
I mean, I think part of it could just be you look up at those top 6 games on the team sheet there. Those are some really good nets that they've lost to. So as far as the resume metrics are concerned, it's like, yeah, this doesn't hurt them all that much. It's against the top team, but I don't have faith in Mississippi State that they would have been beating the Butlers and the Texases that they would have run into instead. So
I think for Mississippi State, it's just it's everywhere you look and it's fine. That's maybe the best word I would use to describe it. Their wins are fine, but there's nothing that really truly jumps out to say this team. I mean, they swept Ole Miss is good. And that win in Oxford is probably the best thing they have to hang their hat on, which is not a bad thing. But the rest of it is just kind of okay, right? They won at SMU. That technically by net, that's solid, but SMU's probably not going to end up in the field. They beat Utah on a neutral court. They beat Pitt at home. The Memphis win is solid, but depending on where we feel like Memphis is in the bracket, is that really super strong? There's enough quantity there for me for Miss State that they should be in that 8 seed conversation. I think they kind of fall on the back end of the line for me. But again, we talk about the having to move up past that field. I hate using this analogy because I've used it so many times, but I often use when you get to the protected seed line, it's like you're trying to trim your golf score down quite a bit, right? Like when you shoot 100 to 90, that 10 strokes is kind of easy to drop off. When you're going from 80 to 70, that's a whole different ball game. Still 10 strokes, very different situation to get there. That's like when you get to protected seed lines, like you have to do something spectacular to move up. I almost feel like in a way that's shifted back this year where you still, even on the 5, 6, 7 lines, need to do something significant to get ahead. And I just don't think Mississippi State, their collection of everything is solid, but there's nothing really spectacular there that wows you that says this team should be moving up past a team like Ole Miss who won in Alabama, or some of these other teams whose metric profiles are much, much better. I don't know. I struggle with Ole Miss for that regard.
On that note, Louisville has 2
Yeah.
wins over the net top 40, both at home.
Yeah, I don't like Louisville's profile very much.
Well, I guess, to me, the only thing I would add about Louisville is, earlier we spent time talking about that winning has to matter. And again, they're not winning the game. Their schedule, thanks to the ACC.
Well, thanks to their last place finish last year.
Right.
They got last year.
But again, I guess where I would reference it is very few of their games were close. Yeah. I mean, if they're winning all these games by 5 points, 3 points, yeah, I think it looks really fluky. But they've been winning. I'm not suggesting they're a top 5 seed because I don't think they're the strength of their overall record with their schedule calls for that. But if we're going to talk earlier about winning matters, they're 24-6 and they've lost once.
Yeah.
They have lost 1 game since December?
Mid-December, yeah.
Yeah, 1 game since mid-December. And again, they're beating teams, 20, 25 points, 15 points, 18 points, home and a road, 9-2. I mean, it would be easy to go to some of these road games and just, lose, like, Wake Forest, for example. So I do think Louisville deserves a little bit of credit for that. I think they're maybe being a little bit undersold just because of the lack of strength in the ACC. But that's just opinion from afar and having seen them play a lot.
Well, I think going back to it, the one thing that stands out for me for Louisville, yes, there's a lot of maybe average in there, but to Rocco's point with Irvine, I mean, winning 11, Irvine was truly road wins, but winning 11 times away from home is still not easy, no matter who you're playing. 9-2 on the road, 2-1 on the neutral court. So it does support what Dave was just mentioning of you still have to win the games. And I think that is important. I'm just struggling with who do you move them past? Because I do think a lot of times the deal breakers for the committee is often the elite type wins.
Right.
That really get you past the next team in front of you. And that's really where I'm running up against a wall with Louisville. I'm almost like I know they should be higher. Same with Memphis.
Yeah.
I just cannot figure out the path to get them there.
Yeah. See, the funny part about that argument is I was trying to make that same argument against St. John's, and everybody was telling me how great St. John's was.
I did the same thing with St. John's earlier in the season. I was the exact same way.
Though, I think, Dave, for me, it's the way Louisville has lost at home. They were not competitive against Tennessee. Yeah. They were not competitive against Ole Miss and Duke. I mean, honestly, the score looks better than that game actually played out. They were never really.
Actually, Louisville, I think, was almost leading that game at halftime.
Well, I mean, there's 2 halves of basketball.
Yeah, I know, I get that, but I mean, it wasn't like Louisville came in and beat them.
Since when? No shit. Really?
I just think that if they had played more competitively in those games, I think I'd be more willing to give them the break. The fact that they didn't really sticks with me.
No, and I get that. I'm like I said, I've struggled with where to see them for all the same reasons everybody else. I do think though that early in the year, I think the team that's now playing now would not lose to Tennessee by 20 points.
Yeah, I
I
don't
mean, that was
disagree with
early
that.
in the year, a
Also,
team that
let's
had just
look
never
back
even
at
played
before.
together before, and then they went to the Bahamas and they got two of their players hurt. Corin Johnson never really played, and then the other guy got hurt. So, but it is what it is. You're right; they don't have a high level win, so that's a problem that they have. When they
Northern
didn't
Iowa
beat Indiana, we
10-01.
thought Indiana was going to be good.
They are a tough team to see. Like, there's no doubt about it. It's not just the lack of end wins for me. It's the fact that they weren't competitive. It's just so hard for me to get over.
Graham, you want to talk Kansas?
Yeah, I think they have an interesting resume just because they are lacking so much on there. But to the opposite side of Louisville, Kansas actually has played very well against some of the toughest teams on their schedule. It's kind of been the weaker teams on the schedule that they've struggled more against. Obviously, beat Duke in Vegas, beat Michigan State in the Champions Classic. So both those wins obviously look terrific. Blew out Iowa State. That was literally from tip off, never a competitive game. And then I think the other thing that maybe can enter into this conversation, we're talking about how Louisville, despite losing, wasn't competitive. Kansas nearly swept Houston. They were not far away from having a sweep over Houston. Obviously, they didn't win those games. But I think to me, that's where when I have Kansas 27th overall, I have Louisville 28th overall. And that was kind of a differentiator for me was I think Kansas has just been more competitive when playing the top teams than Louisville has been.
Aside from BYU.
Well, actually, I mean to that point, that's kind of what I'm saying. It's the Missouris, the Creightons, the BYU's they've really struggled with, but when they play elite teams, they've pretty much shown up most of the time.
I will add again, aside from BYU, that is an elite team right now.
Yeah, even like going further, Texas Tech, they almost completed that comeback. Texas Tech shot really, really well to start that
Yeah.
game. Like anybody shoots 3-pointers like that, you're gonna struggle to play. But I think it's really been you can see from Missouri, BYU, Baylor, Creighton, Utah, Kansas State. It's just been those middle games that Kansas has really struggled with. But I tend to think when you have kind of these higher level predictives like Kansas has, and then you combine it with some of those top end wins. I I don't think they can get below an 8 likely just because those are two very good wins in particular against Duke and Michigan State to combine with those predictives.
One thing that I think Kansas has working against it that I struggle with a little bit is their road performance. Obviously, they have one of the most, if not the best, neutral court win, depending on how you view Duke. If you take Duke as the eye test Duke, then you're probably saying that's one of the best. That's if not the best neutral court win in the country. And then obviously Michigan State too. But I mean, their best win is at Cincinnati on the road. They beat in Cincinnati, TCU, Colorado, and somebody else that I'm missing now.
UCF.
UCF. And they lost in Ames. They lost in Waco. They lost at BYU, got blown out at BYU, as Kerry just mentioned. They lost at Houston, although that game was competitive. And to your point, Graham, they've looked the part in some of those games, but and they're 4-8 in true road games. So I think that's a tough one for me because I tend to believe that the committee puts a lot of emphasis on that. The other side of the coin, though, for me too, and why I couldn't get them uh, I had them at 25th, so the top 7 seed, which I think is probably a little higher than some people had them. But I also have to remember that they were 15th 3 weeks ago, or 3.5 weeks, however long that was. And I hate going back to that, but they're 2-4 since then. And again, one of those losses was pretty bad. None of those outside of the Utah one, the other three teams are good teams. They haven't beaten anybody good per se, but it's also about what teams around them have done. And I'm just not sure that the committee has clearly put a ton of respect. They still had the road problems at that point. They still had a bunch of losses at that point, February 15th. There was a lot of respect on those first two wins earlier in the year, and I still think that holds. And I'm just not sure. Not sure I can bump much lower than 25 right now. But I do think I think we talked about this already with Arizona. I think that game this weekend is pretty big for both of those teams. I think you can see a decent amount of movement downward for whoever loses that game.
I think one thing that is interesting about Kansas's schedule is half of it, literally half of it, has been played against Quad 1, and most of it will be against Quad 1 after they play Arizona.
So what I'm getting is Kansas to the playing game.
For the Crown tournament.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unrelated question from the chat from David Nagel. What team is the highest on your seed list right now that you could still see missing the field?
Baylor for sure on mine.
That's exactly who it is. They're my last
Yeah.
9 seed.
And, well, them, yeah, them or Georgia. I think if Georgia lost
Baylor,
2
yeah.
straight to end, they you could leave them out. But,
Yeah, I would
Georgia,
say
Baylor.
that number on mine is like 38-39.
Yes.
yeah, I've got Georgia Baylor 36-37, and they could easily, you could pick them apart if they finish with 2 straight losses.
Yeah, I got Georgia 38, Baylor 39. So that's
Yeah,
pretty
that's
much
where it's
where I
at.
see the cutoff. I mean,
Yeah,
I
mine's
think at this
37,
point,
38.
You know,
I would like to plead the fifth for another 40 minutes and see if New Mexico wins, but I have them at 35. If they lose this game to UNLV, they get iffy.
I think New Mexico's in for
They're
me,
solid.
period,
They're
because
solid.
they did the UCLA out of conference win, but I think if you
And
look
they
at
clinched the championship.
there are exactly. How are we talking about Colorado State and Boise State and San Diego State and Utah State? Like, we're talking about all these teams. New Mexico's the champ. Like, why are we even talking about these other teams if New Mexico's
They're
not?
the best.
Because of
They have the
last
best
year.
resume in the conference too.
Thank you, Shelby.
They beat that same UCLA team that North Carolina beat.
Yeah, I just, seeing Louisville and Kansas next to each other, and I think they're really close. I have them right next to each other on my seed list. I'm just it catches my attention that Louisville has a worse loss and their wins don't even come close to Kansas's. And then you can kind of say, well, I can maybe get around that if Louisville has a little bit better predictives, but Kansas has the better predictives. So I think for me, it's a really close call, and I could see the committee going either way. But I tend to give a slight advantage to Kansas. Very, very close.
I give the edge to Louisville because of a number of wins. That's
Yeah,
it.
I think that overall record is convincing, but
Yeah.
man, the ACC, honestly, it's almost hard for a tournament team.
Yes, it is.
Rocco,
Yes.
they'll always be the fighting Sioux to me. They're up by 9 over the Jackrabbits.
Yeah.
5 minutes to go.
It's an upside down night at the Summit tournament tonight. Could have both the 2 big dogs go down tonight.
well, apparently, here's some more breaking news. Apparently, Steve Prom is stepping down at Murray State.
No shit.
Oh.
I had a feeling that might happen.
That Murray State is parting ways. He's stepping down. Sources confirm.
So do we want to
Party ways
talk
fired.
Marquette Creighton too?
I think we should talk. I think look at Marquette and Creighton. Yeah, I think those are the 2 we haven't really touched on.
Marquette scares me still, but they've been in a big slide. Their defense has taken a big drop off here the last 2-3 weeks. And you know, they're a shooting team, and what were they 3 for 21 the other day? I mean, yeah, they could be in big trouble because as far as seed line, because they're going to play Xavier right out of the gate, most likely, the Big East tournament. Despite that, they had a really good non-conference, so good early part of the season.
You know, I forget who one of the committee members was recently was talking about the importance of head to head. And I do think it's important to note for the Big East that they do play a double round robin. So you have not just plenty of head to head opportunities, but a very common schedule that you can compare teams against.
I mean, they got those 3 right at the top of their resume: Maryland, Wisconsin, Purdue. That's 3 solid wins.
Yep.
Yeah, I
And
think
Georgia.
I think the only thing you have to be a little bit careful, and Marquette's dropped back to my 6th line. And they're getting close. I think if they lose again, you can make a case for them falling, especially if some other teams win. Again, this is where we always get down into the battling the recency bias, right? We're at the point they played all these games. You kind of look at the whole resume and see where they are. Because yeah, you're right. They have not played well the last couple of weeks. So it's really whether that trend continues or not, I guess.
I think we talked about them a lot before the reveal. It was the same thing where it's like, well, don't forget they did this. Like their 8 best wins they had at the time of the reveal, and they were not in the reveal.
That's a good point, Carrie.
Granted, that's top 16. They could have been 19 at the time, and now we're talking about how far below that do they fall.
Well, I mean, I think
one
it's safe to
thing-
say they were 17 or 18 based on what the committee said.
Yeah.
One thing that's worth paying attention to with Marquette is, and I forget if I mentioned this already, but I think this game this weekend is really important for them because right now they're sitting at 1-4 against the other top 3 teams in the Big East, and their only win, I believe, is Creighton at home, a long time ago, and it's a pretty bad look to be 1-5 against the other. Now, I guess Xavier throws a wrench in that, but they also split with Xavier, so they'd really be 2-6, even if Xavier gets in against the other top teams in the league. That's a tough sell with the committee, the way the committee has treated that in recent years. So, I'd be very curious. I mean, they should win that. They should win that game. St. John's is red hot, obviously, but it's home, and I think they're a slight favorite by a few points. That's something to keep an eye on. I'll have a lot of if they lose to St. John's, I'm going to have a little bit more difficulty evaluating them, knowing that they really only got 1 win against the rest of the top of the league.
Well, I think one thing to Marquette's credit is they haven't really gotten just absolutely blown out this year. Villanova, they lost to by 15.
Villanova,
All their
yeah.
games are closer than that. You look at Creighton over there, Xavier absolutely handed it to them. Georgetown blew Creighton out. And, I'm not saying those are horrible losses by any means, but there is something to be said for Marquette, even in their losses, keeping them all somewhat competitive.
And I think too, to that point, Graham, I think they only have 2 double-digit losses, the other one being in Ames, but they actually played pretty well in that game. That was an impressive game for them. I know that 11-point margin probably doesn't look all that impressive, but that was if any committee member was watching, I think they would have come away impressed with how Marquette performed in that game on a very big stage at a very tough place to play. So it was a little bit closer throughout. That was really a late pull away by Iowa State.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've talked a lot about him. I still think Marquette overall resume is a little bit better at this point, but it's not what it once was. There was a pretty big margin for a while, and now it's shrunk.
I think there's still a fair amount ahead of Creighton, but yes, I think the gap is closed.
I just think that you look at those 3 quad 1A wins versus the one for Creighton, that's fairly convincing for me. when you think about what Creighton has unfortunately done in quad 2, which isn't terrific. Marquette's done a better job of avoiding some stumbles there.
Yeah. All right. Are we ready to vote?
Gary, you're
Yes.
muted.
I don't need to be heard.
I'm ready to vote.
You just
No,
need
I
to
was
be
just saying,
seen.
just seeing, but I feel like we're Marquette Creighton. We're basically talking them at the back end. I was saying we should vote, and then Dave said we should vote. So let's do some voting. Quick chat from our boy Tony Schneider. Just asking what time are the shows on Saturday and Sunday. I think we should clear this
I'm
up for
sorry.
everybody.
Yeah, so it's 9 o'clock Eastern tomorrow.
Yeah.
AM.
Yes,
Hush.
9 till 1-ish or so. And then Sunday, what was the time we decided on?
Noon, I
10.
I
think.
think noon.
Noon Eastern, right?
Right.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
All right.
Because Shelby didn't want to be voting while he's at church.
Hey, I'm skipping out of church.
Heyo.
I'm going early. 8:30 service with the time change. That'll be 7:30. Be perfect.
Yeah,
Oh,
don't forget about the
shit.
time change, everybody.
At least it's not Selection Sunday. God, that's a nightmare.
That was a night. Don't remind me.
That's always like one of the shortest nights of the year anyway, and then they take an hour away from you.
Yeah.
Oh, every single year I see it go from 1:59 to 3 o'clock. Like I'm still up working.
Wait a minute.
I don't know if I told everybody this. So 1 year it changed on Selection Sunday. And I'm sitting on like the breakfast nook and I got game on the TV and I'm looking, I'm like, God, I'm so far ahead. Usually I'm like hours, I'm so far ahead and I'm just taking my time because it says it's 1 o'clock, right? On the microwave. And about 10 minutes later, I realized I couldn't figure out why baseball games are starting like at 10 in the morning. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, so then we realized that about 1:30, it was actually 2:30. Then we panicked like hell.
I'll be right back.
So by the one thing, if I'm looking at this, Morocco, you guys, it's better than me, but with Illinois winning tonight,
They're a 1 seed.
no, but they would be no worse than the 7 seed now at the Big Ten tournament, right?
I think Rocco stepped away.
Oh, because they're in seventh. They're
I
in
couldn't
seventh
tell you.
place right now, but Oregon could win and tie them, but they would have the tiebreaker against Oregon, and they would have the tiebreaker against UCLA if UCLA loses. But I don't think they're going to lose either because they're playing USC at home. So that looks like they would be 7, which I guess depending on how you look at it, keeps them away from Michigan State.
Looks like Tony asks, why does Graham hate the states of Indiana, Ohio, Idaho, Arizona, and Iowa? You forgot Alaska, and the reason I hate
Oklahoma.
Alaska
Yeah.
is
Alabama.
because
Arizona.
the vowels. It's because they don't have a D1 team. So
You skipped over the question I was going to pitch from Bram. What is the one mid-major arena that you want to see? If the Mountain West counts, I got to go to the Pit. I've never been there.
I've never been to the Palestra. I want to go to the Palestra.
Oh, Palestra is great.
Waiting on
Put
one.
that shout out for Municipal Auditorium in Kansas City, just because it's so old.
I love that place, Graham. Creighton used to play in that tournament down there a lot. God, I love that place.
Now
You
I
walk in
am
and
biased,
all
but
you do is smell. You go, This smells like basketball in here.
Now they wouldn't be considered like non-major anymore, obviously, but if you ever get a chance to go to a game at Hinkle, you should do it.
Yep. Absolutely. And go to an afternoon game.
I'd love
When
to
the
go
lights
to,
when the lights coming through the rafters, yeah.
Get a press pass and the light hits you right in that press area. The sun shines through. It's great. Bulldog goes running out there. There's just mass chaos before the game. It's awesome.
And it's
Yeah.
pretty intimate in there. I mean, there's really not a bad seat in the place.
Oh no. Not
North Dakota's definitely winning this game.
You see, Eagle staff stats.
no.
Oh, he's out of control, man. He's good. Got 46. He has 46 right now, and counting. He keeps getting fouled. He's gonna go for 50.
David, waiting on you.
Oh, I didn't know the ballot was sent to me. I'm sorry, Tim.
The highest
Tony,
individual
Fauci.
score of the season, and it's in the conference tournament.
Tony's asking which of us have been to the Pentagon in Sioux Falls.
I was supposed to go opening day, and I had to cancel last minute. It sucked. Triple header.
I was
missed
supposed
it.
to go COVID year and they didn't go. Driven by it
Been to
many
the other
times.
Pentagon.
I'd love to go there though. I heard it's great.
I assume Eagle Staff's going to be
Love the floor.
playing for Nate Oates next year. Is that what we?
Yeah,
is that
right.
what we assume?
He's gonna go whoever offers the most money, man.
Gary Sharp told me he's probably not going to go anywhere because obviously he's Native American and that culture is very thick. And they've
Strong.
had tons of excellent players like in North Dakota, Minnesota that have gone out. They don't last like a semester and they come back home. They just can't. It's hard for them to deal with the outside world. They're just not used to it. So they're thinking he's just going to stick there.
That'd be
Possibility,
fascinating.
but when that big check comes,
South Dakota
All right.
State. South Dakota State's won for their last 17 from the field.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for him.
Yeah.
huge home advantage for that tournament too. That's a huge win for North Dakota.
And the Coyotes, the Coyotes are still alive, so they're going to take over.
Valpo,
That's even-
Valpo is hanging on right now, up one.
Maybe
Late.
some ill-advised shots. That's why they call them the Jackrabbits.
Ooh.
All right, here we go. Number one is Creighton. No, I'm kidding. We got Marquette.
So is this our sixth line? No, this is
No,
just,
we're gonna pair these up with BYU, Missouri, Ole Miss. And
right. That's
UCLA.
what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Marquette, some team called Kansas, Illinois, and Memphis.
My Memphis vote finally counted. All right.
Wow. We had two of our members' favorite teams there get in on that one.
Syracuse got in?
Yeah,
Duke
that's not my
finally
favorite
made
team. Those are the old days.
UC Irvine's in?
Yeah, they better be.
It is interesting that Louisville didn't make that. I'm not surprised that they didn't make it there, but just kind of makes you wonder if that could be some insight in what the committee might end up doing.
1 point below Memphis.
Oh, man. I do think if we hadn't spent so much time signaling out like Louisville's resume, if we had just voted without really digging into them, I probably would have had them higher. You guys talked me down on Louisville.
Well, you listened to the wrong person, Kerry. I
Apparently.
was trying to build them up.
Northern Iowa 60-60. They came all the way back. And they got the ball.
Dog is that.
Rocco, I'd like to say I have never witnessed a Arch Madness comeback by UNI, but I've seen lots of them.
Could be another one here.
All right, we're gonna,
They were down.
do we need more discussion on these 8?
I don't think so.
Let's vote.
Just to refresh everybody, because it's been a while, so we had BYU, Missouri, Ole Miss, and UCLA were the holdovers. All right, I don't have a ballot ready yet. Just give me a sec. You guys are getting way ahead of me.
Well, the good news is because of the holdovers and stuff, we've talked about a lot of these teams already, so it makes it a little bit easier. Especially when we haven't had like a 24-hour break where we got to kind of refocus.
We're only getting a 9-hour break after this.
Oh, tied up. Colorado State and Boise.
Wow. Colorado's been down by 10 twice in the second half.
Well, if we're like the real committee, this is the time of year you're starting to look, okay, why can we leave you out?
And you're eating ice cream.
Give us a reason.
Yeah. The repeal process.
I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility Colorado State's a Mountain West champion after tonight.
New Mexico clinched it already.
The auto bid for our purposes, but Colorado State and New Mexico could both be tied co-champs.
They would share.
They could share it, yeah. But New Mexico's got the 1 seed clinch, is what I meant.
Yeah.
For next week.
But I think that would, like, if Colorado State could say they're a Mountain West champion, that might change their chances a little bit.
Not supposed to matter.
You could add it to the resume. I agree with Graham actually, but it doesn't. I don't think it helps their chances though. I think it. I don't know.
Oh,
Certainly didn't help Washington in 2012 winning the Pac-10 and not getting
Right? Yeah,
yep.
exactly.
Oh,
They had
And,
Oral Roberts. They had Oral Roberts ahead of us on the first 4 out.
Colorado State would be aside from this win over Boise State, right? They don't have a single quad 1 win.
Well, I believe Cal didn't have a top 50 win that year, but they loaded up between 51 and 100, and the committee bought it.
Yeah, we were battling Cal all year. Those were really good games, despite both teams not really being able to build a resume in that league. They had Leon Bond. He was good. Gutierrez, Randall, good players.
Gutierrez is the one that I remember. I don't know why.
Yeah, he was a pain in our ass. He always like get steals and layups.
All right, gents, there you go.
Ended up voting somebody higher that I wasn't expecting to vote that high. I'm curious how they'll do once we see the results.
Wow.
Tell me more about Kansas, Graham.
You have to
Almost
wonder
stayed
if
up by 5.
might win over Missouri on a neutral court in St. Louis now could potentially hold a little more weight now that Illinois beat Purdue. Might that become a head-to-head comparison at some point?
I literally just switched those two teams because of that result. I like went back and looked. I was like,
He finished with 51.
Jesus, it's nuts.
Unbelievable.
Valpo's up 132 to play. We have
Colorado State
hit
is
the
up
monitor
5
because
now.
it's under 2 minutes. So how else could you play basketball? I think that's off you and I. It's going to be Valpo ball.
Colorado State's so well coached. It's just
This really feels like one that Boise absolutely has to have for an at-large.
Mm-hmm.
Did one that Boise has to have, or one that Colorado State has to have,
No.
or
I think they
yes?
both have to have it, but Boise, I think,
Yeah.
has the better
I
shot
mean,
at it.
Colorado State's not getting in because they win this, but Boise State hurts their chances, I think, a little bit if they can't win this game at home.
Yep.
Yeah.
all righty. Wow. Really close.
We have an 8-way tie.
Really close. Easy, number 21 though.
Illinois.
Down over here, we got
Well,
Ole Miss.
Am I missing something in this group that we were just at? Have we not? I mean, I know we talked about him earlier. Oh, never mind. I see him. I just missed him on my. I wrote the wrong team down. That's why earlier. Okay.
Seriously,
What
what
did we
the
say?
hell, UCLA?
Rocco, what did you
I've
say?
had
you
UCLA at the bottom of
23?
every single ballot.
There it is.
Yeah,
Ole Miss, Missouri,
no,
UCLA,
damn well.
BYU. Okay,
Did
so here's
did
where
my
we're going to
votes
leave
get
it for
counted
tonight.
backwards?
Marquette and Illinois each missed it by a point.
You know what's terrible about that is I would have voted Illinois one spot higher and Missouri one spot lower had I thought of the head-to-head. I just didn't think of it when I voted.
That's for the Sunday scrub, Graham.
Yes.
Well, not
Yep,
only
that's
that,
still not in.
Missouri still got another game. They could lose.
Or win
All right.
and get some
Or win.
separation.
There we
yeah,
are.
that's-
Don't they play LSU?
No, they get Kentucky.
Okay,
Oh,
so
they
we're
do.
going to start at 9 Eastern tomorrow. We'll kick it
We're
right
gonna
off.
try.
Go right into seeding sevens. Who is not here tomorrow right off the get-go?
I have a radio gig here from 9 to 9:30, so I'll be
Okay.
here like 9:45.
How about Sunday? Is everybody going to be here at noon Eastern?
Yep.
All right. We might spend just a little bit of time just running over our AQs, which we've kind of already put together, but we'll just kind of get them into the bracket and before we get started. That way you might just miss a little discussion, Dave, but other than that, you should be fine. But we'll dig right into picking 8 from the teams in the field for a consideration on the 7 line. So if we can get 7, 8, 9, 10, if we can get through 10 tomorrow, that's what I'd really like to be. Then we just have the bubble. Maybe even work on the bubble a little bit.
Well,
Maybe
now
not vote.
that leaves us plenty of time Sunday to digest what happened Saturday.
Right, because
go through
if we're going to
season.
kick off at noon Eastern, we want to be done by 6 Eastern. So we want to kick off by noon. So, the first hour so if we're going to take probably an hour and a half for the bubble at least, right? We're going to have several votes there. And so that'll put us at 2 o'clock, and then we kind of got to adjust, and then we got to start scrubbing and kind of adjusting for results. So that brings us to 4, and then an hour for bracket, and then an hour to kind of recap. That sound good?
Sounds good.
Yep.
Sounds good.
All righty.
Tomorrow morning.
Thanks, guys. Great job by
Thanks,
everybody.
Wes.
Yep.
Yep. Thank
Care,
you.
guys. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.